come down one by one. Digital crown can't be won. Break it all apart, tear the network down. Nothing left to start. Break it all apart, take it all apart. Take it all apart, take it all apart. Take it all Files unlock, passwords crack, every block fights me back, but I push through, find a way. What I do, accept me. Walls come down.
What's up? What's up?
One by one, digital crown can't be won. Break it all apart, tear the network down. Nothing left to start.
All right. Turn this music down a little bit there in the background. Come over here and check my settings. All right.
Every door I open, every wall I crack.
Pause here.
I'm breaking
All right. And let's get to here. All right. So pretty much, hope everybody's having a great week. And yeah, I'm actually going back to my original content, stuff that I started out before. I'll probably do a little bit of karaoke. I got 10 hours to burn. I didn't really do any streaming this month. So I had like 10 hours left on my StreamYard, and it all resets tomorrow. So I was like, you know, use or lose. So what I want to talk about and actually show everybody, we'll step through it and all that, is showing you guys some alternatives. Because if you guys don't know, on October 14th, which is coming up real soon, I'll show you guys here real quick. As you see, Windows 10 support ends on October 14th of 2025. So if you have not upgraded to Windows 11, which I can understand why a lot of people probably haven't, I still use Windows 11 as my daily, but I dominantly use Linux for most of my other stuff, just in case I need Windows, because I'll show you a couple articles and see if, like I said, this might be you guys. So I'm just showing you there's other alternatives, and we're going to do Linux, and people are sometimes intimidated by Linux, but Linux has come a long way and is very user-friendly now for anybody who's coming over from, it could be the Mac world or specifically the Windows world. You'll come over into an environment that's going to look very similar to what you're used to using. Again, we can do things at the command prompt. It's way more powerful, but it's a nice experience, and the GUI, graphical user interface, is laid out nicely for everybody. So as you see, as a reminder, Windows 10 will reach the end of support on October 14, 2025. Now, what we have learned is there is some, if you get like the professional version, it looks like Windows is offering for $30, you can get an extension. Now, you understand that's only for updates, but you understand there is going to be some software and stuff that probably will not be compatible with your operating system. So this is what Windows is pushing. And I'm going to show you a couple of catches why a lot of people do not like this Windows 11 experience. Again, if you're a Windows person, then hey, great for you. I'm just showing you, I'll just show you some information you guys can decide for yourself, we'll say. Because I'm not a Windows hater. I'm just trying to say it's not as secure. Hey, what up there, Tom, Mr. Tom? I'm going back to my old techie days. I normally do some karaoke, but I'm trying to keep this channel still afloat since I got up to my 1,000 subscribers. But I did start a new YouTube channel, if anybody didn't know. It's called M3, and that's mainly for my techie content, because I was losing focus with my original content and it became karaoke. And again, I like to sing karaoke, but I do a lot more. So this is what I want to kind of touch base on. I want the people that know to support me from the very beginning, my original 30 subscribers. I never forgot about you. And I actually got a Discord and everything still set up to where we're going to be able to do virtual machines. We're going to be able to work on more cybersecurity stuff. So we'll be working like with SIEMs, and we'll do some EDRs, and we're going to do some firewalls, some networking. I'm working on a little WordPress site here, so I'm going to have my own little blog up and stuff. So yeah, we're going to definitely be hitting and going back deep into the tech content again. So I just want all my original supporters know did not ever forget you. It's been a journey. So as you see here, it says at this point, technical assistance, feature updates, and security updates will no longer be provided. Now, the thing is, if you are still running Windows 10, I highly suggest you can do two options here. You can still run your Windows 10 system, and then we can also install Linux side by side. So now you can boot in. The main reason, though, is with Windows 10 ending, you still can use it. But again, if you're not getting updates, they're going to have security vulnerabilities. Mission Impossible, more than that. Yeah, Mission Impossible is a joke. No, I actually, like I said, it's cybersecurity, like real deal stuff. I teach people certifications and how they can get into the infosec world or IT world. So we're going to do networking. We do website creation. We're going to get into pen testing, hacking, and stuff. I got videos on this channel. If you guys are unfamiliar with what I do, it's like I gave you a little taste. Again, we do ethical hacking. So what we do is we're going to, use vulnerable machines. We're going to attack them. And I actually got some cool stuff to show you guys, too, even with Windows 11, just to show you, just because you think you got this new updated patch, you can still exploit services and all that. So this is what I want to teach people. One, how to tinker, but number two, even if you're not a tech enthusiast like me, or even want to get into the career, I want to also show you how you guys can protect yourself online, especially in today's digital world. When we got AI now, and that's another thing I want to touch upon is AI. We're going to use some AI agents. I want people, especially in cybersecurity world, you need to know AI. No ands, ifs, or buts. It's an assistant, but the thing is, if you want to stay relevant in today's world, you need to know some AI. I'm not going to say you have to be an expert across the board, but you need to know how to implement it into your services and even into your security features. And a lot of organizations and all that we all know is all using AI. But I'll show you all some other cool little things if you guys haven't seen it. So it'll be a fun little journey. So if you guys are into that nerdy little stuff like I am, then hopefully this will be a test, 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 test. Let me see. Am I working now? Test, 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 test. All right, let me plug this in. Sorry about that. My V8 card likes to go out sometimes. So that's what I want to check. See if I got my audio back. All right, sounds good on my end. I just checked it on my phone. All right, yeah, I got a cheap little V8 card, sound card over here, and it likes to heat up sometimes and it kicks off. So, all right. So on that note, just guys give you an idea here. This is Zorin, but I want to show you guys how we could download it and all that. So let me bring this back down here, and I'm remote access into this other computer off to the side. And am I? Oh, sorry about that. I want to make sure everything's muted so you guys don't get any feedback. All right. Okay. So pretty much, yeah, we're going over end of life and support for. Why does it keep doing that? All right. So as you see, there's no more updates and no longer is provided. If your devices are running Windows 10, we recommend upgrading them to Windows 11, a more modern and secure, highly efficient computing experience. If devices do not meet the technical requirements to run on Windows 11, that's what I'm hearing is this feedback from my speaker. Okay. On Windows 11, we recommend that you enroll in the Windows 10 Consumer Extended Security, this ESU. And that's what I was mentioning earlier. They got this little program which you can use whatever it is, Microsoft points, and you can also pay $30 and they'll give you this extension. I get it for people that might be using enterprise or working for an organization that might want to do this, but for the average consumer, me, I personally don't see this. And the reason why a lot of people are leaving Windows is because, let me just show you an article. This one. I refuse to upgrade to Windows 11. And here's what I'm doing instead. And this is what a lot of people are doing, and that's why I'm making this video, just to show you. Because this might be you. Okay? So if we scroll through here, see? So I have an old PC. I think its motherboard celebrated its 10th birthday. Now again, I don't know about all you guys. If you got the money and you're keeping up with the latest and greatest, this was done on June 4th of 2025, okay? A lot of us have older hardware. And just to give you guys an idea, I'm using a lot of older hardware here. Some of this stuff is actually more than probably 10 years old. This tower down here I'm using, I know is probably good 7 years old. And then the laptop that I got there is probably 5 or 6. I still running an i7. I only got 16 gigs of memory on this one. This computer over here that we're running on right now. So if you see, this computer I'm actually remote accessed into, but it's sitting right over here. So if you see this little tab right here, see, we're connected right here. We're using Rust Desk to connect, which is a remote access tool. So actually under here, I'm running Windows. See, if you guys see, if we go here, just to give you guys an idea of this, show you. We'll come out of full screen. See, we're on Windows. This is my Windows 11 computer. But like I said, we're remote accessed in, so you guys can see what's actually going on the other computer. So, this is Zorin. This is what we're going to install, okay? So let's pull this browser back up. Now again, I'm running on older hardware. With Windows 11, they've got one, there's so much bloatware that they've added that's really a pain in the butt. 2, they're gathering so much information and stuff and sending it and stuff like, and now they've added AI with, and again, most systems now have AI added, but a lot of these features you can't turn off. You do try to, even with my Windows 11, there's some scripts that I've got. And again, anybody can get them. I can guys show you if you still want to de-bloat your Windows 11 system. The problem is with their updates, they'll come in and they'll change your configuration and put all this crap back on when you don't want it. And again, you got your Microsoft account, you got your OneDrive. There's just so many things that they're just stepping over the line. And people like myself and other people, we're just kind of tired of it. And the way that they got the biggest issue is the specs. So the specs on doing Windows 11, just to guys show you here. Let me get this back out of the way. This is the specs for Windows 11, okay? So again, if your hardware does not meet these specs, Microsoft has now set it up to where it won't install on your system. See, before you would have Windows 10, you could upgrade to Windows 11. Well, now they're looking for vendor specifics on certain hardware. And the thing is, does the operating system even need these requirements? It doesn't. But what they're doing is they're forcing people, and this is my own personal opinion here, that Microsoft has made agreements with certain vendors to where you're forced to have to go buy new computers or new hardware just so you can run Windows 11. And that's not right either. A lot of people, we want options and you shouldn't be forced. And the reason I've always liked Linux, it's open source and it's always been free. They do have some paid editions, but that's if you're getting into Red Hat and Enterprise. There's reasons why they have that. But see, Microsoft, it's never been good. It's garbage. But this is my own opinion. See, system requirements. This is for, if you notice, Windows 11. See, Windows 11. There are the minimum system requirements for installing Windows 11 on a PC. If your device does not meet these requirements, you may not be able to install Windows 11. Again, that is false. There's a forced workaround how you could do that. However, some people are saying, even with these workarounds that people are doing, to where 25H2 is the latest, but if they do another release date, they could add some patches in that could force people to where make your keys invalid. And even though a lot of the images everybody's using are valid images, they're just forcing people in a situation where you have to buy the hardware. And this is what I don't like. I don't like being forced to do anything. And again, when you're kind of in the Microsoft world, I know a lot of people when they say, well, if I have to go over to a new operating system, I'm going to have to. It is a learning curve. But with the Linux and the versions I'm going to show you, Ubuntu is a popular one. Mint is another one. I prefer Zorin, but I'm just letting you know there's other options and flavors out there. And I'm going to show you the experience and how easy it is actually to install. So again, you can try it out, put it on your computer, try it out before you even install anything on hardware. You could do dual boot. So if you want, you can run Windows 11 and Zorin at the same time, but go back and forth from operating system. Or what we're going to do, we're going to load it in a virtual machine instead of loading it on actual physical hardware, which you already see. I already have it on hardware, but I'm going to show you guys how we can do it in a virtual machine. You can play with it, test it out, and see how you like it. Now, if you look here at the system requirements again, to be able to say Windows 11 on your device, and might want to consider purchasing a new PC. Well, I don't know about you. Have you seen the prices of new PCs? And you can say, well, they've come down and stuff, but you got to transfer your data over. Everything's going to the cloud now. So all of our data and stuff, I don't know about you guys, but I don't like sharing my information with other strange people that's supposed to protect my data. And I'm also showing you guys on our videos and on our security journey just how insecure cloud can be. And again, cloud and AI is still very important to understand because it does need to be protected. It ain't no magical little place. It's a server. You understand? You're handing your data off to people you don't know, and you're going to say, oh, you protect them. And I also want to cover other little topics when we start getting into the SIEM. Again, a SIEM is what we use in a SOC, which is a Security Operations Center. This is more security standpoint. So you can monitor the network, see the traffic. When you got EDRs, you got other detection systems. We're going to play with labs and in virtual machines. And I'm showing you, even on older hardware, we're going to be able to run these labs. I'd also like to get into some like Active Directory. And again, we're going to do some pen testing. So I'm going to show you guys tons of stuff on security and defense. And again, even on the back end, if you, let's say you create a website, I'll also show you guys how you guys can create your own websites, host them for free. Now, when I say a static website, okay, so images, pictures, more like a vlog, you can put links that you can use YouTube links where you can post your videos or Rumble or whatever and post it in your blog. And it'll be hosted for free. You can do that on GitHub. And I'm going to show you guys how we can do that. I've actually created a video once before showing people how we could set it up. Now, people be, oh, there's a lot of coding and stuff. A little bit, but there's also some, what to say? What you see is what you get type of programs, which is drag and drop, and therefore it'll create the website for you. Or again, or you can pick something like WordPress. That's what I'm using. We can run it in a virtual machine, and I'll show you guys the way I set my stuff up, how to do like security protocols. And again, all this stuff is free, will not cost you a dime. And if you also don't know, the training and stuff that I do, I will never, well, I don't want to say I will never. The stuff that I'm presenting to you on YouTube, I also have a Rumble channel, which I'm launching, which is going to be an alternative, which is a competitor to YouTube. I'm trying to grow that channel. And the reason why I want to use Rumble is YouTube, because of their terms of service, will restrict me on certain things. I've seen it with other tech channels and security channels when it comes to hacking and pen testing. Again, ethically. Certain procedures and techniques I might show you, YouTube likes to say, we can't do that because they start saying we're getting into a gray area. On Rumble, I can say more and be more free to express my feelings and be able to say and show you what I want. Number two, I also have a Discord server. So therefore, we're going to have hands-on labs. I will sit down with you every week. We're going to pretty much like a class, like Google Classroom. Everything is free. You'll have all the resources, all the labs, all the books, all the materials. Then I will be your instructor. So I will be able to do one-on-one with anybody that wants to learn. So therefore, instead of watching videos, if you have a question, I'll be right there to help you. Now, the thing is this for everybody? No. If you like to tinker, like to explore and stuff, that's the people that I want. Again, am I still going to do karaoke and stuff on this channel? Yeah, I am. And if that's the stuff that you come over to enjoy, we'll still be doing that. But again, I want my content to actually mean something. Karaoke, I'm not a singer. I'm not ever going to be professional. I really don't have any tips and tricks to tell anybody on how to be a better singer because I'm not a singer. When it comes to making AI music or whatever, if you guys want to see it behind the scenes, I'll show you how I use my prompts, different programs that I use, how I put some of my little videos together. Again, all free. And you guys can do the same on YouTube. And that's what I do like with other communities when we all sit and share our different ideas and, you know, different content. We can all learn from one another. But at the end of the day, what I'm on, to be straight up honest with everybody, what I'm trying to do is I want to grow a community. And then once we all get to a certain skill set on the Discord, it's kind of like a learning path. You're going to have beginner, intermediate, and I will give you rewards along the way, which will open up new levels where you get access on the Discord. Now, the thing is, we'll make like badges and stuff. Again, it could be for, they don't really mean anything, but it's something for people to have clout or whatever. But the main thing is engagement, helping one another. Because eventually what I want to do is I want to go to a more advanced server. And now that's where we'll have a paywall. Because this will be, you'll learn all the fundamentals on being able to entry level getting into IT and InfoSec. You'll be able to build your way up, and then we'll get into the deeper labs and definitely deeper content. Now the thing is, I've got a couple of people that I've been talking to that are definitely known around in the cyber community. Maybe see if they want to join in and maybe share some of their stories and some of their experiences along the way. Because I want you guys to get a very well-rounded view of how cybersecurity works in the industry. Again, this is more for getting employment. I understand people can get these certifications and you can do that. That does not guarantee you a job. So I want to show people soft skills, how to actually sit here and write up, a resume. The thing is, how do you share your work experience? This, what I'm showing you guys, will be your work experience. And I'm going to show you how you can document your journey and your progress along the way. We're going to build different platforms. You're going to build and code things. You're going to put it on your blog. And I'm going to show you how you network with others. And now on your resume, when you sit here and you show an employer, you're going to have product to show them, hey, guess what? I'm actually competent and know what I'm doing. I might have a little piece of paper. I say at least get one certification, and it don't need to be something spectacular. Because most of the time, your employers will pay for you to get a certification. But I would say that like networking is a very solid certification still to get. However, Even if you don't use the certification, it looks good on paper and it gets you past HR. Then after that, when you're talking to a lead developer, an engineer, or your whoever it is, the hiring manager that's interviewing you, you will now be able to show them your work and what you've learned. And the thing is, if you're the type of person, this isn't, you read something in a book and then you memorize it and you think you know everything. That's not how cybersecurity or InfoSec works. I've been doing this over 28 years. I started when I was a kid on a Commodore 64. Things have changed. There was no internet even when I started. There was, if you kind of look at it, there was BBS systems. It was all dial up. The world and the environment I learned in is completely changed. Now, the thing is, I tell my students and other people that I'm sitting here and taught, they'll say, well, the thing is, it was harder in my time because we didn't have all the information. You had to find the white papers. You had to go to the library. A lot of get your hands on equipment. With the people now starting out, you got virtual machines. Everything is affordable and it's free. If all you got to do is pay for the hardware, you can even go to the library. Now, again, you can't. I really don't know if you can run virtual machines. I think they'll probably restrict it. But if you have a computer, okay, and again, if you have a tablet, some of that will work. But I'm just saying, if you at least have a computer, a desktop, or even a laptop, and you got a minimum of 8 gigs of memory, right? And I don't care if you got an i5 processor, an i7, you might even have an AMD Ryzen. As long as you got something somewhat current, you'll be able to follow along with all the same stuff because I'm using old hardware too. You don't need an i10, you don't need no $1,000 processor. I'm just trying to show people we're going to do low level stuff, but it will teach you the fundamentals and basics. And if this is you, and you're one of these people to where, the people that say, why? Why does this do this? Why does this do that? That's a great question. But there's also more to the questions, right? Who, what, when, where, why, and how. I always tell people, ask how. If you understand how something works, you'll be able to figure out the why. You need to be able to use logic, critical thinking. You got to be a person that likes challenges. This isn't a career to where once you learn it, it's evolving and moving so quickly, there is no way you can know all this. And a common sense thing I try to tell people, if you ever think or assume you're the smartest person in the room, you're the most dumbest, ignorant person in the room. Because the thing is, we can always learn from other people. Stay humble. But at the end of the day, you got to know your self-worth. You need to know your value, especially in today's marketplace. AI is real. I'm not one of these people to sit here and be like, oh, it's going to take over the world. It is an assistant to us. But I can tell you, if you've been watching videos or you look around online, cybersecurity professionals and others are telling you what we're warning, what we're seeing in the marketplace. It is an assistance, but it is replacing people. Now, when I say replacing, if you're one of these people that's just got one skill set and you're a junior guy and you think, oh, I'm going to be able to keep skating, those days are over. You need to be competent in multiple skill sets. And the thing is, if somebody needs you to jump into a position or cover, you need to know that skill. And AI can help you learn that skill at a very fast pace. Now, the thing is, you still need to be competent with the information you know. And as a disclaimer, this I really don't have to do a disclaimer on because we're just installing Linux, and I'm going to show you with the Zorin. The main thing on any of my videos, though, everything that I teach is for educational and ethical purposes only. Anybody who uses any of this information to be malicious, to exploit or damage another network that isn't your network, and even if you think it is your home network, if you subscribe to Verizon or if you got whatever your subscriber is, your ISP, you do understand you do not own that hardware and you do not own that network. So if you are doing, let's say, DDoS attacks, or if you're sitting here running malicious scripts or servers on their network, you do understand you still can be prosecuted, especially if you're here in the United States. And for all those people to say, oh, I'm using a VPN and I live outside the United States, and you think you're outside jurisdiction, the VPNs will not protect you. I'm going to do a class where I want to show people VPNs have a purpose, a virtual private network. But people are like, oh, it blocks my IP, and nobody, you're foolish to think that. And people who say that do not understand how technology works. That does not make you anonymous online. It does not say here, these people are making money off you. And if you don't understand too, some of these VPN companies are hosted in the United States. We have laws in the United States. If we can make everybody anonymous and everybody's doing everything encrypted, you know how much everybody knows there's people that are breaking the law, doing things, right? So if we're going to sit here and say these VPNs, no. Same thing with social media and all that. They have to keep logs. If you're sitting here talking about illegal activities, they will turn those logs over. So even with your VPN, they do log your traffic. This will give you guys an idea how a VPN works. Here's your network. Think of, here's a little mouse, and it's going to come over here, and it wants to talk to this little mouse. It's going to go through a tube. That's your VPN. The way your internet service provider works is when people say, oh, you hacked my IP address. When you say IP address, like, let me show you something here. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see. It might do it because I'm on my virtual machine. Excuse me. All right, there you guys go. So if you sit here and you see, you can go, this is an IP address. That's my physical IP address. Now, again, if we had hackers out there, they can actually hack into it that way. Now, the thing is, though, when you go on the internet, right, you have an IP address that gets assigned to you by your internet service provider because we could not afford that. That is called a local IP address. There's also a local IP address called 127.0.0.1. Or you can do 192.168.1.0, 192.168.1.1. That's usually your router. These are standard across the board, okay? And virtual machines. See, with me, when I sit here and I'm signing in, that's showing my virtual machine IP address. Now, the thing is, you can set it up in different ranges. So you can go 10.10.10, and then you can put up to 254 addresses. It's 255, but 0255, we got a loop back. And I'll teach you this stuff in networking classes, okay? So at the end of the day, virtual machines, that's another topic I didn't talk about. I like to do scam baiters. So if you guys like to call scammers up, you know, those people that like to send you those emails and message you and say and try to tell you won money or dating scams and all that. Well, if you guys have any numbers on the Discord and stuff, we'll definitely be calling some of them up. So if you guys have numbers that's called you and stuff, or you get a little pop-up on your screen saying your computer's been infected, give me those numbers and we're going to call these scammers up. And then what I'll show you is we're going to let them connect to our virtual machines, and then we're going to turn around and we're going to hack them. And we're going to grab their information. And if we find any that we might actually be able to have some jurisdiction over, we see crimes, we will hand it off to, the actual authorities, those that can do something, and possibly might be able to get some of these people prosecuted. So that would be great, right? Say some of these call centers go down. Now, again, to get into the CCTV cameras, there are ways of doing that. It just depends on the way the network's set up. I'll try to show you guys some things, but again, I don't want to show too much stuff because at the end of the day, I don't want to get into a gray area where people might start using information for, learning techniques for illegal activities. You understand? The internet's all around the world. Now, on my Discord server, I could set it up to where once I know people, I can vet people. And once I vet these people, then again, you're still taking a chance because you never know what people might do with the information. But I at least have some control over that. But throwing it out on YouTube for the whole world and stuff, you do understand people in Ghana, people in India, which a lot of these scammers come from, Nigeria, right? Calcutta, they're all using and watching these videos. so they can see certain techniques. The thing is, some of these people, they're not that bright. Majority of the scammers are not bright. They act like they are, and oh yeah, you got a hacker and blah blah. But I'll show you guys stuff like that. So we'll have some fun with some scammers. So if that's something you guys would like to do too, we'll definitely do it. But back on point. And again, I can sit here and talk about random things all night. Like I said, I'm just burning hours because as of probably 7 minutes, probably at midnight, I'm not sure, my StreamYard is going to reset. So I'm about to probably lose my, 10 hours. I have 20 a month, but I didn't use it. All right. So as we see, your device is already running Windows 10. You can use the PC check app. And again, a lot of times when people use this check app, it's going to show that your computer is not supported because you don't have the right hardware, blah, 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 blah. If you see, this one says you need 1 gigahertz or faster with 2 or more cores. Okay. Most people are like, 1 to 3 gigahertz. Okay. But this is minimum 1 gigahertz. RAM, 4 gigabytes. Now, again, most computers today, unless you have a really old computer, is average about 8 gigs. You can go to the store when you buy one right now, like at Walmart or something, a computer probably $300 or less. You're probably going to get something 8 gigs. You can probably even get some used ones. Memory right now, it depends, but especially smaller amount RAM sizes, like DDR4 and stuff, you can still get pretty cheap. And again, a lot of these you might be able to actually upgrade. So I always say if you get options, hard drive, which is usually affordable, an SSD, solid state drive, or memory. If you upgrade those two things, memory is great when, especially for virtual machines. Okay. So the more you got, you can never go wrong with too much RAM. Okay. If your motherboard, allows it. So again, you can check your specs and stuff. And a lot of times your computer, and I'll show you guys stuff like that if you want to see videos and stuff too. I'm trying to make this for the lame, the more beginner type friendly person. But again, I do have many people that's watched my content before and they've actually are now in the industry. They went a long way. And I would like to bring some of them because they're very skilled in what they do. I'm trying to hit the beginner, but again, I'm going to bring everybody up at a certain level and then we're off to the races. We're going to do some really, really fun stuff. But even if you are a beginner, I said, I'm going to show you how to hack. You're going to pop your first box. If you join the Discord and you sit in the lab, and even with the time differences, because I know I got my Filipino friends that are 12 hours difference, I'm going to try to set something up on a schedule so I'll have where I can do stuff with my Filipino friends. Again, got to know how to speak English. And if you don't like nosebleeds, then probably don't come over to my Discord. And my American friends or anybody that speaks English and stuff, I'll have a time thing set up because I want to try to work with people in, different parts of the continent, what is that? Well, not continent, but different hemispheres. Again, there's 12 hours in the Philippines. That's who a lot of my subscribers are. They're the ones that got me to 1,000. So I truly, truly thank them. But hopefully I'm going to be able to maybe give some of my Filipino friends some content that might be beneficial to you. It might actually change your lives and maybe get you a job. Or maybe you can say, you know what, I want to leave the Philippines. I want to come to the United States. You're going to have skills to where you can get a very nice job. Average tech job in the United States is $65,000 in starting out pay. Now, most people say that's not a lot of money. If you pay close attention and you do things, you should be definitely 100% making 6 figures less than 5 years, 3 to 5 years. If you're not, this is not the career for you and you need to go find another career because you're not doing something right. If you, and again, I'm not going to say, I can guarantee you're going to make this. It is in high demand, cybersecurity. Now, the thing is, with AI is competing. If you take the skills of AI and the pen testing and security, I'm trying to show you to be multi-talented, learn multiple things. It will make you very marketable, and you need to know how to market yourself. But I'm going to say, if you're sharp in cybersecurity, you can definitely have no problem making $250,000 a year. There are some people, and again, not me, but some people that are very, savant, very good at what they do. But everybody had to start somewhere. There's some people that are making $500,000. To me, that's insane. How in the world does somebody make $500,000 a year? But again, if you work in finance, if you work in banking, security is it's the next biggest thing with AI. Cybersecurity is really, 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 really hot right now. And if everybody don't realize, the Cold War is over. The next is cyber warfare. So again, if you want to work Department of Defense, if you want to work in the civilian sector, if you want to work, more for banking and finance, this is a skill needed all around the world. But I'm particular, and there are organizations too. We have Army, we have Google. They're offering certifications, and they actually will give them to you for free because we do have a shortage of people skilled in technology. So I'm trying to show you. I'm just hopefully it'll be the platform to motivate people and show you what's capable and show you this isn't like rocket science. Anybody can learn this. Now, again, if you're not passionate about it, and again, if you are only chasing it for the money, my content's probably not for you. Because if it is only about the money, I'm just going to be honest, you're going to burn yourself out. Within about 3 years, you're going to hate your job. You can make really good money, but the problem is, the challenge is you're going to start getting slow. Again, I would say if you want to do stuff like that, get into bug bounties, or for those that don't know, or organizations will pay people to hack their systems. And if now you understand, you got to reveal the exploit and your techniques on how you do it and do a report, but they will pay, and some of them do pay very nicely. But even for beginners, I can touch on that too. We can get into some bug bounties, and we could try going after low fruit. And again, for some people, maybe $100, $200, $50. If you need a little extra money, that could be game changing. I know some of my friends, and I'm not trying to pick on the Philippines, but Filipinos, $200 or $300, that's a lot of money to them. Most people in the United States are like, yeah. But just because you don't want to bother with it, there's other people that could. And it's a great way to learn your skills, but it's very competitive. Then we got capture the flag competitions. Now, there's tournaments you could get into, but there's so many free platforms to where they're instructional, hands-on, and you can also get certifications through them. So there's Hack the Box. I haven't used some of these in so long. I know Hack the Box is still really big, but there's Pen Test Labs. But I got tons of resources I guys can show you. I'm doing stuff locally, but let's say you guys don't have the hardware that you can work on. Well, if you got a browser or a computer, you can log into other platforms and they're hosting the hardware for you, right? So the labs and everything, it's not going to be as extensive on your computer. You can do it all through your browser. So there are options like that. And a lot of these are free as well. Again, they got some paid tiers and all that, but that's eventually what I kind of want to get into because it is very popular. I want to do basic fundamentals, get people up to around an intermediate level. And then when we start getting more into professional stuff, then again, I want to do a paywall. And then I will actually be offering, I'm actually trying to put courses together that I am going to post up incrementally. I was going to do it all at once, but I think it'd just be so much information that where you could watch a playlist and go through it and work on the labs. But I'm thinking if I do it, increments, small increments, it could, because I think it'd be too much information all at once. So I'm trying to keep my videos like an hour or so, because I know techie videos, sometimes they can be 3, 4, and I know with me, I can make them good 8, 9 hour long. And I know a lot of people ain't going to sit through that. But just to give you an idea, these will be full blown courses that after you watch them, you can actually attempt your certification, like networking, CCNA, starting out, I think it's what, 150 for the exams, about $300. But yeah, if you got the $300 to pay for the certification, you can get your networking certification. And I'll show you, like I said, we got Cisco Packet Tracer, EVNG. So in the networking world, I'll show you guys all that too. But again, everything will all be free. And again, I can't tell you the test questions, but I guarantee we'll cover all the topics and everything that's on the syllabus for the exam. If you are competent and you pay close attention and you actually do the labs, you'll know when you're ready. And when you attempt it, I wish you the best, but I'm going to say, yeah, if you probably paid attention and all that, you shouldn't have any problem passing. But again, I don't want people just to stop at entry level. That's just your foot in the door. I want to challenge you and show you there's so much more. So just because you're in the networking world, things have changed. You don't just get the certification anymore. This is why you need to know automation, AI. Certifications are touching upon that, but it's definitely required and demanded. Nobody cares. There was a time CCNA was very, very popular, but the thing is, we had this big burst of CCNA certifications, and now we got all these network administrators. The thing is, what do we do with all these people? And a lot of these people either moving in their career, right, pivoting to something else, or we just don't need them. And understand, in America, probably the rest of the world, but I'm going to say specifically for America, it's a dog eat dog cutthroat world. We're not here to hold your hand. Nobody's going to babysit you. If you're a person that wants to understand how things work, people will assist you. But do not ask dumb questions. Do not sit here and cheat thinking you're going to. That's the main thing. If you cheat on an exam, people are going to be able to see 100% clearly you you're a cheater. You got some cliff notes, found something online or whatever. Just because people thinking like, oh yeah, I could get around an exam. We're not stupid. A lot of us, especially in the pen testing world, Pirate Bay, we all did all this stuff. I know what's out there. And then you talk about the dark web, and we will go into some of that. I want to guys show you about Tor and the dark web. And I don't want people to get this idea like, is it a great place? Should you be there? I'm not going to tell people what they can and can't do. Is there anything beneficial on a cybersecurity stance? Yes. Because again, we got to understand how these bad guys work, and we want to take down these organizations. And everybody thinks because something's encrypted. Well, I'm going to show you guys too how we can reverse engineer. We can decrypt things. There's many more people. And just because you don't know something, that's why we have Google. You can see here in search engines. Go in and Google it. And I'll show you GOOOOO, how you can learn certain keywords and how you can look things up. And I know I might be using a lot of buzzwords. And I don't want to come across as that guy like, oh, yeah. It's not hard. I will show you guys when you get stuck, think it through logically and critical thinking. We've all been stuck before. And even every single day when I'm doing projects or other people that are working, trust me, you need to know Google or how to use a search engine. You're not going to remember all this stuff. You're not going to remember every command unless, like I said, you're Rain Man or somebody. But the average person, I'm trying to tell you, it don't mean you're dumb. It don't mean whatever. There's a lot of information. And it's changing so quickly. If you think you know how to do firewalls, you can configure firewalls. Oh, and then I can also, I configured the SIEM. And then I know how to do DDR. And then, virus protection, I know how to do it. And then I know how to do reverse engineering. It's great to be a jack of all trades. But to sit here and say, I want you to be able to know in your mind on your roadmap, this is what I want to do. This is what I find interesting, and dig in deep. Know it inside and out better than any other person. Then an employer is going to keep you. You need to show them why. See, when most people get employed, the employer's like, oh, what can you offer the company? You need to understand they need you. They need you. They're going to pay you a paycheck, but they know it's not easy to go recruit somebody. Now, again, junior people coming in, they get screwed all the time, and they're going to take advantage. They want more bang for their buck. And they know that a lot of these people are naive and green, and I just need to get a job and get my foot in the door. That's honorable. My thing is, I don't care if it's help desk or whatever. You need to get your foot in the door. Give 2 or 3 years. It's all about commitment. You will learn so much information at the help desk and stuff. Because again, you're going to be dipping your feet in different tickets and different situations to where you're going to learn. If anybody's on your team, like a developer engineering team, and they need assistance, you be the one that says, hey, can I help? Or hey, can I watch? If you're hungry about this and you want to learn, this is not a job. It's a career. You get paid to do what you love. Can you imagine that? This is one of these types of jobs, and there's probably other ones out there. There's people that Some people like to bake, right? And they love to bake. But imagine you actually get paid very good money to bake your cakes. But you got to start your own business. Now, that's the thing, too. In cybersecurity or in IT in general, you're working for bigger companies. Now, some of these bigger companies will take advantage of you because they want more bang for their buck. And we can all be replaced. Always remember that. But if you sit here and better your skill set and make yourself, what is say, in demand, other people want you too. And your employer knows that. And if I'm sitting here and investing, let's say $15,000 or $10,000 worth of training in you, I don't want you to go nowhere. And a lot of times you're going to sign a non disclosure agreement. And a lot of times you're going to make a commitment 2 years to that company. They're investing in you. Now, the whole situation is you can sell those skills. But the thing is, like I try to tell people, let your company educate you and give you more training. That's going to make you more valuable. Then once you become more valuable, you can spread out and you can even work with competitors. Now, again, non-disclosure agreements, and we have non-competitive clauses sometimes, but you can also branch out and be what? Independent. You can be your own broker, right? So if you sit here and think about it, if you're learning all these skills along the way, let's say 15 years in, 10 years in, you're really good at your job. What if now you can explore out, get your own clients, and now you're self employed? I'm just trying to say, it depends on what you want to do and what your vision is. I don't know the vision of everybody. I can't sit here and if you do this, do this, do this, roadmaps, we all have a journey of our own. I just want to show people if you dream it and if you want it bad enough, I'm not I'm an I'm a very big optimist. In the United States, and again, I really don't care where you are in the world. If you want something bad enough, you will do whatever you need to do, and again, ethically, not hurting other people violently to get it. You will do what needs to be done. I will tell you, it's a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice. If people think, oh, I want to sleep all the time. No, screw that. You need enough sleep to get you by. But the thing is, if you want to sleep 10, 12 hours a day, you're wasting your life away. Now, again, if you need 8 hours, that's what they say is healthy, okay? But the thing is, if you can play your video games, listen to your music, get online, make YouTube videos, singing karaoke and stuff. And again, I get it. People need it for money. Then invest in yourself. Invest in your own education. If you truly want it, maybe you're not going to go hang out and watch the football game. Hey, maybe you're not going to go hang out and go to the dance club with your friends or go to the bar or whatever. This is for younger people. People that are older and you have families and stuff that depend on you, you know what I mean. You know the sacrifices. Now, with that, it is harder. I get it. When you have young kids and you're trying to raise them and you work in 2 jobs, how bad do you want it? You will take that book on your break and read it while you're working on any free time. Be studying over your manual. If you got a little tablet, sit here and take it with you and again, if you put in the time and energy, I'm trying to tell you, it can change your life. It will literally change your life. And the thing is, well, I always tell my students too, all this stuff sounds great. And again, there are some people that I can't relate to them. I've always been a driven person. I know what it's like not to have anything. I know what it's like to come from nothing and to build yourself up. I understand that there's going to be haters out there. Oh, you're a loser and you're gar. It doesn't matter what they say. At the end of the day, you need to know your self worth. Let your employers know your self worth. And again, just because you have, and I'm not trying to say, I know people with money, I'm not one of them. But if you sit here and you go, the money does not make the person, right? It doesn't. The fancy cars does not make the person. I know people that got very nice cars, people that got nice houses, and I mean very wealthy people, yachts and all that. At the end of the day, my dad always taught me, they might have nicer pants and nicer shirts, but guess what? They're going to put those pants on one leg at a time, just like you. And the thing is, even some of the rich people that you might see, there was a lot of sacrifice and hard work for most of them. Not everybody was born with money. We can always learn from somebody. And if you do meet anybody that, like I said, I'm the only thing I ask of people, I'm giving up my time to share and teach people, right? My time's worth money. If people don't know it, it's worth money. The education that I know the information. Can you find other information? Of course. I'm not going to say I'm the only one who knows it. Go on YouTube. You can search. You can learn all this stuff yourself. That's what I had to do. There wasn't nobody around to teach me. I didn't have money to go to fancy schools and be taught this. And at that time when I was coming up, I'm 53. We didn't have all these certifications. Cybersecurity, nobody gave a crap about security when I was coming up. If y'all remember in the early 90s, we had the Legion of Doom, right? These were hackers. And again, I know the hacker subculture. And again, I know people that do, what to say, I don't really want to say bad things because I still believe all information's free. It's people that know how to manipulate code and make software do things maybe it wasn't designed to do. If you're one of these guys that tinker with cars, right? And you rebuild your carburetor and you turn it into a street car, but next thing you know, you're turning it into a drag car, right? If you know certain skills, that means you can make it do something it wasn't designed to do. That's called tinkering. If that's the type of person that you are, cybersecurity is a great field to get into. I would say engineering is a great field to get into. Electrical engineering. Being a mechanic, great field. At the end of the day, I want to motivate people to learn a trade. College has its needs for people, right? Doctors, lawyers, some of these people do need these. But I can tell you, you don't need a college degree to get into cybersecurity. Computer science degrees, you're going to learn a lot of theory and all that. But I can tell you, I've met so many people along my way that they got a degree. They're still paying on a degree that when if they would have been took a certification or did that route. And again, certifications you don't always have to do either. I'm a certification type guy. But you can also go without certifications. You guys could do what I'm trying to tell you, document it, write all this stuff down, put it up on a blog and stuff, network with other people, and you could possibly still get a job. I've known people that's been able to do it. I'm just trying to say hedge your bets. Getting at least one certification looks good on your resume, and if you can show them you're competent, you can go a long way. It's better than nothing. I will always try to say it's hard work, regardless of the way you go. And everybody knows the facts. Yes, if you have a computer science degree and you went out and you want to work for Intel or something, or Google, yeah, you'll probably be picked before other people. But just because you got the piece of paper don't make you competent. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Some of these people think, oh, because I got a piece of paper that, they're so knowledgeable. And I'm going to say there are many I have met that, yeah, some of these engineers very, 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 very bright. But when it comes to common sense and just one thing, if you guys don't know too, and I'm not putting people down in cybersecurity or this IT in general, a lot of people, and probably including myself, we're on the spectrum. We're kind of hard to get along with. Some of us are introverts. I'm more of an extrovert, but again, I'm also a mixture. But a lot of times you'll probably think, man, all these people talk about is technology, and all these people want to talk about that. Yeah, everybody has your own little, I don't want to say clique, but our own interest, right? I have met some people though that, yeah, when it comes to music or books or going to a concert or maybe having a family, they don't care about all that stuff. They're so focused, and these are the people that are really on the spectrum. We'll say they're kind of autistic. And there's nothing wrong with being autistic. In a way, I'm autistic, very analytical. But at the end of the day, I'm just warning people there's a mixture, but it's just like in life, right? You don't know who you're going to be working with. And I can tell you some of the people that I met that are very highly autistic, they're not in sales. They don't really deal with customers. And if you are that type of person, we got jobs for you too, or careers. You can be in the networking field in a server room. You're never going to come in contact with anybody. And there's probably a reason why. Because you're going to say stuff, nobody's going to understand what you're talking about. But if you want to be taken seriously in, let's say, moving up in your career, you need to know soft skills, how to talk to customers. And even if you're in pen testing, right, the security side of things, hacking side, or even blue team, understanding how to write reports that are technical for the engineers, but how to relay that message to maybe the CEO, the COO. They're not technical people. They don't know what the crap you're talking about. If you're saying, oh yeah, well, the SCADA device, blah, blah, they're not going to understand these acronyms. So it's up to you to be able to be smart enough to be able to explain in logical everyday words. That's one reason I like doing these classes because one, it helps me focus more, especially with beginners. Because sometimes I'm like, why are they not getting this? I'm not understanding. And I'm realizing like maybe I'm using bigger words, or it makes you have to think a different way on how to present it. And to me, that's good because that's actually helps me build my skills on being able to deal with my customers. Because you understand, your customers are the ones that pay you. When I say customers or clients, it depends on the side of the cybersecurity or career side you're on. Because another thing, if you guys don't know, if you wanted to kind of become an entrepreneur, some of these skills that I'm teaching, and just kind of what I was doing when I was kind of coming up, you can do PC repair, you can fix computers and stuff for people. We're going to definitely dive deep into that. You'll be able to see here now. Again, computers now are getting where they can kind of fix themselves and all that. But let's say you want to create websites, people can do it with AI and stuff. But again, I can still tell you your skills are going to be in demand. So I'll show you ways you can branch off and make your own money. And again, if you have a product or something, I can show you still how you can market yourself and how you can put it on a website, how you can actually set up payments and all that stuff. And everything is free. You're not paying a third party company to sit here and take. If I want to make a profit, I want 100% of my profit. I don't really like sharing 20% here, 15% here, right? It's cutting into the bottom line. And again, like I said, it's always about money, but I understand money makes the world go around. And that's what I want to help people do. I don't know everybody's financial situation, but I know I've been there. I was homeless at one point in my life, and somebody actually gave me a chance. And I'm trying to tell you, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I did drugs, I did alcohol. It affected my life and really screwed it up. And I want anybody out there to know there's a thing called redemption. Everybody can redeem themselves. And never let that fight leave you. Sometimes I know when you get in situations like, oh, I'm going to show that person, I'm going to show. Don't worry about them. Show yourself. You know your worth. You know what's deep down inside you. And if you're hungry for it and you want it bad enough, nothing, and I mean nothing, will stand in your way. However, I want people to just kind of think on the human side of things. I learned through, I guess, life and getting older, there are some things that aren't worth sacrificing. Pursuing your career, and I understand you want to put a roof over your kid's head, you want to put food in their belly, and you want to take care of your wife or your spouse, right? To where sometimes we get caught up in work and our career so much and all the material stuff that we'll work all this overtime and we'll make all these sacrifices, but what are you actually doing it for? You know? Is it about retirement? Is it about saving up and having all this money in your 401k? For younger people out there, especially if you're starting families, and even maybe people maybe in your maybe early 40s, or maybe even if you are 50 and you have younger kids, which possibly could happen. I want people to know to where family is the most important. It is to me, and I hope you realize it too. The time that you're not with your kids, all that time, you never get it back. And I'm talking when they're young. Eventually, they're going to get older. They're going to spread their wings. They're going to be out on their own. I think we all know teenage years, they don't really want to be around you much anyway. And then when they get into their 20s, they're living their own little lives. And the thing is, they'll call us up when they need some or they need some money, but we don't get that time back. So I'm just saying there's always a trade off. Thing is, can you find a balance? So I just want people to always remember that. Remember why you're doing this. Now, if you're doing it to better yourself and better your skill set and you want to make money, you can do that. But at the end of the day, when we hit a certain age, it's not about me anymore, It's that whole, I guess what, self-reflection, interjection that, especially when we get married and we have families and stuff, it's bigger than us. Especially when you get married and all that, you love that person more. You still love each other the same, but you will always put your family before your own needs. That's the way most healthy people, and I'm not gonna say I've been the most healthy. I've done some really dumb things along my life. I mean, I'm divorced too. So I got a lot of stories that I can relate with people with. So I just want to let you know that, yeah, not only hopefully on my journey that I'm showing you guys here won't just be a tech journey, but I'll just be kind of giving you maybe some life advice. And again, I'm not here to say I got it all figured out and all that. I just want people to know you're not alone out here. It is rough. But the thing is, you got to keep scrapping. And the thing is, with the internet, if we got access to it, and you got to remember, there are some people that don't always have access to the internet. Now, that's really rough. But if you have access to the internet, and I don't even care if it's consistent or not, because back in the day when I started, dial up, it was slow. Very, very slow. Nothing like the speeds we have now. And the videos we watched, you couldn't even really watch a video. So pixelated. It was I don't care how bad your connection is. If you're focused, you just keep reconnecting. Or what's great too, the content that I make, I'm going to host it up. You can download it. So even if your internet goes down, once you got the video downloaded, you can watch all of my training without any internet. And you can still do the labs without any internet. You can do it all locally. So again, I try to cover stuff up. What kind of sorcery is this Zorin Linux? Hey, what's up, Steve? Yeah, Zorin is, to me, a good replacement for Windows 11 because what I was sitting here talking about, when I've been talking about IT and security, this is some reasons why people are not upgrading to Windows 11. And if you also don't know, since you might be coming in late, Windows 10, if you have Windows 10 still running, the end of support ends on October 14th of 2025. They are offering an extension for $30 if you might want to pay that. And the thing is, you will get some security updates, but again, they're not going to. You understand what Microsoft, why would you want to keep supporting a legacy operating system, right? Windows 7, Windows 8, how about Windows XP, Windows Vista? You're not. And that's where Microsoft said, yeah, Windows 10's been around. I can't remember how long now. What, over 10 years now? 8 years? It's old. They're not going to support it no more, and they're moving on. So now you got Windows 11. Windows 11, however, as you see, when it comes to the specs and all that, and there's another thing, this Copilot. Windows is offering this AI with this Copilot, and it's supposed to back up your information, and it's such a pain in the butt, and it's an invasion of people's privacy. I don't think people always go, well, I had nothing to hide. You understand, people are making money off of your data, your Facebook, your Googles, your TikToks, all this Facebook, all this nonsense. You're freely giving information. And guess what? You're the product. Nobody, it's not about social media. And those people that are growing their clicks are making clicks off you, your pictures, and scammers are using. And now with AI and stuff, just by making YouTube videos, if you guys are unaware, you can take a 15-second clip, about 30 seconds, and now you can use AI to duplicate my voice, and you can make a scam all over the place and make it look like it's me. Like, these are crazy, crazy times that we're in. But it's just the whole privacy thing. Microsoft has skipped over the line, and they're getting greedy. They only want money, and I'm showing people alternatives. So if you look here in this article, I'm not upgrading to Windows 11 because I'm not a fan of it. And that's the same way I am. See, I'm not really impressed. Because if you do look at Windows 11, if you guys don't know, I actually got it on my computer. Actually, I can show you over here. This is Windows 11, everybody. Okay. So if you look, I switched it up. Okay. It's kind of hard to see because I'm using the second monitor. But if you look here, see, Windows 11. Now, again, this taskbar, I moved it back over because I like XP, right? The XP version, like I said, Windows 10. So I configured mine differently. However, most of the time you're going to see like let's say iMac or a Mac. The taskbar is usually in the center, and they got graphics and all this other stuff. And if you see here, we got these are other programs that I put on, okay? But the way it's coming now, when they upgrade it, it's all bloated. I had to remove so much stuff that I will never use. I'm not a gamer. I don't use Xbox Live. I don't have all this stuff. So this is what I installed. As you say, then you got Office 365. And then the crazy thing is, you remove some of this stuff because you're like, I'm never going to use it. And then when you get an update, what happens? They put all this crap back on. And now you got Windows Firewall, which is just a pain in the butt. It does a lot. Is it more secure? Yes. But again, there's so much that they're doing and taking your information and selling it. I just think they've crossed the line. So I'm trying to show people an alternative. So if we pull this back up. Oh, come here, you. Oh, probably help if I get right back into the right browser. Okay. So right now I'm connected on Zorin. So this is the official Zorin website. Now, okay, I'll show you guys how to download it, and then I'll show you we'll set it up on a virtual machine. And then after that, I can run it that way, but just to give you an idea. Whoops. Keep clicking out of that, my bad. This is Zorin. I'm connected on this other computer here. So this is actually Zorin once we get it installed. I'll show you guys how we download it. We'll run it in a virtual machine. If you guys want, you can do it on your physical hardware. You can replace your operating system, but I would say try it out first. So you can also download the ISO image. We're going to burn it to a zip stick. You can plug it into your computer on a USB drive, and you can boot right from the USB drive. And actually, you know what? I got a laptop over here that I still got it that way. There's no hard drive in it, so I'm booting straight up from the USB drive. So I could actually show you all that, so you can kind of see how that's set up. But this one I got on physical hardware on an older tower, and I can probably show you guys here. I think I can show you the specs just to show you how old this computer is. Let's see, settings. It should be about. Yeah, this to show you. This is an old HP Pavilion desktop. See, this 570. I got this from I do computer work, so I was doing a PC job, and the person we upgraded and gave them a new desktop. Well, she's like, "Oh, I got this older one. You want to do anything with it?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll take it." I usually was gonna fix it up, restore it, probably give it to a school or something, or maybe give it to my niece or somebody else that might need a computer. But then I was like, you know what? This had Windows 10 on it, but I was like, since it was going to expire, I'll just put Zorin on it. And that's the other thing. If you have older hardware, it still runs nice and smooth. Because if you look here, this has got 8 gigs of memory on it, right? 8 gigs of memory, and it's running an i3 processor. See, the 7100. So it's showing you how old this is. If you see here, it has, that's my graphics card. It's built-in graphics. I don't even have a graphics card in it. And then right here, the disk capacity, it's got a 1 terabyte hard drive in it. And again, it's a regular spinner, right? Just a regular, it's not an SSD, a solid state drive. So again, it's got platters. As you see here, we're running Core 17.3 of Zorin OS. I'm running the 64-bit version. We got the Wayland. Now, that is one thing I can show you guys that you can use Mint, because Wayland is it's more of the graphical user. I don't want to get too technical, but a lot of people don't like Wayland. There is some issues with Wayland, like a graphical user interface. What's also great with Linux too, though, is if you guys are gamers and you like to play video games, Linux has come a long way where, yes, you can play many video games on the same stuff that you probably did on Windows. Now, again, not everything you still got to check by operating systems. But just to show you here, let's see, anything else I could do. Let's see. All right. I'll show you more a little bit about Zorin. Pull my browser back up. All right. So this is Zorin. So if you go to the official website, it's Linux. There's many distributions of Linux. And if we go here, let me proc up another one. I'll show you another popular one, which everybody knows. This is based upon the GNOME desktop, but Ubuntu. You might have heard this one. This is another very popular Linux distribution. And when we say distribution, we like to call them, you could call them like, well, distros. Some people call them flavors. There's multiple things, right, that you can try. So let's see. Yeah, these are prime. Let me go back. What they got? Yeah, there's Ubuntu Core. Well, actually, you know what? Let's do desktop. Just bother it because they do got server editions. Okay, so and again, if you guys want, if y'all are interested and ever want me to go through a walkthrough, we can do some runs. Actually, I think I got Ubuntu on here. So I'll show you too. We got a virtual machine. Let's pull that up. VMware. These are all the programs that we got on here. Yeah, this is my virtual machine. I'll show you. These are all different computers that we got running on this 8 gig computer, this desktop. Yeah, let's see. Okay, we got to go through this. I just got to do this little update on my VMware. But this is the one that I use. VMware is free as well. So again, everything I'll be showing you on all these computers, everything is free. Now, sometimes I'll use it on my desktop because my laptop here, I got more memory on it and I got a faster processor. So sometimes it might start lagging and running a little bit slower because I'm running it on older hardware, but I'm just showing you guys this is capable. Hey, Jardine. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. All right, let's see. Did it come up now? Okay, yep. All right. This is my VMware. Now, if you guys see, these are all different computers, virtual machines, but again, operating systems that I'm running inside Zorin, okay, which is on that computer. I also can run it on my Windows 11, which I do have virtual machines. So if you see here, these are all different computers, all running on this one computer. This is why I said this is where memory comes in handy. I only got 8 gigs, but some of these I only need maybe 4 gigs because I'm sharing the memory of this operating system with these operating systems, these virtual machines. So this is why I said it's very important. If you got 32 or 64 gigs, you can run way bigger labs. So if I ever do get stuck, I've got 16 gigs on this laptop that I'm running that you guys aren't seeing, but this computer that I just showed you the specs is an i3 processor with 8 gigs. But I'll be able to show you we can still do a lot with this. As you see right here, I got a Ubuntu version of 2504. So we can spin this up, and all you do, you start it up, it'll load it up, and it's all virtual. So we're giving it 2 gigs of memory, and we gave it 2 processors, and the hard drive space, I gave it 80 gigs, okay? As you see here, I got a Windows 10 version of Windows 10 here. Now, I set this up because this was a scammer bait box, but it's got Windows 10 Flare in it, which is some security tools and stuff. And then I got Linux Lite. Here's a Windows 11 64 version. But if you guys look down here, here's a Windows 10, see, 2024 scam baiting. It's got all sorts of different little little traps and different programs to where the scammer, when he gets in there, it's like a honeypot, right? Here's like banking account information, and this is where I keep them. They want to go there. Well, what happens is they get stuck inside there, and then they don't realize it's a honeypot. And then I keep them trapped inside, and then we do a reverse connection, and now we can hack them, and now we can find out and geolocate their positions and everything that we need to learn. Then we got this one, as you see, Windows 11 scam baiting box. Then this one is a forensics tool set, which would be cyber forensics and stuff. Again, there's many distributions of Linux that you can do for multiple tasks and multiple things. Here we got Kali Linux. This is what I hack with all the time, and this is what we'll be doing in my classes all the time. Kali has all the built-in tools, and if you haven't seen, you can watch some of my videos. I got one called Mr. Robot. It shows you us connecting to the other virtual machine, and then we hack it. And again, if you guys want to do a live version of these are older images and stuff, but I got tons of CTS in the images, and I can show y'all how we set it up, and we'll hack them and do all that. And again, you learn a lot of stuff. Here's Remnix. Remnix is great. This is more for like reverse engineering and also, again, a lot of tools. Also, malware analysis. Because with malware analysis, we want to isolate the malware or the virus so it don't spread throughout the network, and we can test it and see what damage it does on an actual live machine. But we take snapshots so we can restore and go back to those images. So if you guys are into malware analysis, I got tons of stuff, and we'll do some training on that. It's a great thing if you want to get into stuff like that. We got Eve, and this Eve NG is more of a networking lab. So you got there's GNS3, there's EvenG, and then you got packet tracer. But again, it's more like Cisco. But again, you can set up a full network. So if you're trying to set up a lab, you got servers, you got your firewalls, you got pretty much anything. But you can create all virtually as long as you got the memory and the hardware. But you can also set up like Cisco routers, devices, Palo Alto, different vendors. And now what's cool is in that lab, you can set up Kali, and now you can attack those networks that you got set up. So you can attack those firewalls or try to exploit them, and you can do all this stuff. And then also, if you got like your SIEMs in place and your EDRs, which again is more of a security standpoint, you can see the logs and the type of attack. So you're seeing everything that you would inside a real world career, right? So you get to see all aspects of working in a SOC, Security Operations Center. You see the pen testing from Kali and how the exploits are running. We can also do techniques of running Wireshark to see what's actually coming across the wire and being able to monitor the traffic coming in. And then again, we can set up different systems like Windows 11, different desktops that might be in there, maybe a server. And again, we can also set up like Nginx. So we can set up different servers where we can host stuff. So again, you get to see multiple engineering and developer side of things. And again, we will be building all this stuff out in our labs. So therefore, you're going to learn a lot. So you'll learn not only how to build these things and do the front end and the back end. So therefore, you can make a lot of money doing that. Then you also got the security side of things, right? How to defend and protect it, right? And put patches and all that stuff in place. Same thing with the WordPress and all that. And then we also know the hacking side of it. So now you get to pick whatever flavor, and we will get into, like I said, reverse engineering code. So we'll be able to go in and see how to create malware and how to do it, because we got to understand how to defend it. So I'm showing you many aspects of IT on your journey. And again, we got the networking side. So you're going to learn all that, whatever you want to get into and make good money at. And then there's, like I said, there's some other boring topics we probably need to get into, but it's legal stuff that you definitely need to know. And then PNet, this is a networking type of lab. And then this is another Kali Linux version. This is more current, 2025 too. And then this one is all labs, which is just different hacking scenarios. So again, they're specifically created for you to practice and test on hacking, like web exploitation, going after web apps, going after APIs. And again, we'll get into more of these topics, but again, it gives you a nice roundabout. And this is stuff that I set up all for my classes, and we'll get into some more deeper stuff. So I definitely want you guys to see. And I got a SIEM and everything already set up, so I want to kind of show you guys that too. But again, that'll be in future videos. So if you guys find any of this stuff interesting, let me know. So that was the virtual side thing. So again, there's Ubuntu. We're using Zorin. There's another one that I do want to mention because a lot of people are using this. And this is called, my brain just went blank for a minute, Mint. And Linux Mint is nice. I've used this for a long time for my daily. It's a nice, clean version, but I'll give you guys kind of a rundown. And if you guys want, we could do an install. This is Linux Mint 22.2, okay? So what pretty much you become, you would download the image, and these images are called ISOs, ISO or whatever, and you can do it in a virtual machine. You can burn it to a zip drive, and again, you can install it and run it. Right. See, here's the installation instructions. So if you see here, here's where the download is. See, choose the right edition for you. Verify your ISO image, and I'm going to show you guys when we do Zorin here. So you're all these things are pretty much similar. Okay, especially the Linux stuff. And again, just always read the documentation. You need to do this when you're, like I said, in tech or IT anyway. Always read, okay? This is how you do a live boot, so you can boot directly from the disk. It'll run. And, while we're speaking of that, let me grab this laptop and plug it in, and I'll show you guys. Hold on. All right. Oops. Get my headphone. And let me see if I got a socket open that I can plug this. Yeah, right there. Okay. Now you guys are going to hear a loud buzz. That's because I need to repair this laptop. The fan went out on it. But this is an older laptop too. This is an old i5. And maybe you guys have a laptop like this. I don't know. All right, let's see. Put this underneath here. Now, this is going to be kind of crap because I'm not sharing my screen. So we're going to do this. Oops. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. And you know what? Let me take this camera out of circular real quick. Might have to. Now where am I though? No. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to. There I am, but where is my? Why isn't it not putting me on the? Oh, I got to put it above. Sorry. All right. So now you guys should be able to see me. Oh, not yet. Let's see. Let's bring me over this way. Got a transition. So I don't know what's giving me that circle ring. And I can bring myself down where I'm not looking so big. Let's try to bring me like right there. Maybe a little bit smaller. Well, actually, I do want to make myself bigger here. So you guys can see this computer. All right. It's not the best, but it is what it is. Why is it looking all circular? Oh, it's my green screen. That's what was throwing me off. All right. So this guys give you an idea. We're gonna do this old school. I could have shared the screen, but I didn't have all that set up. I didn't even think about doing that. All right, as you see, we have an old HP computer, and let's see, does it even have the model on here? No, I'm not sure what exactly model it is. Let's see if it shows us inside. A Beats Audio. It's a Pavilion HP. So as you see, it's an older one. It's not. I can't remember what's all on here. I think it might have 8 gigs, an i5 on it, but it's got Intel definitely in here. So let's power it up. So if you guys don't know, what we're going to be doing is, here's my USB stick. I think this is 16 gigs. 8 gigs would be fine. I think this one's 16. It's an old verbatim. You can pick these up really cheap at the store. So what we're going to do is, once you download your ISO image, we got to burn that image and make it into a bootable USB. And that's what we did here. You can use a tool called Rufus. There's a couple other tools. And I could show you all the tool. I'm not going to do it because I've already done it physically. But this is what you would do if you want to boot from a USB and put it on actual hardware or your operating system without doing a virtual machine. Okay, that's why I'm showing you all this. So here we go. USB. Plug it right on in, as you see. This is going to be kind of crappy showing, but see, this is when it comes in handy if I got, whoops, hold on. My headphones are messing up. All right. Comes in handy when you got 2 cameras. All right, so let's see. You don't need to see my ugly mug anyway. All right. As you see, here's this. Let's try to get this microphone. It's still picking me up. Here's the power button. So let's do that. There we go. Now let's look at the screen. And it says right here, see, we can try or install Zorin OS or try to install Zorin S in safe mode, or graphics mode, or try to install Zorin. So we're just going to try it out. And if you hear that humming noise, that's this fan that's underneath here. It's went bad. I need to replace it. So I'm always going, trying to get it to be quiet. But it definitely needs to be replaced. And it's actually a cheap fix. I think it's like a $6 or $8 fan off Amazon. And if you guys want to see me going through that, I'll show you guys how to take apart a PC and how we can replace and put a part in. It's not that hard. So as you see, there's Zorin loading up. Now, you got to remember, there's no hard drive in this. We're booting straight off this USB drive. Now, another cool thing that people don't know, there's some other operating systems, if you're definitely into security, there's one called Tails. And what's great is you can boot off a USB, and any of your activity on that computer, once you take that USB drive out, everything's gone. The operating system, everything. Same thing like now. If I take this out, there's no operating, there's no hard drive, there's no nothing in here. Everything has to be stored off this. Now, eventually, I'm going to put a hard drive back in here. But yeah, once I remove this USB, anything that I've done, I'm a ghost. Nothing exists. Now, again, they could still track stuff through my online activity. But if I was using Tails, I can make myself completely a ghost. Again, and I can show you guys that if you're more interested, but I'm just showing you how this boots up. And as you see, it's still loading the stuff through. And again, this is an older piece of hardware. And you also got to remember, we're loading off of a drive. You can also burn it to CDs, but a lot of computers these days don't have CD players anymore. I think, actually, this one still does, see? DVD, CD player. But most current computers don't have that. And if anybody is unfamiliar, when you get ready to boot up, if it don't want to boot up off that USB drive, your F11 keys, especially HP, it's usually F2 or F12. You keep hitting it, it'll go into the BIOS screen. When you go into the BIOS screen, you're going to select, and that's also where you can turn on virtualization too, if your virtualization's not working. But in those settings, you can turn on virtualization. But then the main thing is you want to go to like UEFI mode, and you can go to legacy if it'll let you. If not, you can do your boot order. So you say, I don't want to boot from the hard drive or the OS. You want to boot from this USB drive, and it'll give it a letter. Once you do that, you save and exit. Now when you boot it up, it'll now boot from this as the first device instead of your hard drive. So if you have that issue. And let's see, where are we at? Oh, okay. The thing is, I was supposed to hit, say, Control C to cancel, but I didn't do that. That's why it's taken so long. But right here, there's this thing called a checksum. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'll show you here. Let me see. Well, we're looking at the screen. Yeah, I have to zoom it down. There's a checksum. When you download your image, they'll give you a checksum. And what it is, it's a number. What we want to do is after you download it, we're going to compare it and make sure that they match up. That's to make sure nothing was corrupted or, let's say, maybe even interjected or injected into that operating system. We want to make sure it's clean, right? Because if anything was changed, one of the variables will actually change. Therefore, we'll know it's been compromised. So therefore, it could be hacked, it could be exploited. So this is just a way, if y'all don't know, a security way of checking to make sure your software is secure. And this is running a checksum anyway, so it's checking to verify, is it matching up? But again, you guys can check it on your own as well, and I'll show you on the website when we download it. But yeah, if I would have hit that, it don't usually take this long to boot in. You know, will it let me do that right now? Or should I just let it? We're almost through. It's hard to do it this. Did it do it? Okay, here we go. See, it skipped it. So you can skip it. I know it's safe because I already checked the checksum. So we watch here. There's Zorin, and now you're going to see it's going to look exactly how it looked on my other computer here because I was loaded hardware. Now again, this is going to run slower, and the reason why is because again we're running off that USB drive. I don't have anything installed on a hard. There's no hard drive on this computer. So if you guys were to install it for the first time, you'll see this even in the virtual machine. We can try Zorin or we can install Zorin. So for this one, we're going to do is we don't want to install it because I don't have a hard drive anyway. If you see over here, you got to pick your language that you want to install in. We'll see this on the virtual machine. So we're just going to put try Zorin. It's hard doing things from the side like that. I know it's kind of ghetto. The people are like, I can't even see the thing, but if I would have thought about it, I would have set up the second camera and then I could have done this, or actually I could have remote accessed into this. But as you see, same features, right? Let me see if I can get it in the screen good. As you see here, same features. So therefore, you see it does work on hardware, older hardware, and again, your internet and all that. And I'm going to show you. Let me pull this back over this way now. I'll put this here. So that's the laptop. And let me bring my picture back down because we don't need to see my ugly mug anymore. Let's do this. Do that. Transition. Pull me up right about there. All right. We still should be good. Yeah. All right. So, again, different versions that we could use. So, again, we went over Linux Mint. There's a lot of nice little features on Linux Mint. Let me see if I can show you guys. There's different editions. See, because there's Cinnamon, Mate, and XFC. That's the same thing when you kind of saw with Zorin. Oh, now I actually want to show you guys one cool thing on Zorin. But again, they're just different flavors and also just, see, Linux Mint comes in 3 different flavors, each featuring a different desktop environment. Okay, this is Mint. Cinnamon is the most modern innovation and full feature desktop. And then you got Mate, which is a more traditional and faster desktop. And then you got XFCE, which is the most lightweight desktop. Okay. And that's what's great about Linux. All these are free and they offer different operating systems or different flavors for different situations you might need. See, Microsoft, you're like, oh, it's an all-in-one, and it does. But again, a lot of times things don't work with it. And again, Linux has made it easier now, too, to install applications. And if you guys didn't know, in Zorin and certain other, I think Mint might, but I know Zorin specifically does, you can now run Windows applications, which are usually executables. See, Linux does not use executables, kind of like, what to say, a Mac, right? Or OS X. We run packages, okay? So the thing is, there are certain software that we'll say are alternatives to Windows, but let's say you can't find an alternative, and I'm going to show you that in a second. You can actually run Windows programs. Now, again, it's being virtualized the way they're doing it. It's usually through Wine, but again, it'll still work. Now, again, nothing super excessive. So, if you see here, again, it's very laid out very nicely. And again, it'll show you whatever. All right. So if we come here, Ubuntu is another very popular one that everybody likes to use. Zorin to me is in between. It's user friendly, but it's also got some power behind it. And I just think it looks cooler, to be truthful, just visually, but also as the features go as well. So let's go back to the one that we're using, Zorin. Now, this is the cool thing about Zorin too. You can do this with a lot of Linux distributions. There's other multiple software you can do, but this is for any parents out there, or anybody that maybe works in a school. Okay. Now, there is a version of Zorin you can get called Zorin Pro, and I think it's like $30 or whatever. And the thing is, it's great. If you guys want to support, because with Linux and all that, these are engineer and developers. You understand? They're offering their time to make these softwares free for everybody. You understand? They could charge money for this, but they don't. Well, if you wanted to support the team and the developers and stuff, you could buy the pro version and you actually get a lot of nice little features with it. And they got more layouts. But just to show you here, see, you got Zorin Grid. Here's the computers. You got help and then a blog. But what I want to show you here is if we go to download, let's say we want to look at some of these versions. See, this is the pro version. There are 6 premium desktop layouts. Now, what they do is they're, what to say, like themes, okay? So they got Mac OS, Windows 11, and Classic. So Windows Classic, which would be like XP, Chrome OS, and more. So therefore, you just click a button, everything will lay out. See right here, this is kind of like a Windows 11 layout right here. How my desktop and my programs are. See, if we click here, see, these are my programs, right? This is what's installed on the computer. This is the format that I like. But you can go to where, actually, can I go into my preferences? You can go, let's see. I'll show you. We can go into the preferences and I can change it. I'm just like trying to do it here on the live. I don't want to screw up my configuration. But as you see here, professional grade, creative suite of apps. So it comes pre-installed with apps. But you can download this stuff, but this is already configured for you. Advanced production tools, or productivity tools. It's also built with an alternative to over 5,000 professional software. Now, this is the thing that's really cool. And stuff is too, we can look up and find programs that we want, right? Now, there's another thing. This is our software store. If you see here, Explore, these are what I have installed. See, these are all the programs I've got installed. And then what's cool about this is updates. Any updates to any of your software will always show up here. You manually can pick and say, yes, I want to install updates, or no. See, Microsoft, remember, they kind of took that option away. And then in Windows 11, they're like, oh, they brought it somewhat back, but then they're forcing you to do updates. So this, you get so much more control with Linux over Windows. So if we come here, just to show you here, they got tabs too. So these are programs for work, things for play. And just to give you an idea of some of the stuff I got installed. Anki. These are flashcards for studying. I do these for my classes. So all they are is this digital flashcards. Ask you a question. Then it also keeps track of your performance, how many you got right, how many you got incorrect. You can also put it in a different deck where it'll shuffle them up and stuff. It's a great study tool. And again, not just for tech, but any type of studying you're trying to do. You can add in your own questions and all that. You can do multiple choice, whatever. All right. That's just the game controller, nothing there. AnyDesk, that is another remote access tool. So if you guys notice here, I'm running RustDesk, which is connecting to this computer here from my Windows computer. And then, just to give you guys an idea, this is my setup. I have a Mac here. This is an old iMac. Now, if you notice, I'm actually running my WordPress site on here. This is what I've been working on, and I'll show you all that. But see, that's Zorin. So I took Mac OS X off because it was outdated. I couldn't upgrade no more. This is a very older iMac. So I think the last one I was running on here was, what was it? It's not Safari. That's way too old. I was like 2 versions behind. I'm not a Mac guy or an Apple guy, OS X, but I was like 2 versions behind. This hardware was too old. It wouldn't upgrade. So I was like, you know what? You can use any older hardware and put Linux on here and still make them run almost like they're brand new. They're still functional. So if you guys have older hardware, you probably, unless it's really, really ancient, like you're running like, I don't know, like a Pentium 2 or something like that, you can still use your hardware, okay? Linux will run and it's very minimalized, especially when it comes to RAM. You can get something to run off 512 of memory. We're going back to like old gateway computers. So again, Linux is very nice. Now, Zorin, like I said, it's got its requirements, but it'll pretty much run, uh, unless you really got some ancient dinosaur to run on whatever. So that's what I did here. So if you see, same thing. See, I got different programs that's here. So this is how you find your programs. We got different desktops. See, so I can go to that desktop. You can do multiple desktops. Another cool feature, if you guys didn't know, this is our file structure. Okay, so if you're used to, let's grab here. See, it's also got the animation. See, I can do the wiggle effect. We can change some of these effects up too if you guys like stuff like that. We can do like a 3D block. So when you can move it in a 3D block, you can have different desktop environments. So you got multiple desktops that you can use. Okay, so if you go here, I can see my tabs that are open. And it's got a lot of the same features as Windows 11, but to me, it's snappier, it's faster, and it's great for old hardware. As you see here, this is Flame Shot. This is what I take screen captures with, so screen recording. These are my settings. If you look here, this is going to give you just a general overview of the file structure. Actually, you know what? Instead of showing you on the screen, let me do it on this one because I think you guys can see it a lot better. Let me get back here. Okay, this is where we're downloading Zorin. Just let me give you an idea of the operating system, the layout. All right, as you see here, these were the programs that we were doing. We come up here, desktop environments. So there, see, I'm on a second desktop. So like I said, maybe you want one for work, one for play, one for whatever. You can arrange it however you like. Let's go back out to the file structure. Now, this is where some people will be like, this is where it does get different to Windows, but they've set it up to make it more, what to say, my brain's going blank now. More, anybody know the word I'm looking for? Where you would, for Windows people, more recognizable, okay? So that you'll know how to do it. But when we get to the command prompt, terminal, command prompts in Windows, we're going to show you there's going to be some variances, okay? And I got classes on that. So if you guys are thinking about moving over to Linux, I will have classes even on my Discord. We can set up and I'll show you basic commands and different things when we manually do, because that's where the power comes into Linux over Windows. You got so much power at the terminal, and I'll show you that in just a second. But as you see here, this is our home, okay? There's our documents. So you guys will be like, say, now here's this different resources I got for different things for my classes and stuff. You'll see CCNA, study things here. So you guys will see this if you do some of my classes, some walkthroughs on HCA, forensics and all that. Stuff I've downloaded. There's your music, your pictures. Again, these are just screenshots. All your videos. And then you got your trash folder, right? You got other locations. Now, you can also change your layouts. Like so you can see your different grids, however you want to lay it out. So whatever. And then here, you get your preferences and stuff. Other things that's pretty cool on just Linux itself. If you guys look here, is this bar blocking it? No. Okay. All right. If you look down at the bottom, same thing with the taskbar. You got your clock off to the far right-hand side. Here's your power button. So if you see here, very similar to how Windows 11 is. Here's your audio, where you can do your volume up and down, your microphone. This is my internet connection. So again, you would just click here. Usually it tells me the Wi-Fi. See, I'm on Spectrum, showing me my router. You can change from light mode to dark mode. See, light mode, I don't like light mode. I'm more of a dark mode type of guy. So that's what I like to stay in. I said it'll probably do it again. Yeah, see, light mode, dark mode. That's nice. And again, I like things easy on my eyes. I'm very dark mode. Oh, Zorin Connect is really cool. Now, they got apps that you can download because people have so many different devices. With Zorin Connect, there's other third parties that use it, but this is actually pretty cool the way they do this. is that it'll sync up your devices across your network or across your home. So let's say you got a tablet and you got a PC and you want them all to be able to communicate or drop files and share files. With Zorin Connect, it makes it very simple that way. Now, the thing is, as long as they're on Zorin. Now, there are other applications. Let's say you got a Mac, and then you got a Linux system, and then you got a Windows system, or maybe you got a Chromebook. To get all those to communicate and talk, right? Sometimes it don't always work. They like to break. Well, the thing is, with Zorin, it's very great across all the devices. But again, if you guys want to do stuff with other platforms or other operating systems, there are programs out there that can do that, and we can step it through. But for Zorin, I have to say it's very simple. You click a button, it syncs up. It's almost like a Bluetooth connection. When it recognizes, you can actually set up a encrypted password. So therefore, somebody else doesn't try to get if they get on your computer, they can't get access to all your devices. So there's security and stuff. And that's one cool thing with Linux is that you do have a lot of security features that are implemented, and Zorin specifically one of them that's already pre-configured. Me, on the other hand, I do like to do some tweaks and all that, but I'm going to say right out of the box, even if you're not techie, this thing, it's got security in place, a firewall and all that for you. But I would still say anything can be hacked, okay, and exploited. So I just tried to show you, even though the security's there, there's ways to always tweak and tighten things up. But again, I don't know your use case on what you're doing, but I like to show people to always be safe, better safe than sorry, right? But then I get it sometimes your setup might be, oh, I got these devices, I need this, and I don't do as much as stuff like that, especially social media, syncing stuff. And that's another thing I can show you guys there. If you guys like automation, which we will be doing that in the networking, where we'll write scripts and bash scripts and different things to do. But you can do stuff with your social media. And that's the same thing I want to show you guys with my Discord community. And if you guys haven't seen, I think I got it running here. This is one of my older communities. It's my original one for mentors. If you guys ever look at my videos, you'll see mentors. And I have a Discord. But let me see, where did I put this? And that's what we're doing here. And it is mainly for tech. I'm still going to keep this one up. I'm working on another one for M3, but I'm thinking I might incorporate it in here. I don't really want to keep having everybody move because I know I could lose a lot of people. But what I want to show. Oh, did I lose my connection? Oh, wait. There it is. Okay. There's my browser screwing around with me for a minute. I might start lagging a little bit because I'm waiting for this to open up. Not that one. That's my OBS. We want this one. Sorry about that. And turn that off. We don't need that. Okay, grab it. Here we go. This is my Discord. Okay. So if you guys are unfamiliar, Discord's free. You guys can go out online. You can download it on your phone, any type of your computer, or whatever. It's a great way to build a community. So if you guys have a YouTube, or even if you don't have a YouTube, you want to create a community where you can hang out and interact with your people on your channel. Another cool thing is there is a way you can create these where you have paywalls. So if you see here, let me go here. I have different communities and stuff that I've joined, and then other ones that I work. So my friend Shanda made one, Family for Life. That's for us and stuff. Didn't really have a lot of people. As you guys see, this is my Discord. So when you first come in, if you go on my YouTube channel, and let's see, we can probably do it from here too, huh? All right, oops. Pull this one. All right, let's pull this browser back up. That's one thing when you're sitting here running with virtual machines or remote connections, trying to remember which computer you're connected to. So let's do YouTube. I know you guys ain't dumb, and you guys can probably figure this stuff out, but I just like to show just so people, don't say, hey, you could go through a lot more and you don't show people stuff. All right, let's see. This is one of my other YouTubes. Yep. So let's switch this account. And I have multiple YouTube accounts. And like I said, there's my new M3. So if you guys haven't seen it, let's log into that real quick. I want to show you guys that. And then I'll show you my Discord invite. If we go here, let's view my channel. There's really nothing here. I just put an intro video. But this is my new channel. So if you guys look it up, it's called M3. You'll see this little logo. And then I got a new little video that I made. Let's see. Yeah, see. Knowledge just one click away. It's a little short video. I got 3 likes. Hey, thank you. 3 people, whoever liked it. But yeah, this is what I was going to start doing with my new content and putting on my tech stuff here, because I was thinking a lot of people were like, yeah, Mentors is kind of all about karaoke. But again, I still love tech and I'm still very good at it. So let's come back over here. Let's go switch that account. Go back under Mentors. And I got other channels too if you guys are into theology or philosophical debates and stuff like that. Religion, politics, I have channels for that as well. And I'll be trying to launch. So I got a lot of stuff planned ahead. I'm a very nuanced type of person. All right, let's view this channel. All right, so as you guys see, here's the Mentors channel that you guys probably be watching this video on. If you notice here, it says Welcome to Mentors. And the thing is, what was so bad is when most people were seeing my intro videos, like my home video specifically, but under videos, when you're first coming, you're always going to see me saying, hey, if you even look at the description, I kind of got away from that. See, welcome to the Mentors community. Do you enjoy networking, information security, or pen testing? If so, you got to remember, I've had this YouTube channel, probably going back to, wait, doesn't it say when I created this channel? 2018. This one was 2018. I actually have videos that go all the way back to around 2008. I've had different channels. But again, tech. So if you see here and see, this is what it was. See, if so, your journey begins today. No experience? No problem. I will provide you all everything or all you need to explore a rewarding and exciting career we call InfoSec and networking. So let's get motivated. Hoorah, if you guys don't know, I was in the Marine Corps. I was an E4 corporal. I served from 95 to 99. See, and I was a 3451, a fiscal fund administrator or technician, whatever they call it. So let's get motivated and start exploring and creating some labs and break some stuff. Hoorah! Mentors Discord community invite. So if you don't know, you would take this little invite, right? You're going to copy it. Then what you would do is you go download this little app called Discord on your phone or your computer. And then what you're going to do is, let's see, you're going to come down here to the very bottom. So I got a lot of different channels. I haven't used this in a while. Yeah. You won't have all this, okay? You'll have this little plus button now. You're going to go add server. And what you're going to do is you can create your own servers if you guys want to do that. And I can give you guys a tutorial and show you guys how I set mine up. And I can help you create your own communities. And again, I don't charge nobody for nothing. I just like helping people out and sharing information. But if you notice here, you go join server, and you're going to take that thing that you copied, that link, and you would pipe it right here. Then let me see, did I copy it? No, that's not it. So let's see, let's do it the proper way it would actually be done. So we're going to go here. We're going to come back here, and we're going to take this Discord, see, like that. We're going to right click, and we're going to copy it. Or Control C, Control V, right? Control copy, Control paste. And then we're going to come back over here to Discord. And we're going to come back down to where we were, the little plus sign. And we're going to go, we can create our own, but we're not going to do it. We want to join. Jimmy is my name, by the way. Or Mentors Discord. And we're going to go join server. And you're going to right click and you paste, right? And once you do that, you go join server. Now it should say I'm already part of the server. So it's going to bring you right here. Now, what's going to happen is when you join, you're going to come into this welcome page, but there's going to be an invite And what it's going to do is it's going to, by your questions, that it's going to ask you questions, by your answers, it's going to assign you roles. And that those roles will open up different channels. Now, on my side, I see all of these channels. You won't see all these channels because you guys don't have those roles. But once you go through my courses and stuff, as you see, I've got stuff already set up. But again, you can do video chats, we can do one-on-ones. This will give you a general idea on how the Discord works. Here's your welcome channel, right? So you can, it's going to welcome you, say, and get, by a mentor. Introduction. You can type something, say something about yourself to say, hey, my name's blah, blah, I saw you on YouTube, whatever. Introduce yourself so other people in the community can know and I can know you. Announcements. This is where I will give announcements on different things, upcoming projects that I'm doing, so people can stay up to date. You're also going to have to sign these rules. It seems like there's a lot, but again, it's called CYA, cover your ass. Because if you come in here and you do something stupid or anything with my, you know, information that I've actually sharing with people, that's all on you, and I got my butt covered, and I will let you know you will be banned immediately from my Discord, and I will make sure you will never be able to return. So, ask for help. I expect that people might have questions. I do have the moderators. I'm the only moderator. So when people do join the community and actually gets bigger, it would be great to have other people that might want to be moderators, and I'll definitely give you a try. And if you like it and stuff, because different time zones, right? I can't be on here 24/7. And another cool thing about Discord is just because people don't see, you look down here at the bottom, I don't know how well you can see it. There's my name. But if you right click, oops, sorry. If I click here, see, I'm invisible. You can make yourself invisible too. Because I don't like people to know I'm always online. And sometimes I am here, sometimes I'm not. But I don't like people always knowing what I'm doing and being able to follow. So you can put do not disturb, so you don't want people, just showing. But I like to be invisible. But again, you can put yourself online. And usually with my classes, I'll put myself online so people know. But most of the general time, you can reach me out on Discord. If you guys don't know, you can also do DMs, right? Direct messages. So you can direct message me. However, unless I kind of know you on a more personal level, I prefer people talk to me in the Discord. So therefore, it's more professional, right? Because again, I'm not here to date people. I'm not here to hook up and all that. I'm here to help teach people and help to do whatever. And I'm not saying that's what people would do, but I know the internet. And I don't want people, trying to hack. People will try to hack me, trying to send me goofy pictures or have me click on links. And I'm saying I'm very well informed, and I'm gonna say, can I be? I've been hacked before. I'm gonna say it can happen to anybody. But the thing is, I'm very knowledgeable. And again, if anybody does try to do anything illegal or whatever, or harassing anybody in my community, I will make sure I come down with the fullest force, and every law enforcement agency I know that I got contacts with, and we will get, especially if you're an American citizen, your butt will go to jail. 100%. There will be harassment, stalking charges, cyber crimes. Like, it'll be bad for you. So I'm just trying to say, I want everybody to know it's an ethical community. We can joke around. We all have fun and stuff. Because again, I don't want to be serious all the time, but I want you to know there's an end go out of all this. I do like to meet new people. And again, you don't have to be into certifications, and maybe you just want to learn some security, or maybe you just want to learn how to protect yourself and your data online. That's what the community is about. And again, we got other fun stuff because again, it's a community, right? I got suggestions and feedback, so that's a forum. But I like to find out different things I can improve my server and what I can help do even in my classes to help you guys or what you would like to learn. This is where you can leave information and stuff. For those that's never used Discord, I got Discord 101, and then we also got it for a mobile. So this is for like PCs and laptops. This is more for mobile. So if you've never used Discord, this is handy dandy right here. You can watch through it, and then you can learn through it. And if you have any questions, you can always ask me. This is one of my courses, and it comes with labs and all that. This is when we get to the pen testing side of it. But these are the different modules. I got some more modules that I'll be creating and adding up. But again, it's a full-fledged course. So if you see packet sniffing and Wireshark, because Module 1, buffer overflows, Module 2, scanning and reconnaissance, Metasploit framework, Android application reverse engineering and obfuscation, operating system security and the Internet of Things, wireless exploitation and defenses, firewall and intrusion detection systems, which therefore I was talking before about SIEMs, EDRs, and that's where that would get them into. And then the final exam and project. And again, I will have like a Google Classroom. So if you guys are familiar with that, you have all your resources there. You'll think of it more like school, to where you will have homework, you'll have things that you have to turn in, you will be graded and stuff, because by that I can, understand, hey, is this person competent and ready to move on to the next level? And therefore, I can now grant you a role to where it'll open up another channel to where you would have access to. But again, if that's not what you're into, then you don't have to worry about any of that, okay? But again, you can do it on your own time. There's no rush. There's no whatever, because I will have videos. You guys could watch it. But with the labs and stuff, it will be like a class environment, to where I'll schedule things. We'll sit down. We'll walk through and stuff. But those won't be recorded. So I just want people to know the stuff in the Discord will be live. It'll be me, you, whoever's there for the engagement, and we'll do all that. But those will not be recorded videos. Because one, out of your privacy, I don't want to throw you out on the internet. And number two, if I'm putting it up on YouTube, we want people to come and hang out with us and get your hands dirty, right? Now, if you want to monkey see, monkey do and follow a video or stuff, or maybe a live stream, you could do that. But this is more personal, right? It's growing a community. I get to know you, you get to know me, and then we can also network with each other, right? We have off-topic discussions, so this is where you post stuff here. So this is general conversations. So as you see, I've been trying to get people engaged. See, sup peeps, anyone ready to do a meetup and a hacking tonight? I'm going to join the voice chat. So we do have voice channels. So if you guys notice right here, up, pull down. So we got class chat. So these are the voice channels. But see, these are tools that we have. So I'll have resources in here, class lab resources. So if you see, this is resources for the classes. These are different tools that you can download, get off GitHub and all that we'll be using in class, and just miscellaneous stuff too that you just might want to tinker around with. And hopefully you guys will share some of this stuff. Because I got some of the channels will only be stuff that I can post, but this stuff is for you guys to post stuff in and share. General voice is where we would hang out. If you see here, it'll let me join, but you guys ain't probably going to be able to see my camera or nothing. Let's see. Yeah. So see, I'm in there now. Yeah, my microphone's working, so it's showing, and hopefully I didn't cut off from my stream. But while we're in there, you're going to be able to, that you'll be able to, right here, you click the bubble, you can chat too. So if you don't have a microphone or you don't want to show your face, you don't have to. And you can also engage in the class through chat, right? And then, this is general voice. This is when we're just talking about random stuff. This is for classes. We also have a chill zone, so if you guys want to hang out, listen to music, share different music and stuff, I got a channel for that. See, I already got some songs and stuff that I posted up in there, stuff I like to listen to when I'm hacking, doing stuff like that. Also, since you guys like karaoke and I like karaoke, we got to have some karaoke party, right? So I got a karaoke party channel, so we just go in there, sing some karaoke, have some fun. We also have a movie night, so if you guys want to do that, because again, we can learn and stuff, but it's also a community. We want to have fun, right? Now, if you see here, these are where the training starts. So GitHub, Hugo, or Git.io, this is showing you what I mentioned before and how you can create your own website. You can post it up on GitHub, and you can host it for free, a static website. And then if you want, we can go into stuff more like, again, why did my brain go blank? I was working on it over here. It's getting late, so that's when my brain's starting to fog up a little bit. Why am I not? WordPress, my fault. Yeah. But again, we can do WordPress and all that, like a blog setup stuff. It's got a back end and database and all that. But what we do here and stuff, see, Google Classroom invite, Those, again, I can do for Google Classroom. It's the easy way to post my sources, and I can track my students. Is the different types of resources that'll be in there. So as you see, Visual Studio Code, showing you how to install that, because we're going to be doing code editing. Hugo, we're going to be doing that. And then a complete list. Again, I give you all the resources that you're going to need. So let's build from here. So you're going to learn some GitHub. GitHub's great because you got repositories, and if you're an engineer, developer, or just a coder or whatever, this is how you share your projects. And again, it's great for employers to look at. See, we got the basics. So I kind of give you here, talk about GitHub pages and stuff. And then we got our chat, and we also have our lab and our study chat. So if you have any questions and stuff during a lab, you can join and you can talk there. Then the other courses we got, as you see here, and I'm going to have more coming. But again, I'm putting together full-fledged courses that you can watch as playlists, or you can download the videos and play at home on your own if you don't want to join the Discord. So we got Windows Linux fundamentals. Or fundamentals. So first one, how to run Windows, right? So like here, Windows. When I say clicking Windows, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actual Windows. Like, are you a power user? This is what I want to do. When I say PowerShell, do you understand PowerShell? Do you understand a command prompt? That's what we're talking about, fundamentals, okay? I know some people, oh, I know Windows. We're talking about what's underneath the hood. So as you see a command prompt, do you understand what a command prompt is? Do you understand how to interact with the shell, right? So the thing is, System32 is a shell. So the thing is, we're in C, users, jack. That's a directory we're in, right? And if you know, on Windows, we're going to, I'm not even typing it on the right keyboard. The right directory. See? So now you get to see all my different folders in here. How to navigate the system, right? How to add in system security preferences. How to sit here and put people into groups. How to, administrator groups and all that. And eventually on Windows, we're going to get into Active Directory. And Active Directory we'll do on like a Windows server or whatever. So we'll set that up. But again, also learning Linux fundamentals. So as you see, as we go back, but this is my Discord. I'll show you that in a minute. That we'll be doing stuff in the terminal, so I don't get distracted. Let's pull this, and we're here. Okay, yeah. Let's get back to the system. So same thing here. If we click here, we have a terminal. Now the thing is, terminology means different things. This terminal is bash, like a bash terminal, okay? But this is a Linux terminal. This is different than a command prompt or PowerShell. Now, certain commands we might be able to run, but you understand that's Windows, this is Linux. And if you see the structure and everything's laid out differently too. Notice it says mentors, HP Pavilion Desktop, giving me my path, right? See, if I type in dir, now notice, it gives me directories, but it's saying desktop, documents. We also use other commands like ls. Now on Windows, they got a thing that they added, what was that called? You can run Linux on Windows. They added it in as more virtual, and it was very popular there for a while. But the thing is, you're not running in a full shell. So I'm like, if you're going to do that and stuff, what was it called? Windows. I don't know if anybody's in the chat and might actually be able to know. Again, it's getting late. My brain's starting. Oh, well, this chat is ignored. See you later. Yeah, Donald, I'm not reading the chat. Discord is always, was this? Always calls me Discord from the beginners, so I don't use it. Jitsy's great as well. I don't know if you're still here, Donald. Is this the beta? No, this isn't the beta. 18.0 is the beta one. This is 17.3. This is the stable version. Oh, well, this chat is ignored. See you later. Do I even know you, Donald? And again, I don't know anything about you, so I'm looking at your questions. Discord has always calls me Discord from the beginning. Well, then you don't need to use Discord. So I don't use it. Jitsi is not the same as Discord. And again, you can serve Jitsi, and yeah, that's more like a Zoom. So I'm going to say, yeah, it's open source, and I agree. I like Jitsi as well, or something else would be better. Like what? I got other Gilded servers good too. Again, see, this is prime example of what I love about the tech world. Everybody's got an opinion, right? And then they want to say, oh, Mac over Linux, or this Linux distribution's better. Everybody knows if you're going to use Linux, you got to use Arch, right? Everybody's got to be the gatekeeper. See, the thing is, this is what I want to ask people in my community to do. We're going to challenge each other. If you actually say you got skills, you're going to prove it. You're not going to come in on a chat and be like, yeah, this is better. Tell me why. Why? How? How is it better? Donald, if you're still here, hopefully you are, explain to me why Jitsy's better than Discord. Can you tell me the differences between Discord and Jitsi? Can you tell me the back end? I want to see, are you an engineer or developer? What do you even know about tech? Are you just some random person on the internet that just wants to spew out your opinions? And again, it's great. I'm all for free speech. But I can tell you, in my community, right, if you're not contributing and you just got opinions, do not join. And honestly, if you're subscribed to my YouTube, unsubscribe. Because I'm trying to say, if you're here for karaoke before my tech stuff, this isn't for you, bro. I can tell you that now. The way that you're talking, you know stuff already. Oh, well, this chat is ignored. Do I not have a right to ignore people? I have been showing other things. You're right. I'm not looking at the chat. Now, I do look at your chat, and I will say, yeah, your comments don't deserve a response. You're an idiot. So, yeah, do not join. Actually, I'll help you out. Just to show you guys, I'm all for free speech. But this guy, I could care less. Bye. See ya. Bye, Donald. My channel on YouTube is not for everybody. I'm not here to entertain people. I do not care about your clicks, your views, your subscriptions. I'm trying to get my channel honestly back to what I originated from doing. Karaoke is fun, giggles, all that. I'm trying to help people educate themselves and change their lives. You understand? This is what this is about. A community about building other people up. But people that want to come in and make their little goofy comments, again, you can have your opinions. The thing is, you're going to be challenged. This is called logic and critical thinking. People say, oh, we all have this. We need this a lot more, especially here in America. Number two, in the job force, if you start acting that way, you understand you're on my team. If I'm a senior engineer developer, you're going to talk to us this way. Guess what? You're not going to be there very long. See, I'm trying to say, I don't know how old some of the people that might be joining. The stuff I'm trying to teach is for serious individuals and also those that, again, that want to learn. And again, maybe you don't want to do it for a career, but you truly want to learn to either secure your own data or whatever. But if you're a troll or if you're just sitting here, you got nothing better else to do, then yeah. And if people don't know, my content, most of the time, I think Discord and even YouTube, how was it 15 and older or 13 and older? My YouTube was set for kids, but the thing is, when I did my karaoke and the way I talk and stuff, this isn't built for kids. If you're under 18, do not join my Discord because I will vet you. Everybody who joins my Discord specifically will be vetted. I don't care if you use an alias or whatever. I'm not going to say I'm going to dox you, and I know exactly who, because again, I'm not going to go through all that trouble. I'm not trying to hire anybody here, but I'm going to tell you, if you take things seriously, I can point you in the right directions of other people, maybe hiring people that might actually give you employment. But again, my credibility and the type of person that I am, I don't want to be affiliated with pretty much jackasses, losers, right? Karaoke, again, if you want to be known as a karaoke, I don't want to be known as mentors, the karaoke guy. That is not what I was ever into. But I want people to know online, I am serious. I do like to make money. I like to do whatever, but I also like to kick back and relax, chill, have a little fun, and goof around. But again, I honestly never thought This channel was going to get up to eventually. That's what the reason I'm breaking off on Rumble and with the M3. I think I can grow over 1,000 subscribers, a lot quicker. I was never trying to get this channel. It was never supposed to get big. It was just an educational channel. But when I met the Filipino community and we started doing karaoke, yeah, it grew and they supported. And I truly appreciate all that. Now I'm sitting here thinking, all I got to do is get the watch hours. Now I can start getting monetized. If you guys don't understand, the money that I'm going to get from the monetization is all going right back into courses and to give stuff back to you. The only thing I ask is anybody does join the community and you do want to learn or you want to take any of these videos is pay it forward. Anything if you find productive or it benefited you, pay it forward to somebody else or just spread my name. It's not about subscriptions and growing. It's about all information being free and sharing and helping uplift other people. I can try to tell you, the world is getting to the social media and all. Me, 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 me. Look at me. I don't care what you ate for dinner. I don't care. Prove what you're worth. And again, it don't always have to be tech. Even as a parent, if you're a good parent, show us you're a good parent. You know how you do that? Take care of your kids. Your kids are the example of what makes you a good parent. Just because you go online and say, I'm a good parent. Look what I did. Look what I did. Nobody cares. What if your kids hate your guts? What if your kids are illiterate and don't even know how to read and write? That's on you. See, it's this whole. I'm to the point of with the internet. If you all have not realized that I've been around before the internet was here. If y'all want to have fun on the internet, go to 4chan, go to 8chan. Let's get on the dark web and let's show you guys exactly how fun it really is. There's so much stuff that's going on behind the scenes. It's bigger than Facebook. It's bigger than that. And a lot of the people, you understand, there's bots out there. A lot of these accounts you're following, your YouTubes and stuff, they're growing. It's fake. None of it's real. It's all propped up. Some people got money to buy the bot farms. You understand? The subscriptions. You understand? They even make the money for the algorithm. It's changing all the time. Anybody that does YouTube professionally and actually grew their channels, I know people. For people to say, well, what do you know? You only got 1,000 subscribers. Network Chuck will name him out. David Bombal, people that I associated with now got over 3 million subscribers. I got people that got over 300,000 subscribers. I got big YouTuber friends that actually made it big. Now, am I part of their little cliques? No, I didn't like the direction some of them were going, and I chose to go my own path. Now, at the end of the day, though, in the cybersecurity world, many people know me. Many people on YouTube that you might even have watched. It's not a big circle, and we've been around for a long period of time. If you guys want to go out online, look up the Mini Hats Club. They're my friends from England that was across the pond. We were on a Discord server. We're no longer around. But we also have another group called Thug Crowd, which is on IRC Matrix. Any of you guys still out there? Jack's still here. Everybody knew me as Jack, not mentors. Later on, they started learning mentors, but everybody always known me as Jack. Hey, guys, I'm still out here. Thug Crowd, we still rolling, baby. Mini Hats Club, always. Stu and the gang, I'm always here, homie. We ain't gone nowhere. We've had so much fun. And again, these guys are professionals. And again, there's many people online I've met. Some people, maybe not ethical. It's a hacker community. I respect people's skills, but many people have come up and I've seen them succeed and I applaud all of them. And from all the different servers and stuff I've been around and stuff, I watched younger people that was like 15, 16 at the time. Now they're in the networking field, the cybersecurity field. I got some people, like I said, they're working, what is it, NSA or just government agencies. So many people I'm very proud of. And they've surpassed me. And the thing is, I'm not jealous of that. Great for them. I am so happy because they had passion and they stuck with it. And there's many of them out there that are still, striving for Land Tamer, all the guys out there that was going for the, oh, crap. Who was it? IP. Well, I know he did. IP Interface Brief. If you're still out there, homie, I don't know if you ever stumbled across my channel, man. Those are fun times. land tamber, going after the CCIE. Like, oh my God. Some people got it, some people didn't. Very, very hard certification. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You meet so many cool people on the internet, so many different things that, yeah, it's just a fun experience. And again, different groups of types of people, and I know a wide arrangement of people. Like I said, cybersecurity enthusiasts, actually hackers, people that have actually went to prison, people that actually did get taken down. People that you might have heard on the news. So I'm trying to say, I'm not going to say, was I affiliated with any of the stuff that they were doing? No, but we hung around in the same circles. I do agree with people, you know, guilty by association, hanging around with certain types of people. But at the end of the day, people can redeem themselves. And the Mini Hats Club, I think they still might have their website up. If you type in the Mini Hats Club, they had a podcast, but on many of the students, and if you guys don't know, like Dave Kennedy's my boy. If y'all don't know, Trusted Sec and all that out there, great tools and stuff. But again, you meet all these different people. You got DEF CON, you got Black Hat, you meet all sorts of people. Then you meet the people on the internet. It's a really, really cool community. And again, everybody has their own motives on why they do things, but it's always just sharing the information and technique. That's what's been so great about it. You learn so much from all these individuals. Or how old you always got something to learn. These younger people, oh my God, like they're like little sponges in this. Like, how would they know all this stuff? But I think they grew up with it. See, the younger generation, they don't always like tinker as much, but that information and stuff, yeah, they're good with the phone. See, I'm not great with phones and all that. I know how to jailbreak them, fix, back in the day, used to jailbreak them. Replacing the screens, and then again, you could go in and try to again. I don't create any of this stuff myself, but going in and being able to find ROMs, flashing the phones and stuff, modifying your phone to do everything. So same with like and all that. A lot of things have changed. I'm more of a retro hacker guy, you would say. But back to Zorin. I know we got sidetracked, but back to Zorin. If you notice here, they got an education version. This is what I was trying to tell people. If you have kids or students, this is a cool version. I tried it out once, but I was like, it's not something I would definitely use. But again, if you have younger kids or even high schoolers, very great system to use. So here you can download, but look, we can learn more. I just want to show you guys a couple of features that's in this. Learn smarter, achieve more. Now you can download these applications, but this is already pre-installed and pre-configured. So if you see here, we believe great software has the power to make learning more impactful. That's why we created Zorin OS Education. It helps prepare students with the skills that they need to understand the world of today and build the world of tomorrow. And what's also great is if you are an education or a school teacher and stuff, if you're unaware of this is free, so you can talk to your school and you could download multiple versions of this. And if you're people like me or other people donate computers and stuff. So you can set this up on computers. So let's say places maybe in Africa or maybe in some third world country or maybe even here in the United States. There's certain schools or certain other organizations that don't have stuff. You can create it. Same thing with hacker spaces, right? If there's not a hacker space in your area, and hacker space is where people tinker and we bring in hardware and we all think, you could do stuff. Create your own. So maybe create something in your neighborhood if you don't have it where other kids can, maybe they don't have access to a computer. You can open up your Wi-Fi network. Have you ever noticed everybody pays for their Wi-Fi, but y'all understand we could all open up and make a mesh and open up part of your network. You would be able to go anywhere through any subdivision or whatever and have internet wherever you go. Now, a lot of people don't do it because it's insecure. You can make it secure though. And why not share it? Some people can't afford stuff. You understand? And I get that. And I'm not going to say we should give everybody stuff for free, but I want to give everybody a fighting chance, right? And sometimes people don't want to do it because why? Are they intimidated? You afraid somebody's going to take your job? Somebody's going to learn something that you don't know? See, I want us all to be challenged. Always be pushed to be better, right? That's what it's all about. Knowledge is power. And what's kind of funny is people like me, the nerds, they used to get beat up in high school. And people didn't. I mean, I wasn't like super runner. But again, a lot of people didn't like me. But at the end of the day and stuff, isn't it kind of funny? Look at us now. Look at us now. We're in high demand. Are the girls knocking down our doors? No, they're not. But again, I'm past that stage too. Again, I get it, guys in their 20s and 30s. Keep it going, homies. Keep it going. Keep it going. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. The educational apps for every class. So you bring lessons of life with a huge library of educational apps and games in Zorin OS Education. It includes software to help teach math, science, geography, language, music, and other subjects. So if you see here, looks like they're running, what is that? Periodic table? That's what it looked like. And I actually got some educational games too, if you guys don't know. If you got younger kids, I got stuff with Vedic math. Vedic math is more of an Arabic or also kind of Asian math, but very good. And if you guys are used to using the abacus, I would say a great skill. Most Americans, our kids aren't taught this, but I'm trying to say this is why India and China are passing us up. But science, technology, engineering, math, which is also known as STEM, highly encourage it. And again, if people are interested in stuff like that, again, you don't have to always be one of these tech people into the stuff like that. Will help make classes. I can make a Discord if that might be something you guys might be interested in. Because when it does come to younger kids and stuff, especially with parents and stuff, I'm a big homeschooler fan. Get your kid out of these damn public schools. And college is not for everybody. I can say if you don't want to be in debt, don't go to damn college. You can make a lot more money. I want to make these places go bankrupt. They're indoctrinating. Here in the United States, they're indoctrinating our kids, and we're getting a whole bunch of these socialist commies. This is where I'll be political. I'm a very political person. I did vote for Donald Trump. I am a Christian. I will not deny this to anybody. I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. I'm not a Nazi. I'm none of that. If you guys missed it, I made a video on Charlie Kirk. It is not okay in the United States or anywhere in the world to sit here and take somebody else's life, or as YouTube says, murder, and take an innocent person's life because you disagree with them. If people don't know, I do have channels and I do like to debate online. Anybody wants to debate me on philosophy, theology, and again, am I the greatest? I am not. And I will sit here and I'll make claims and I can confirm when I'm incorrect or I'm wrong. But I will say, I know why I believe of what I believe and my faith in Jesus Christ. And Christ is King. But what happened to Charlie Kirk, if you're the individual that thought, oh, you know what happened to him is okay, and you made videos and laughed, do not come around me. Do not join my YouTube. Do not have anything to do with me. Those people are so vile and disgusting. That is good and evil. I do not want any harm to ever come to any of these people. And I pray to God every day that they find salvation grace. Because if they have that attitude, they're going to split hell wide open. Because that is not okay. An innocent father, 31 years old, taken in cold blood and murdered in front of everybody to see. And what people didn't realize, they started a revolution. And when I say a revolution, a spiritual revolution. Do you see how many people are going to church? How many people? The grip is breaking. And again, you can be atheist, agnostic. I got all sorts of friends, all sorts of people I have discussions with. But you know what? We're respectful. We're cordial. We'll challenge each other and stuff. And again, we can have a formal debate. Formal debate, you understand, there's a winner and there's a loser. But if we're going to have a cordial discussion or just challenge and stuff, no. But we're not going to just share opinions. We share facts. And I'm always open to have discussions like that with anybody. We can talk about technology. We can talk about AI. We can talk, again, like I said, philosophy, theology, history. Now, again, I'm not none of these things. I'm not a doctor to have a PhD in any of these things. But just like a Charlie Kirk, we can be very knowledgeable and we can read about these things and we can all learn from one another. But just because my views might be different from your views, does that mean it's okay to belittle somebody else or especially take somebody's life? That is just craziness. And if people don't know, I live here in the South. And I happen to live in a state, if people don't know, the state of Florida. We have castle laws and stand your ground laws. And we also now just passed open carry. I do not believe on taking anybody's life. Only God, my Lord and Savior, right? And with Jesus Christ, only they get to decide who takes a life. Do I believe in the death penalty? I do. Morally and consciously, can I justify it? I can't. But I can tell you what happened with Charlie Kirk, or somebody did that to my child. God bless your soul. I think just like most people, I will hunt you down. I would hunt you down. Now, again, I would want the justice system to take its thing. I don't know if you guys saw this. I like to watch a lot of these different channels, but there was a not to be a political or racial thing. There was a situation of a little boy in Kentucky about, I think it was like 5 years ago. We can watch the video if y'all want. I saw it on the Cartier family. And people were like, oh, should this start up a race war? I do not believe in anything like that. And again, I don't see color that way. Jesus loves the little children, all children of the world, red and yellow, black and white. They're precious in His sight. Even though we become adults, we're taught this nonsense. But at the end of the day, we should all love one another. We're all human beings. But the situation is with this one, this man, that happens to be black, but for some reason people don't want to say this, broke into somebody's house. And while he was in there, the father gets woke up, but this man goes after his daughter, tries to kill her, gets a hold of his little boy, who is what they say was not even 10, 8 or something, no, 4. He was a very young kid. Took a knife and stabbed him in the head and killed the kid over and over violently. Now you would think, manslaughter, attempted murder on his daughter. And again, why did he do it? Sounds like somebody crazy to me. I mean, if you're going to break in somebody's house, just take whatever you want and leave. He's lucky, again, you tried that crap here in Florida. I'm surprised even in Kentucky he didn't get shot on the way out. Well, he does get arrested. This happened back, I think this in 2015 or something. Well, guess what just happened, y'all? He got parole. Yeah. He murdered a little boy in cold blood. Insanity. But yeah, they're showing, no, he got parole. So he's sane enough to get parole, and now he's back out on the streets. Yeah, this guy's just been released. He's going to get 1 year probation. I don't know about you. Y'all feel safe having somebody like that walking on the streets amongst us? Somebody that murdered somebody's child? Hope it's not yours. What if he comes into your house? See, I'm just like, justice in America, and this is what we're supposed to be like. I don't understand it. I really don't. How is this justice? But this is the stuff I like to talk about in political stuff. I think it's going to cause a civil war and stuff. No, no. I'm just very disappointed in the system. Innocent until proven guilty. But it seems like our government, and again, doesn't matter who's in the hell, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Democrat, Republican. I do 100% believe it. I would rather have a conservative or a Republican than any Democrat. The Democrats have lost their damn minds. You vote for a Democrat, you're nuts. Again, I would like people to be able to justify why they do that, because I know Democrats. I'm talking about traditional liberal Democrats. I have no problem with. But that party has been hijacked by radical, crazy loony bins. We need to bring back institutions in America. We got a lot of mental illness. And people don't know I got bipolar. I have a mental illness myself. But I'm not going and doing any of that crazy stuff. And I'm looking at the world around me saying, I'm supposed to be the one with a mental illness, but what about these other? It's insane. People celebrating the death of a man and going through vigils and kicking flowers, just disrespectful to the family and laughing. Like, what type of people? The only thing I can agree with, good and evil, right? There's only good and evil. The problem is when we start using words like that, that's very divisive. That's how wars start. Hamas, Israel, Palestine, holy wars that'll go for eternity. People committing genocides and killing each other. Good versus evil. All I know is, as a Christian, I pray for these people. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, right? If y'all remember at Charlie's, funeral, we heard his wife. She forgave him. But I couldn't have done it. I respect her for what she did. But I do agree, looking around, Father, forgive them. They do not know, they know not what they do. So at the end of the day, I want people to also know, not only do I like technology and teaching and talking about different topics, I'm very nuanced, like the majority of us are. We're all not just one trick ponies. So I want people to know too, my experience with the Filipinos, right? I got Filipino friends. I know there's people online that look at them and think, oh, they're a third world country and stuff. These are human beings like the rest of us. And I see some American people, again, not always Americans, but foreigners, but a lot of them American, that like to be, you know, some very nice, but I met some rude as fuck. Rude. And again, some Filipinos I met, rude too. And again, what adults do, if you want to beg for money and you want to do stuff, you can do that. And I'm not here to sit here and criticize what people do. But I know as a fellow American, and I see fellow Americans being disrespectful to other people in another country and just saying things, you're representing the United States of America. And for my foreign friends, or Filipinos specifically, I am not one of these guys. I don't send money. I never will. I don't do Cash App. I don't have anything linked to it. I try to keep my personal life separate from, well, whatever. And again, I just don't send people money on the internet, especially people I don't know. It's nothing personal. But the thing is, if that's the way you make your money and stuff, then so be it. My thing is when people want to criticize me or say, hey, why don't you do it? You're not going to peer pressure me. You're not going to do whatever. I don't know you. You're on the other side of the planet. I go to watch people sing. I like to sit here and have fun. But if people want to ask for money and stuff, I'm not that guy. And hopefully people have enough respect to know, don't ask me. And I will say, no, I don't care if you were Jesus Christ. No, I'm not giving you no money. I don't care if you're an American. If I don't know you, why would I give you money? And even if I did know you, I'm the type of person to where I work hard for what I get. I just don't freely give my stuff away. Now, again, you could be homeless on the street and stuff. I might stop and say, hey, can I get you a burger? Can I get you whatever? And I'm old school to where I still believe if you teach a man to, if you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, he can feed himself for a lifetime. What people may not realize behind the scenes, I'm giving you the fish. I'm teaching you how to fish. All this is all up to you, whatever you want to do with it. But what irks me the most, again, somebody that came from nothing, is when you got people online going, I don't get no money. I don't care what country you come from, what third world, whatever. I've been around. I seen, being in the military, I saw countries that are way worse. So when the Philippines say, oh, we're third, that's no excuse. I've been to countries way more poor than the Philippines. Now the situation is, it's about mindset. How bad do you want it? And again, what are you willing to get it? And again, I'm not talking about breaking any laws and being unethical and doing whatever. Everything I'm trying to tell you can be obtained ethically. And what's great is, you understand this opportunity and this current part of your life. Before, we didn't have an internet that could communicate all around the world. And the bandwidths and the speeds that we got now. And now with all the open source virtualization and computers being as cheap as they are, everybody can now learn. You understand? You can go to MIT courses free online. You yell, but now you can actually watch the same videos and training. Might not be able to have the same professor, and it might be, you know, a semester or possibly last year's curriculum. But again, it's information that you didn't have access to before. So that's why I like to be empathetic with people, and I get it. Not everybody maybe don't have the same. I don't like using IQ levels because IQ don't always mean anything. I mean, I have a higher IQ too, but I don't mean like I met people. Everybody's born with a talent. It's the way I look at it. Everybody's born with a talent. Now, sometimes you may not know your talent. You got to explore and find out what it is. But everybody, God did not make any mistakes. And people say, well, what about handicapped people? And I don't like using the R word, and people know that word. And I've heard comedians say it and stuff. And I get it. It's funny when they kind of do it. But me, I look at it like my mom and dad used to be foster care parents. We used to deal with special needs kids. And I'm talking severely handicapped kids. They were like my brothers and sisters. The thing is, when you sit here and you look at these people, they got skills, they got talents. Everybody's special. Some of them, just their smile alone would brighten up my day. You understand? They're special. Everybody's special. So that's why I try to tell people, don't let the world bring you down. I suffer from depression. I go through a lot of stuff too. Don't let other people tear you down. Trust me, especially on the internet. You understand, our brains were not created for social media and the internet. That's why I don't understand, like on Facebook, how do people got? I got 3,000 friends, or I got 15. How in God's name do you have? I met a lot of people throughout my life. And if people don't know too, I'm the type of person that I have acquaintances. Friends, I really don't have friends. I might say, hey, you're my friend or whatever online. You're more than likely an acquaintance. Friends to me is a very serious thing, and I don't like labeling people, right? Because then you're my best friend, and then you're my best friend, and then you're my good friend, and then we got to it's like, no, why can't people just, you're Mary, or you're Bob, or you're Phil, or whatever? It's like, I just see people as individuals, right? And the thing is, we have special connections. Some could be even romance connections if you meet somebody where you're romantic, right? And we all know there's different types of love. There's agape love, right? So, and again, you got love as a parent. When you love your children, you can love a friend. It's not the same way that you would love your wife or your girlfriend, right? So different. And again, I don't care if you're gay, straight, what, I don't care. At the end of the day, I see people as individuals. Me personally, though, when it comes to friends, I always say acquaintances because I'm very guarded throughout my past. If people want to know my life story, we can have a talk about that one time, but I'll just say I'm very guarded and I have walls. I have trust issues, we'll say. I don't like to let people too close. And anybody that might kind of feel this way, cybersecurity might be good because in some ways, if you're very analytical, we got a thing called binary, zeros and ones, right? Zeros off, ones on. I know people that look at people that way. I used to be one of those people. It's not a good state. When you start looking at people like binary, that means, guess what? I can exploit them. I can manipulate them. I can turn their bit off or turn it on. When you start looking at people like binary and stuff, it's like there's nothing there. You understand? It's a number. It's a piece of energy, right? It's a bit. We can switch bits on and off just like computers do, but it's like people are deeper than that. But I get, in the cyber world and stuff after a while, when you look at a machine all day and you do, and I'm understanding with the whole AI thing. Like ladies and gents, if you haven't realized it yet and stuff, yeah, we do got AI and stuff that are like humans and dolls. There's people that are actually having relationships with their, you know, what to say, AIs, chat GPTs, having little discussions. But now we even got physical robots now. Remember? It's sex dolls back in the day. And this is like where my conversation goes from, you know, 18 and over. Now we're going to talk straight adult talk. If you're 18, I'm going to talk to you like an adult. As adults, as we get older, we see here and, we look for a helpmate and we look for somebody that, some people maybe just want a boy toy or a girl toy, somebody just to have sex with, right? Then you got some people that can't perform and stuff. So then you want somebody maybe like a partner. So some of these guys that you see in the chats and stuff, especially my Filipino friends know this. There's reasons why some of these guys might be sending you money. And it's not because they're even attracted to you. It's because you give them attention. Some of these guys are older gentlemen. Some guys might be 60, 70 years old, maybe even in their 80s. And it's not because they want to marry you or whatever. It's because they're lonely. And you're showing them attention. It is a great, you can look it up on AI. And there's a great content creator, if y'all haven't seen her name's Filipina P. Filipina P is really great for foreigners and as well, I would say the Filipinos. She gives you another what to say, perspective on the way you can look at the Philippines. But again, you can also do Google searches and all, and you can maybe start figuring out why people give money and why people don't give money. Me, on the other hand, even when I become monetized, I'm not going to ask for super chats. If people want to give me a super chat, again, it's fine. I was wanting to know is can you even turn it off? Can I turn it off? I don't even have to worry about it. I'm trying to say if people want to give me super chats when I finally get monetized with my watch hours, then I'm going to ask if you would like to donate. This all goes back into my training. And the main thing what I'm trying to do is once we can build the platform up, I would like to be able to put all that money into pretty much like a savings account, something we can also draw off of, right? So we can increase the money. And what I want to be able to do is we'll use that money that people contribute to show that we're actually a community. I'll help you all try to pay for your certifications with the donations we get. Again, this isn't to help me. This is to help you grow and build each other. Because I understand there's some people, 150 bucks, 300 bucks, and might say, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to do it. I want people to know if we can grow the community and we were to able to start doing money, that's what it's going into. It's going back to you guys. Only we can grow it. I'm not trying to pitch any type of scheme here either, where it's like a Ponzi. If you invest this, you're going to get a return. That's not at all what this is. I don't need your money. I'll never ask for your money. The thing is, I said on my Discord, eventually, after the fundamentals, people can watch my videos. That ought to be free. When we start getting into more advanced topics and all that, it will be a paywall. I don't know if I want to do a subscription or just do maybe a one-time fee. You pay and you get all the videos, all the courses and everything for the whole year. The reason why I'm doing that is once you start seeing the courses and stuff, they will be a professional quality. They'll be very, very deep. And the other part is that takes a lot of my time and energy. All I'm asking for is you pay those things forward because eventually, yes, I'm going to get paid for my hard work. I'm investing my time and energy to do it. I am a kind person, but I still believe in capitalism. So I'm letting everybody know up front. Everything is free until we get to more intermediate, leading up to more advanced topics. I think that's fair because the thing is the fundamentals will get you a job, get your foot in the door. Now, guess what? You got a job, you can do stuff. Well, guess what? You can spend money and come back to me and learn more training. And now you're going to be able to make more. You're investing right back in yourself, but now I'm making a profit. I helped you get there. Now, guess what? You can scratch my back. And hopefully, what people might do later is build their own YouTube channels or Rumble channels. And they share their training. You understand? One person, like Martin Luther King said, can make a difference. I always say in the chats that people don't realize when you see me in the chats, I am what I am. Be the change that you want to see in the world. Quit complaining about everybody else and look inside us, right? We can be the change we want to see. Be the spark. Be the spark. We can ignite all of it. Now, again, there's other issues and stuff I can sit and have discussions with people about, but honestly, I don't know. Racism and bigotry and stuff, I don't know. I truly don't. I don't know the solution. The only one I know is Jesus. Jesus Christ. May He have mercy on all of our souls, God. Because I don't know how you unteach that. You can try to love other people, but I've seen it too much too. Rodney King, right? LA riots. Then we can't forget Mr. George Floyd and BLM. These are racist groups. And people are going online and now sitting there trying to say, white people were going to apologize for the slavery. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I never owned any slaves. My family is immigrants. I'm from Russia. You understand, too, when people talk about slavery, this is where we're going to go on a rant. When people talk about slavery, guess who was one of the first slaves in America? It was a black person, but guess what? It was a black man who owned a plantation. The largest plantation in Alabama was owned by a black person or an African American, whatever you want to call them. I never understood that. In America, why do we use all these titles? Am I supposed to say I'm a European American? I'm a Russian American? How about we're an American? I don't care if you're black, white, green, yellow, purple dot, you're an American. Even if you weren't born here and you came over here legally, right? See, the argument that I'm understanding, I see what Trump's doing, and again, I don't always agree with everything. I feel like we're being a little heavy-handed, yes, but guess what? This has needed to be done for a long time. We've all known it. Now, the thing is, do people have rights and stuff? Yes, American citizens. If you came over here illegally, sorry, you have human rights, but under the Constitution, you're not protected under our Constitution. You're not an American citizen. So again, Chicago, Oregon, all this stuff, you assault any ICE officers and you go after anybody, I'm sorry, deport, goodbye, see you later. And when you start assaulting other fellow American citizens, what other country would put up with that? If I went down to Mexico and I started attacking Mexicans or any of their government officials or burning their flag, what do you think would happen to me? But for some reason in the United States of America, and I'm not trying to preach bigotry here, in the United States of America, we supposed to tolerate this? This is what people don't understand. Charlie Kirk did change a lot of things. We're tired of sitting back and being quiet. I'm not taking it no more. Am I going to be violent toward anybody? No, never. I would defend my family if need to be. The whole situation is, though, respect is earned, never given. I will treat others the way I want to be treated. I feel like I treat people with kindness and dignity. The thing is, though, this is the non-Christian side of me. Fuck around and find out. I'm from the streets, too. I've been in ghettos. I know all about Latin Kings. I know I'm not about that life, but I lived in that life because of choices I made and I was poor. I've been the only white person in a whole freaking ghetto. Me and my ex-wife. So I know all about it. I know about gang culture. Now things have changed. Different lingo, but dude, I'm OG. I know all about it. So when people sit here and try to act all hard and stuff, I was talking to a friend the other day about this. See, I ain't about that. I don't represent no gang stuff. I hope you get arrested. You're into drugs and all that. I get it. Everybody's got to hustle. You got to make your money. But guess what? I'm not about that life. I used to do stupid shit when I was younger and stuff. And guess what? You're going to pay for it. What goes around comes around, and you're always going to pay the piper. I'm trying to show people you can do things now in a clean way. I don't care if you've been to prison or whatever. You're maybe not going to have so many opportunities, but guess what? You can still become an entrepreneur. You can still build up your own organization. Trust me. You know how many cyber individuals have federal crimes on them? Hackers. They run security firms. They make a good money. Now, how can they do it? That's what I said. There's no freaking excuse. Everybody can be redeemed. But if you're one of those knuckleheads that thinks, I'm just going to go out and keep doing the same thing and stuff, no. No, but even in the United States, I don't know about other countries, but I know here in the United States, most of these are repeat offenders. These are the same people that just don't care. They don't care about the rest of us. These are the ones that'll cut line, that tell you to go F yourself. Got these baby kids that they raise. You know, the stuff that we're not supposed to say on the internet, you know. We can't say all this stuff. It hurts people's feelings. I'm not trying, and again, I'm not trying to be hateful and go after people. I'm just saying I can maybe use an excuse. I'm bipolar. Because again, I don't have a filter. I say things very blunt and directly to people, and it might upset them. I'm not intentionally doing it, but I'm just talking facts and truth. I'm not making this shit up. If people can convince me, please convince me. Am I wrong? Bigotry and hatred. See? Because I've noticed too, just talking from my Filipino friends. I've been talking to them for over a year, right? A little over a year, since about around April or so. April, May of last year. I've been to the Philippines once, only for 2 weeks. But after talking to many different Filipinos, I've learned one thing even in the Philippines. And again, it's not no different than anywhere else in the world. Because we know there's different groups of people that hate different groups of people. All the Filipinos don't like each other. Because I've noticed when I bring up the Ada people with a lot of the people in the Philippines, there's a stigma on the Ada people. You know why? Because they're black. Filipinos don't like black people. I'm not going to say all of them, but the majority of Filipinos, yeah, we all know it. They don't like black people. They're racist. They don't like black people. Same thing here in America. Most of the people in the Philippines probably never met a Mexican. Here where I live in Florida, I'm not going to say all Mexicans, but the majority of them, they don't like black people. Oh, they're racist too. They use the N word more than anybody. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. There's a lot of rednecks and people I met, but the Mexicans that I met, they use that N word and throw it all around. They despise black people. But isn't it funny? These are the same people that want to call out Caucasian and white people that we're the racists and we're the bigots. Y'all don't know in Florida, we're very diverse, right? Diverse, that's the word they use. The Cubans, the Puerto Ricans, and the Mexicans. They all hate each other. Did you know that? I always thought, well, wait a minute, they're all Latino. Oh, no. No, essay. What you talking about, Holmes? No, the Mexicans, they don't like those Puerto Ricans. The Puerto Ricans freaking hate the Cubans, and the Cubans don't like them. And then you got to add in the Haitians. Whoo, doggy. And don't get me started. There's other people that are also down here, too. Let's throw in Asians. See? And this is the stuff we hear comedians talk about all the time because that's why we laugh because we're like, yeah, we know it's true. We know it's true. Like Asians. If somebody saw a Filipino, more than likely down here in Florida, you could be able to know they're Filipino. Now, I always make the joke, and it's not even a joke. We all know it's true. If they're singing karaoke and they're probably really good, they're Filipino. Filipinos can freaking sing karaoke. And they're very good at it. Like, really good. Like I said, to be able to see, like, American Idol, and actually, there was the one that did American Idol and won. I got one of my friends, and I'm going to always, I don't like to call her out and stuff, but it's just truthful. There's a YouTuber. Her name's Kay Mahalan. I think she still got her YouTube up because one time I went to go check and I didn't see any video. But Kay Mahalan, if you look her up, she does like these little picture videos and stuff. But if you ever listen to her sing, oh my God, it will change your life. She is one of the most awesome singers. And it's so boisterous, like the Adele type of voice, you know? Very powerful and very out there. And I always keep telling her she ought to try out for American Idol. Or, you know, Britain's Got Talent. Or even if they get something in the Philippines. I truly think I truly believe she could win. My thing is, though, I don't know if she believes that. And if she can't believe it, the audience ain't going to believe it. And it also comes down to song choice. But I think if she's authentic, because the person that I met, and the person that I feel like I know, I never met her in person, but the person that I met and stuff, she's a very genuine person. And real. But I get YouTube and stuff, people can get caught up in certain things, and we get this image that we feel like we got to be in. You don't. But there's some people I have to say I've met along my journey, and especially in the Philippines side of things. There's very genuine people. And there's other people that I met that it's just like America. And again, it's not trying to pick on the Philippines. Same thing in America. We got American YouTubers here. It's all about the clicks and the views. It's smoke and mirrors. Everything you see on the internet is not real. We've seen those families. Oh, look at our family. We get this beautiful, loving family. And then we find out they're broke. They hate each other. There's cheating on each other. The kids are not being taken care of. Like, it's very bad. And we've seen this. In the Philippines and stuff, not exactly that type of situation, but you understand. I get it. People need money, and people will do different things for different money. Yeah, I'm not here to bust on anybody's hustle. My thing is, I'm just letting people know I'm not that guy. Don't ask me. I'm not looking. I'm not trying for any hookups. I'm not trying to see for no long distance relationship and do all that. If something was to happen, I'm open. And a little fact that other people might not know about me, this might sound odd, but yes, I am single. But another situation you all need to think of is that I'm like a Baskin Robbins. That's what I always tell people. I like all 31 flavors of the rainbow, right? But I do have one preference, and there's nothing wrong with having preference. But it's kind of funny. A guy from the South that's white, and people will sit here and say, I like black women. I've always been attracted to black women. So the thing is, do I specifically go out and say, oh, I got to get a black woman? No, no, no. Yeah. Because I look at people as individuals. Hey, if somebody's interested in me and we got, things in common, it might work out, And then we talk and we just see how things go. But yes, I've always been attracted to black women. I was talking to one of my friends. She lives down in the Bahamas. But I was telling her, like, why is it that, you know, I think it's maybe me, the self conscious, asking somebody out. Like, I've never really asked. I've dated a black girl when I was like in high school, right after high school, and it wasn't really dating. We were very young, but her name was Sharonda. Hey, Sharonda, if you're still out there, I don't know if you remember me. We worked at Kroger's together back in Kentucky. But yeah, if you're still out there, hope you had a good life. Hope everything went well. I just remember the experience that we had. It didn't go so well. Your family was yeah, didn't kind of care too much for the white people, would they say? So the situation is with that though. It's kind of like, yeah. See, I never asked because in America, see, this is kind of fun. We're talking about all sorts of things right now. So that's what people say. You should do a talkie. I can talk about all random topics, not just tech. But I told you I got 10 hours that I can burn, so I'm just trying to burn through this StreamYard stuff. So, but yeah, with the with the girl thing, it's kind of like I guess I never. I think it's more me because women in America, we all kind of know we're like I'm stereotyping here, but just real talk, my experience. You got to be 6 foot tall. Most women, American women, definitely want somebody 6 foot tall. You gotta be, I'm a small guy if y'all don't know. I'm only 5'6". I'm very short. I weigh about 130, 125 to 130 pounds. I'm small. I'm tiny. I do got tattoos, but again, in my area, that's very common, and that's not a really a big thing. But again, if you're a religious person, some people don't like tattoos and all that. But yeah, I do smoke. I smoke cigarettes. I don't do any drugs. I don't do marijuana. I used to do stuff back in the day, but I don't do that crap no more. I used to drink. I don't drink anymore because I had issues with that. So I drink water. I drink a lot of water. And like I said, I do like Mountain Dew once in a while. Once in a while, I like that little Mountain Dew. Um, Food, I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't always eat a lot certain things. And then I am a nerd. I like to read. I definitely like to talk. So yeah. And again, yeah, I'll talk and try to be in a relationship. And if people don't know, I was like in an LDR. I was talking to a Filipino for over 10 months. And yeah, we'll just say things didn't work out. That we both kind of go in our own different directions. I don't want to mention the person's name, but there's probably people who are in the Philippines that definitely know that me and this person were together. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on blast and be like, oh, yeah, because it wasn't her. It had nothing to do with her, but she's going through stuff, and I've got my life and stuff that's going on. It's just sometimes maybe at a different time or in our life or whatever, it would have worked better. But it was finally to the point where I respect her enough to be like, look, she's going this way. I got my stuff to go, and I have nothing bad to say about her. I truly enjoyed the 10 months that we shared. And like I even mentioned with her, even though I don't have friends and acquaintances, she became a friend to me. I enjoyed talking to her, and I still enjoy talking to her. And I wish her all the best and stuff, and I never want anything bad happen to her, and I wish her much happiness. But again, as relationships go, yeah, I'm not sitting here just trying to jump into anything. And I know this ain't like, hey, is this a dating a dating talk or whatever? I'm just talking as most guys go. There's men that'll sit here and they want to date Filipinos and other people online. And again, I'm from Gen X. I was born in 1972, so I grew up in the 80s. I know social media and stuff, but yeah, I just wasn't brought up in this type of when I dated, you met them at church, or maybe we met them through a friend or whatever. The whole internet thing is, I've talked to so many people on the internet and I've had great conversations, but an actual relationship doing that, no. I always thought it was weird. And then finally, I even tried to do some dating websites, and then he found out. If y'all don't know, there's one website, and I would like to go back to it just so I can hack some more out of them and stuff. But it was called Mingle. Do not go to Mingle. If you go to Mingle, the majority, I'll say 99.9%, they're all scammers. Now, I did meet a couple of people off there that it's very rare that they're actually real people. But you're going to find people using fake pictures. Half those women are dudes. And even some of the dudes that you think you're talking to are dudes, but it ain't the dude you think. They're usually from Nigeria or they are from Ghana. There's a lot of them, and you got a lot of them from India. And then again, sometimes you might find some Russians, very few and all that, but that's those romance scammers, and those are the worst. Not only will they wipe your bank account out, they break your heart. That's what makes it so horrible. It's emotional destruction and damage they do, and financial, and they don't give a crap. They will tell you of whatever. But I did meet actually a couple of nice people in real life, actually off the site, which is very rare because they thought I was a scammer. I thought they were a scammer. So that's interesting story. But yeah, like I said, it's all a journey. And this depends on what we're all looking for. But again, if the internet stuff's for you guys, and again, that would actually be kind of cool to hear people's responses and stuff like, have you guys actually done internet dating? And I'm from, again, a generation, we had the bam slam thank you ma'ams and the one hookup culture. I just never did. Even in the Marine Corps, I was just never that type of guy. Again, I'm very more old fashioned, you know. And so I don't know. I'm just trying to speak from the heart. See, you know, maybe there's other people out here like me that we're all not so odd and weird. What do you mean you haven't slept with 15, 30 women? Well, there's a thing when I grew up called AIDS. I didn't want AIDS. And also, I just, I was a younger guy, and yeah, we all get our hormones get kicked in and turn. But as we get older and stuff, I'd love, see, I don't know. Maybe I don't even think it's just me because I've talked to other guys that feel this way. So, ladies, if you guys don't know, it's not always about sexiness and being sexy. Sex sells, agreed, for younger people, but older men as we get, I'm not going to say all older men because I do know some perverted old men that like, want to sit here and they like that young girl that they can put on their arm and it makes them think. Me, on the other hand, if an older man's walking around with a younger girl, and again, if I happen to see him in my mind, I'm thinking it's weird. I get, and a lot of times people say, oh, well, she's with him because, he must have money and he's doing it because she's pretty. I look at it in a different thing. I know I could get probably kicked from YouTube, but I'm thinking that might be a pedophile. He likes young girls, and there's something weird about him. Yeah, I'm looking at it from a different perspective. Because also, I help other online organizations where we do go after predators online. PDFs is what we call them. They're not like us. And they're rampant all over the internet. And even on YouTube, be very, very careful on what your kids are freaking watching. And even with the Discord, I'll even warn you. I know what my server's about, but guess what? There are other people that will lure your kids. Y'all remember the Roblox scandal that just came out? Oh, they were loaded with PDFs, and they're still over there, and Roblox ain't doing anything about it. I hope they get the shit suit out of them. Because it's disgusting. And to me, I think we all have preferences. And again, you can make whatever decision you want. But I just know some people are very naive, and they don't know a lot of things. But me personally, if you're an older gentleman, I'm 53. If I see somebody my age dating a 19 or 20-year-old or somebody that's 25 or maybe even 30, I find that weird. Again, me, that's just me. Because I'm thinking, what the hell do you have in common? 53 years old and you're 30, that's 23 years. You understand? You could have graduated high school twice. 23 years? What the hell would you have in common with somebody that young? And more than likely, if you're around my age, you've already raised your kids. Your kids should probably be in their 20s or early 20s. Might even be a grandfather. What the hell do you have in common with somebody that's 30? Their life's just starting. I think it's okay to give people guidance, maybe be a mentor to them. But when you're sitting there thinking, but again, if they're 30, you're right. You're allowed to, you're grown up. You're allowed to make your own decisions. I mean, I can't sit. There ain't no laws against it. I can just tell you, me personally, and other people I know, we find that weird. Nothing personal. And in the Philippines, I think it's a cultural thing because when I watch Filipina P, and she's made things, I have to even talk with different Filipinos. Evidently, in their culture, no, it's more acceptable. They date older men. But there's also the dark side that we all know too. I like military. I like history. We do know Americans had troops during World War II during the Philippines. Remember, we were fighting the Japanese. Some bad things was happening to the Philippines. I mean, again, if y'all don't know, look at the history. Japanese in the Philippines, not very good friends. When I was stationed in Okinawa, they hate the Japanese. Do not call an Okinawan Japanese. They do not like that because they know what Japan did to them. And then we also know Spain and the history of the Philippines, the conquistadors, and the Catholic churches, what they did to the Filipinos. We all have a history. But at the end of the day, I'm always kind of curious. Do Filipinos date Spaniards? They might. I don't know. But I'm thinking maybe because of the history. How about Japanese? Do Filipinos usually date Japanese people? How about Chinese? I do notice when it comes to white Europeans, they're very open to it. And it seems like in their culture, they look for older. The problem is, I know American history, so I know like Vietnam. We also know like, oh crap, there's many situations, but what to say? Definitely Vietnam, Korea. We could probably even go to Cambodia. We've had military soldiers, and again, I was in the military, so we don't condone this, but I do know stuff happens. People go overseas, yeah, they get people pregnant, get them knocked up. Many kids were born. That's why you see a lot of mixed kids, Asian, that might be looking European. Where's daddy at? They were in the military, they moved on. Now, a lot of times these guys could get tracked down. Then you also see situations to where Vietnamese women are over here in America, and you got different things. Maybe they fell in love with each other. Maybe some of them maybe got pregnant and they got married. I don't know. It's none of my business. But I know being overseas, I got to see different cultures and different things that go on. So my thing is not trying to judge. It's just like, I think I've been around long enough to understand how all this stuff works. And I think we all know how the internet works. There's guys that will say anything to sit here and get a woman to send her some pictures or have her act a certain way. And then there's guys on the internet that like to send women money and stuff because it's a power thing to them. I'm not that type of guy. Now, the thing is, I don't know every motive why people do stuff. But I've been around, especially in these Filipino communities, long enough. I've seen how a lot of these guys act and move. I can pretty much tell you, nah, if I met some of these people in real life, I'd beat the dog shit out of them. So, any of my American friends, if you do see me in chat sometimes, we might not be friends. Because again, I don't have friends. Some people, if they know, if I'm a moderator of a chat or I see stuff, I'll call you out. Because again, you wouldn't do that shit here in America, but yet you'll take advantage of other people. And the reason I get pissed off is you're representing our country. You're making some of these Filipinos think we're all like this. We all ain't like that. Now, the thing is, some of the Filipino women and stuff, I know, they do some of the stuff that they do. My thing is, I'm not Filipino. And what they do in their country, they're allowed to do it. And again, everybody takes accountability for their own. I can't speak for the Filipino people. If that's the way they want to represent themselves, then hey, so be it. I can tell you as a fellow American, I'm going to call out another fellow American. That's just my duty. Well, who are you to tell me I can't do? Because I've had some of these jokers try to sit here and swell up, try to act all tough. These keyboard warriors, these tough guys. I'm not a tough guy. I never claimed to be. I can try to tell you right now, I ain't backing down from nobody. And also, I'm standing up for what's right. If you want to embarrass yourself, you embarrass yourself, but do not do it with sitting trying to say, I'm an American and I'm proud of my country. You know, you ain't. You're a loser. You're a loser in America. And that's what people see me say in chats before. I made a video, if you guys don't know, You might want to look. It's probably one of my highest viewed. This was some clown. I think I called it Clown Show or whatever. And I can't remember his name off the top of my head because, again, you get trolls all the time. But there's this one guy that was going around, and no, what he was doing was not just insulting Filipinos, he was putting posts and stuff, like doxing people, saying very vile things, and didn't even have enough guts to keep it posted. He joined it. If y'all are going to watch that video. What was his name? Dion? Oh, crap. We'd have to look through the videos. But this guy, no, I called him out. Made two videos specifically for him. This guy was just a clown. And the thing is, he's not even American. He lives in freaking Mexico. He tries to act like he's some tough guy and stuff. I'll call him out right now. Dude, you ain't affiliated. You ain't no Latin king, and no gangs have any affiliation, you fucking pedophile. That's exactly who that dude is. Like I said, you didn't fool nobody, chump. And again, you come at me again and stuff, I will diss them. It won't be physical. This time I will expose exactly. You got a criminal record, my friend. And I will make sure everybody, it's public information. We will plaster it all over the internet. So when you think you're going to come at my Filipino friends, see, this is what the Filipinos, I want you to understand. There's people that are online that'll sit here, they look at you and think, you're weak. You're not going to say anything. And what would you be able to do? They live in another country. You're never going to know. And I'm going to give you all the skills. We're going to do some OSINT, open source intelligence. I'm going to show you how you can track down these people. Now, I'm not going to say dox them and spread their information, but no. You have a right to know who's typing crap in your chats, who's sitting here causing problems in your community, or who might be making threats. And then there's people that like to extort. You say here's a grown adult, maybe you wanted to send some pictures, because I did happen to see a fellow American see here and try to play stupid games, and he wins stupid prizes. I'm not going to mention his name, but he knows me and him, we ain't friends. At first I thought, hey, he was a cool guy. He's an asshole. There's a reason we don't see him around in many communities anymore. There's a reason why his channel was dying. Because the thing is, I know how people really are. When you sit here and you say, hey, I love you, Filipino. I'm going to come and see you, and I'm going to come. You give them a pipe dream, and you pumped it up, and you're a liar. And then everybody saw it, and I still got the screenshot. So if you ever do want to sit here and try to call me out or whatever, I will post these pictures, and I'll report them to the authorities, and your butt's going to end up in jail, homie. You know exactly who you are. Taking pictures and then sit here and try to throw them up online to extort a Filipino? We know who you are. This was an American who happens to live right around Arizona, possibly. I'm saying, homie, I ain't down with that crap. It's illegal, and you knew it was illegal. Trying to sit here playing stupid high school games. If y'all don't work out, it don't work out. Nobody even knew. But then when you start plastering your all's information all over the internet and you're arguing amongst each other, and then what do? You retaliate. You post pictures up of them in a exposed position, what adults might do on phones. And you're going to use those pictures. You do understand that's doxing, 100% illegal if it's a Filipino or not. And you being an American citizen doing that shit? Oh, hell no. That was an embarrassment. And then when people called you out, what do? Oh, you block us from your YouTube channel? Really? I know you know how the internet works. You can't block people, homie. You can't block no IP address. I've been over to your channel multiple times. I see the crap people said in your channel. Just because I can't comment don't mean I don't see it. I was thinking, I can make videos. I could sit here and do stuff. My thing is, though, why? You ain't worth my time. I'm just letting the Filipinos know there are people, and I'm not saying I'm your knight in shining armor. I'm just trying to tell you there are good people and bad people on the internet. And I hope you don't get the idea, like I don't, not all Filipinos are all the same. Just because some do certain things don't mean that all the Filipinos are that. Same thing when it comes to Americans or whatever. Just because some of them like to do bad stuff or send you money and do all sorts of dumb stuff don't mean the rest of us are all like that. I stand up for principles and morals. And serving in the United States Marine Corps, I made an oath to the Constitution of these United States to defend my country from enemies, foreign and domestic, but also human rights. So taking advantage of other people and stuff, nah. I used to be that guy. I used to get beat up in high school. I used to have people sit here and do that stuff. Just because I'm a small guy, you better be a big dude. You're not going to drop me. I will always get back on my feet. And if it came to a fight, I'm too old for fighting. You understand? I'm 53, but if it came to me, it is what it is. I'll hit you in the head with a brick. I'll bite your dick off with my mouth. I don't give a shit. I'll thumb you in the eye. I will slit your throat and rip it right out. I could care fucking less. It's all about survival. In the Marine Corps, what makes the grass grow? Blood, blood, blood. Kill, kill, kill. Am I a violent person? I'm not. I'm actually a really nice guy. Again, don't take people for granted. Take our humbleness and stuff for weakness. I'm a very outspoken person. Everybody knows it. But I'm just trying to say, I want to get back to my tech videos. I'm trying to get back to my origins and where it all started. I'm just sharing with you all my journey along the way. I've enjoyed meeting so many different people. I've enjoyed the experience. I've met some really awesome people, especially people from around the world and stuff. To probably ever meet them in real life, who knows? But, it's a possibility, but it's not cheap. It's very expensive. And just like if people don't know, I wanted to go to the Philippines next year around November, and I was going to go to meet somebody, the person that I was talking to online. Since that didn't work out, what reason do I have to go to the Philippines? Oh, it's a beautiful country. So is my country. And if I'm going to spend that type of money, I'd rather spend it here in America. There's so much to see here in America. There's things I've never seen. So those, if you've never been to America, it's a wonderful country. So much great stuff to see here. And I think every country has, beauty in certain things. But again, it still comes down to priorities. There's things about the Philippines I would like to see, and I like people sharing the different things with me. And when I watch their videos, this is their province, and this is the type of food they eat. And I've always appreciated it. I think it's really neat. And if I ever had the opportunity to go to the Philippines again, yeah, it'd be cool to actually meet some of these people and do things. But again, with the cultures and different things are different. I'm not paying for everybody. I've learned from some people, yeah, when you sit here and say, hey, we're going to hang out, I didn't realize, and I'm not saying everybody in the Philippines does, but in Filipino culture, they kind of take it that I'm supposed to pay for everything. Since I invited them out, it's my responsibility to pay for the food and pay for, if we go to a movie or I'm going to pay. I'm like, what? See, in America, if you guys don't understand, if I say, hey, y'all want to hang out? That means we're going Dutch. Now, I don't mind sitting here like if we're at a bar or something, right? Or we're going bowling. Hey, I'll pick up the first round, and because I expect other people to pick up maybe the second round, or I'm buy a pizza. Hey, you guys going to get some slices? Yeah, come on over. I don't mind doing that. But the next time I'll expect maybe you're going to do it. But if people are thinking, no, because I know people got this idea, all Americans are rich, and we're going, you understand? That's a freaking expensive flight to get over to the Philippines. And most of us ain't going to bring a buttload of money with us. You'll get robbed. And it's nothing against the Philippines. There's bad parts there. Same thing in America. I can tell you right now, if you came down to Florida, there's certain areas you don't want to go to after a certain time. You will get robbed. I mean, it's just common sense. But I guess common sense ain't so common anymore. But again, it's not trying to pick on a certain country or not. But I just I learned things about the Philippines where I was like, huh. And again, when I was in the military and stuff, everything was provided for us. I just got to go hang out and stuff. We didn't really go out in town because it didn't go out that far. Okinawa, when I was there, yeah, I did a lot of stuff. Being in my 20s, I got to live a lot of life. I went to the red light district, went to the bars. I mean, I was in my 20s. Being single, I lived it up. I had a lot of fun. I'm going to say I slept with prostitutes. Was that going on? Yeah, I didn't do all that. Do I know people that did? Yeah, people did do stuff. But who am I to tell them they can't do stuff? I'm just not a big fan of AIDS, definitely, and just going around having sex with random people I don't know. I have to have some type of connection. I just don't do that. I just never have. Nothing against people that do it. Trust me, I get guys that are like, dude, you must be gay. Wait, you don't like girls? I was like, I do like girls. I don't like sluts though. There's a difference. Sluts and hoes, you know. I think we've all used that term before, right? Never bring a hoe home to your mom, you know. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Some of us that actually want to be serious are looking for a wife. Just because this woman's pretty, but she sleeps around and with all these other damn dudes, is that the woman you really want to be the mother of your children? Hell no. I mean, there might be some dudes that are in that. Actually, I knew one of my friends that we used to go to the strip club when we were in, well, what to say, South Carolina. Okay. So we were up there for MCT. When we were there, he ended up dating the stripper. And I was like, what? A stripper? Why would you date a stripper? And again, I guess they need loving and stuff too. But I'm thinking, like, dude, you know, they do those VIP parties and you pay a little bit extra money. You go in the back and you get a little, you know, little happy ending, all this other stuff. Well, funny thing is, he ended up marrying her. Actually, has a family, and they're a nice family and all that. I mean, I don't know if she ever. I hope I'm not doxing. I'm not saying her name, but we'll just say, yeah. I don't know if her kids actually, know that, but their mom used to do. Because we always know, oh yeah, what do the strippers always say? I'm going to college. I'm working myself. No, 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 no. I don't know about you guys, but I know other people and stuff now. Most of the people that work in the strip clubs, they're crackheads, cokeheads. They got a lot of issues, and I'm not blaming them. I get it. But a lot of them got daddy issues and other things. I hope that, they make their money and stuff, but is it really worth all that? And hopefully they do find them maybe a man or a woman, whatever, that they have a family with and that they live happily ever after. But at the end of the day, I'm sitting there thinking, like, that's a very dangerous life to live. I'm not about that life. And people need to realize that too. When you're in a strip club, you're like, yeah. You can't just talk however you want to the ladies. And some of these guards and stuff, you understand, there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes there. You got crime organizations that are there. You got the drug dealers. You got the pimps. Like, yeah, dude, you got to be careful. See, some people keep thinking everything's a game out here. And I'm sitting there like, nah, dude. But it's kind of crazy. Like, even with younger people, you would think they would even know because they listen to the rap music and all this other stuff. But I think they buy into all the corniness. Oh, yeah, this is hyped up. These got bitches and hoes. Man, we got guns and we got all this stuff. There's real people that are really about this life. I mean, when I was growing up, yeah, we had NWA and stuff, and I used to be, yeah, F the police, no, fuck the police, fuck the police. Yeah. Had my NWA hat and all that, Compton. Used to have the socks caps and all that. But then you realize when you get older, like, I could have got myself killed. I was trying to represent something, like when you try to throw up signs, I don't know, I'm not no gang, right? So when I do stuff or people see me doing stuff, I'm just making goofy little things. I don't think they mean anything. And if they do, yeah, I don't mean any disrespect. The only thing is I know like KC, right? Kansas City, because that's where I said I used to be stationed at. But again, I know the alphabet, A, B, C, D, like, and it's like, that's universal sign language. But again, there's some people that really are about that life. They're real about those colors. They're real about the signs. And if you see here, you disrespect, you're going to pay the consequence for it. I'm just trying to tell, YNs. I mean, I know some of the lingo too. I don't like that rural term. I'm just like younger gentlemen, but they're not really gentlemen. Some of these guys are actually, they're legit. The term we used to call them is jitterbugs. The little jitterbugs coming up. That's those kids that was like, hustling on the street, little brown bag boys. Used to go and run and you got little backpack boys, go do the little dope run stuff. Again, I was never about that life, but again, I know people and been around it, people that's been in and out of prison and stuff, and I seen it firsthand. I don't glamorize it, I don't glorify it, but I get it. And I get that it's it's like prison, man. It's a different set of rules. And some people, that's just the way they live, but I can tell you, being stuck in situations like it ain't fun, man. And I get if you live in a ghetto and stuff, there's a lot of gangs that run those streets and stuff. You just want to go about your regular day life, but never sell yourself out to them. It's like selling your soul to the devil. And it used to be heartbreaking when I'd be around younger people, just like they ain't gonna live and make it to 21. It was, it's prideful. If I could die on the street, so I'm going to go to prison. Like it was some badge of honor. I'm like, dude, that is so. And that was true. A lot of them didn't make it. A lot of them didn't make it. I had friends growing up, they got into drugs and stuff. Yeah, they ain't around. They get caught up with the wrong scene. I've seen some bad stuff, right? Like I said, I never was affiliated with it. And then, especially when you're overseas in the military, you find out one of your friends got his head freaking blown off, and you're like, oh my God. Like, and there's nothing you can do. Again, what could I do? What would I do? Nothing. I'm old school. You live by the sword, you die by the sword, right? I always just try to say, everybody just try to be positive. I know the conversation is kind of going in a negative way, but I'm trying to bring it back around positive that everybody's got a story, right? Everybody's got a story. Oh, and speaking of stories, I did meet a new friend. I posted it on my YouTube. If you guys didn't see it, it's in the was it post or whatever community post or if you go to the very end, but her channel was homeless woman. You'll see it there. But she does usually 2 streams or sometimes 1 stream a day. She's really cool. If you guys get to go over there, I think again, she don't ask you to send her money and stuff. If you want to be nice, you could do some, but just listening to her story and stuff, it's very inspirational and motivational too. So I think you guys, yeah, I think you would like the content. I went back and I started doing some, going through the YouTube, going on a binge and looking through the videos, and I learned a lot more about the backstory. But the thing is, you can watch the videos, but again, she sits here and she shares a lot, so you can learn a lot. But yeah, she's homeless. She lives in her car, and she's getting back on her feet. And it's a very inspiring story. And I think you kind of get addicted to it because it's like, you're rooting for her. Now, again, I never know. I'm still optimistic. You can see the fight in people's eyes. And I can see, though, we all have our days where, was it 3 steps forward, 2 steps back? Something always bad will happen, but you stay in that fight. But I see the determination in her eyes and stuff to where she takes accountability. She knows situations got out of her control. She did the best that she could, and it didn't work out the way she wanted. And like I said, situations chip away, chip away, chip away, and you end up in this. And sometimes you get behind the 8 ball and you're like, holy crap, I don't know how to get out. But if you look at the situation, again, when I look back at her videos, I see that progression and journey. Where she's at now, she's come a long way. But if you do watch her videos and stuff, yeah, if you're just even curious. When people think of homeless people, you think, oh, they're just dirty people that's out on the sidewalks and they're begging for money and stuff. It's like, no, those are usually drug addicts. And again, they're homeless, but a lot of those people choose that life. Some people are, because of their choices, get forced into a situation. I don't really want to say, situations happen. They get in a situation, but you can see somebody that's fighting and still chomping at the bit. No, they know their self-worth and they know that they can get out of this. They're just trying to find a way and a hustle. And I'm like, because hustle can be used in a derogatory way. But we'll just say she has skill sets and she's very knowledgeable. And then when you see the progression of letting things go from your storage and stuff, and she's true. We can't take none of this with us when we go. So you see, she's still going through. It's just a transformation, right? And it's a cool thing to watch. It's also sad though when you sit here and you think, but it keeps you humble because you realize that could be me, that could be you, that could be any of us. One bad decision. She even said in one of her videos, one bad decision and choice that you make can affect you, sometimes for a very long time. And I think that's what she said happened with her. And again, it's not my story to tell, it's her story to tell. But I do feel like a lot of people, and again, it's not one of those, I feel bad about myself, so I'm going to go here because it'll make me feel better. That's not the way I'm saying look at this video. I just feel like her story is very inspiring. And when you look at somebody who's sitting here struggling, going through, you look at your life and go, maybe my life's not that bad. Or maybe your life's even, it could be worse. Then I don't know what to tell you. But the thing is, the reason why I do like her content and other people's She mentions God and puts him forward. That's my solution to everything. If you think you're going to you'll never figure it out. But with God's help, everything's possible. He will carry your cross. I've been in those situations too. And trust me, I'm still in situations. But God will never leave us. He will carry your cross when you're weak. He knows what you can handle. That's why I try to tell people never give up. And even if you're not a Christian and stuff, then there's something different, right? After Charlie Kirk, look around and stuff. All this other stuff, the way you see people acting and stuff, there's something better. And there is a solution to it. Give it a shot. What do you got to lose? And again, I'm not going to thump people over the head. You need Jesus. That used to happen to me, right? You need Jesus. Praise the Lord. You better do this. Fire and brimstone going to burn. Yeah, see, I grew up in a Southern Baptist, like I know all of it. I did my own little thing for a while too. Again, it's a journey. It's a journey. Hopefully some of us mature a little bit better than other ones. Some of us, as we get, older in life, it takes us a little bit longer. And that did me. And again, my family life and everything else, again, it's not, I share what I can, what's personal and stuff, but yeah, my family structure and stuff is not the best. But I don't think any family's got this, leave it to Beaver family or we're the Partridge family. Like, no. I know I'm dating myself. Some of you are like, what the crap are you talking about? What are these shows? But yeah, there's no perfect little family. And we all have our issues. And I always tell everybody, like me, I'm a work in progress, which I think we all are. Now, if you're perfect and you're pompous and you know it all, and you think you're a god and stuff, well, I don't need you. You're a false prophet. And number two, you will be humbled. That's the thing I always tell people too. In the business world, we all know we can all move up the ladder, but it depends on the way you're going up the ladder. Because eventually, you got the people that make it up, and then they try to pull the ladder up behind them so other people can't get up. And then they're jumping, right? But then you got the other people that'll do whatever they need to do to step on people to get up. And those people I don't respect at all. And again, respect's earned, never given. Same thing in the military. If y'all don't realize, when we salute, I'm not saluting the person, I'm saluting the rank. Now, the thing is, there is a difference sometimes. Not only am I saluting the rank because I do respect the person, that means way more. If I'm just saluting the rank and stuff, that don't mean you earned it. You went to college, you became a lieutenant and all that. But guess what? In the battlefield, those guys ain't going to have your back. What do you mean you get the UCMJ, boy? You're going to follow me. It's a direct order. Fuck you, lieutenant. How about that? I'm going to listen to the guy that's done 3 tours, right? That was sitting over there. Could be a corporal or a sergeant, even a staff sergeant, maybe even a gunny. They've been in combat. They didn't read no damn book and didn't do whatever. They know. Who do you think you're going to listen to? Whoever's going to keep me alive. See, I don't know. It's just real life stuff. Again, would I get dereliction and stuff? Yeah, and I'll get court-martialed. Hell yeah, I would. But I'm not dead. There is a difference in situations. Military, different other things. There are life and death situations, like real life stuff. And a lot of stuff you see on the internet, some people are real, but the majority, this is not real life. It's not. It really isn't. This is all freaking make-believe little world. And sometimes when I say make-believe, there's glimmers of truthfulness that comes through. But there's so many people to where, I think the priorities are just fucked up. But I get it. It's all about the algorithm, the clicks and the views. And I get monetized. And now maybe you can see, and you can make good money. Yeah, when you get around 100,000 subscribers, even 30,000, you can start making pretty decent money. And again, it depends on your situation. I always ask people, yeah, because again, I saw like Network Chuck and stuff. He was getting his certification. He couldn't even get a CCNP. He got a CCNA, he couldn't finish the CCNP. So it makes you wonder, was he ever really competent, could actually do his job? Thing is, what he was good at, make videos, editing videos. Yeah, he's very good at that. And he knows. I even had a discussion with him. Man, which way is your channel trying to go? He was never about all this cybersecurity and hacking. He only knew that because of me. I introduced him to the Mini Hats Club and I got him into meeting some people and stuff. People thought he was a clown at the beginning, but now you got people to really take him seriously in the industry, supposedly. Oh, we got Network Chuck. Yeah, because he's got a lot of subscribers and viewers, and we all get it. Everybody has their part. And I do agree. Like Reddit had a big thing, and I was like, they're kind of doing Chuck unfairly. But at the end of the day, he does bring younger people in. You need to learn this now. And I get it, it's a gimmick. But his video editing and stuff, very visual, awesome. He does very great graphic arts and all that stuff. And he gives enough information to get people excited, but he don't go deep on it. And I understand why he don't know it. And again, I don't expect him to know all the topics he talks about. But the networking, that's where he got me. He always said he went to CBT Nuggets. He became an instructor, made a video. He just never finishes anything he said he was going to do. David Bombo, different story. David Bombo actually had a CCIE. The guy's credible. He's been in the industry. He's worked a long time. Respect. Took him a longer time to join, but him and Chuck kind of joined forces. During that time when I was coming up, Chuck wasn't even at 100,000 yet. I was helping him build his community. And then David Bombo, and then him. And then we also had, what was his name? Jeremy. Was it? No, wait. Is it Jeremy? One of the guy from CBT Nuggets. He's older. He's what I kind of started out with watching him. Is it Jeremy or Anthony Sikora? This one up. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a networking thing. But the thing is, we all kind of came up. Thing is, because I did not like the direction Chuck was, it's not my YouTube channel. And I was a moderator or whatever that was in the channel. But the thing is, I was helping in his Discord, teaching kids how to do CTFs, getting people engaged to keep his channel growing. And this guy just dropped in whenever he wanted, and there wasn't no leadership. I just didn't like the direction, and I called him out. Next thing you know, I'm calling a big division, like a big civil war, and I'm having people turn against him because I said fuck Chuck, and I thought it was a funny saying. I was like, yeah, fuck Chuck, and we made a hashtag, fuck Chuck, and it started kind of getting bigger and bigger, and didn't like it. Next thing I get banned. Then all of a sudden, I'm in these other communities with the Mini Hats Club and all these people. We're all kind of all talking, we all hang around in the same circles. And then what happened? See, this is where I go against the grain. I don't have friends. I have acquaintances. And these people didn't help me get no job. They never helped me out my career one bit, and I never asked them to. But when I get people sitting there saying that my reputation, what was it? What was the phrase it was? My reputation has outseated me or whatever. I start getting banned from all these communities and YouTubes. When I'm like, you clowns. They're clowns. The only reason, I'm not saying Bombo and I, but Chuck damn well knows. I didn't help get, you can't forget, there was a lot of us that started out, we helped build your community. We helped that thing grow. You made the videos, but as a community, and for people to actually give you any credibility, we were the ones doing it. Even to this day, there's cyber professionals that I know, you're still a clown. The only reason they'll do stuff is because, again, you're marketable. They can make money off you. They know that. But you know damn well too, dude, there's people that will laugh at you behind the scenes. And again, it's not even no beef. This happened years ago. You grew. Great for you. You're a big YouTuber. You did what you wanted to. And you got your kids. I'm glad, man. You're taking care of your family. Props to you. That's a good father. That's what fathers do. But don't try to make other people take you seriously, especially in the security world, even in the networking world. You're a CCNA. Not trying to put down CCNA, but you never progress, man. You're getting older too. And it ain't like I said. I don't try to go viral. And again, Chuck, there ain't no thing, but we know your brother's got more certifications than you did. He's achieved more than you did. You just happen to have a bigger platform. Why? Because you took younger kids. That's all it was. Your video, learn this. Hey, you're going to be a hacker. Because we all know all your biggest videos were hacking videos. And I even questioned and even said it's stuff with David Bombal. Some of your hacking videos were questionable. You're putting people's personal information when you know how to edit videos. You're very good at it. Why would you leave personal information in these videos? If you do remember, Chuck, we were on the Discord. I got stuff recorded. People know all about it. I know people like, Jack, why are you still going on about this, man? That happened so long ago because I didn't forget, man. I'm still growing. I'm still doing fine. I'm just trying to tell you, it was our mindset. I was never a YouTuber. Never was trying to be. I just want my students and people know I've always been legit. And I will be fair and I will teach stuff. And I don't care about being a 3 million subscriber YouTube and getting any dumb plaque. And again, you make good money. I'm not hating you on the money, man. I just feel like the way you went about it. The way you went about it. Sorry. Remember, respect's earned, not given. I don't respect any of it. I respect your dad. Dad worked at VMware, if I remember correctly. Respect your dad. And again, I'm never going to say nothing about people's kids because the kids are off limits, man. And I do still wish you all the best in everything that you do and success in everything that you do. I'm just still one of those guys, so I was going to question the way you went about it. As a man of faith and God and stuff, I do thank you for, I applaud you on that. And hopefully you use that to spread the word of God. However, the other situation, it's just the way you did it, man. Just the way you went about it. I just feel like you burnt a lot of people. And I did help some of these other people, like I said, motivated them. We started our own servers and yeah, they kind of came up and everybody did kind of succeed on their own and stuff. I just feel like because of their ages and stuff, and you were younger, that nah, you kind of changed some minds, man. You didn't leave a good impression. And there was people that was actually defending you, and I did too. But at one point, at some point, you just can't do it no more. We were trying to defend you on those Reddits. You're like, oh well, you know how trolls are and stuff. They weren't lying. That's the thing. We were doing it because we're like, hey man, you know, we're part of this community. They're making us look bad. But then it's like, dude, I can't argue against it. It's true. You knew it was true. And that's why I'm glad you finally became honest. I did it for clicks and views. I wanted to become a YouTuber. That's all you had to say, man. We all knew that's what you were doing. You weren't trying to move up. I think you were trying to move up. You just couldn't do it. You don't got the skills. That's why you failed. Your CCMP, you couldn't do it. It's facts. It's not for everybody. You've even said that. I've always said that. It wasn't for you. Cybersecurity, I see you're trying to go after others. So you keep saying, I'm going to get this certification. I'm going to get my OSCP. Good luck. I want to see it. Once you get that certification, I want you to see it and fly it around with pride. You ain't ready. You don't even know that. You know fundamental, but you don't know the ends of it. You're not committed. You won't go that deep. If you have gotten it, congrats. Go further. Never try harder. Try harder. But that's the YouTube life for you guys. And again, I'm not just picking on him. I just seen people. But again, I don't care if I fit in. I go against the grain. I go my own program. I do my own little thing. And Network Chuck, if y'all don't know him, look him up. Actually, look, we can look him up here. I don't give a shit. This is who I'm talking about. Nice guy. He's known for his beard. Yeah, let's see how many subscribers he's at now. I think it was like 3 million last time I looked up. See right there, Network Chuck YouTube. Let's see what comes up here. And again, I'm not doxing him. You can look up stuff like, oh wow, we got 4.87 million guys. Wow. See, that's him. The Network Chuck. See, how about Cyber Mentor? You know him, Chuck? I know Cyber Mentor. We go way back. We knew each other on the Many Hats Club. I wonder how many he's got. You know Cyber Mentor? He actually has a name, but people actually take him more serious in the cyber community. Now, not everybody likes him, but also I like to hang around with some of the bad boys, right? The bad boys that people don't like. Let's look up him up. Cyber Mentor. Oops. I spelled the same way as mine. I'm going to use this other keyboard that I got off to the side. Let's see. Yeah, let's see how many he's got. His name's Heath, if you guys don't know. TCM Security. He's got some good training. If you guys are actually looking for some training, especially alternate from my own, really good. See how to be a hacker. And he's got very long ones. He's got some like 11 hours. So you can watch him from beginning to end. But he's got some more current stuff. And then again, he's got TCM Security and he's got some free courses you can find. They got sometimes subscriptions. But he's an awesome guy. He's really cool. Yeah, see, he's been around since 2018. Like I said, I've been around for a while too. We used to hang around the same. Again, I never met him personally, but we know each other online. He's a really cool guy. But let's see. How many is he at again? What did we say? Oh wow, he's only 936 again, only. That's still a lot. But 936K. See, that is crazy. See, this is the stuff I'm trying to say about YouTube. Look, Network Chuck is at 4.87 million. But if you look throughout his content, and I can actually show you some of his playlists, we could go through. I could show you some videos that I'm actually, well, they're like live streams. I was in those talks. Unless I don't even know if they're still there. They're definitely older. You'll see my name in there. But let's see. Yeah, that's hard to believe. He's only got 700 or 936. John Hammond, another great guy. If you all don't know, this is cybersecurity stuff. So these other great channels y'all might want to check out. So yeah, we got Cyber Mentor. You got Network Chuck again. Teach their own. I don't think you're going to learn much of anything, but it's fun if you're wanting to scratch the surface. If you want to go deep, not the content. David Bombal, he's definitely better than Chuck, but is he deep? No. He can be, but he hasn't been lately. But let me see how much David Bombal's at. But I respect David Bombal way more than I do Network Chuck. But again, just me, my opinion, Yeah, here he is, David Bombo. Yeah, see, one thing with David Bombo and Chuck, they were creating a course together. Yeah. Now, David has a buttload on Udemy, free courses, networking courses. Great, especially for CCNA. And some of them will actually be doing some of the labs and some of my courses. So, again, David Bombo, I thank him. The guy is very dedicated, has made a lot of content. The hacking stuff, I'm like, I'm not going to say it's gimmicky. It's like it talks about stuff, but it's like, it's popular. That's what sells. But I say his networking's good, classic. David Bombo has helped a lot of people. But if you look at him, what? Are you kidding me? Oh wait, that's David Bombo Tech. Yeah, this says only 116,000 subscribers. I was like, there's no way he could be at 116,000. Yeah, let's pull this one out because I know he's higher than that. Yeah, say 2.94 million. That makes more sense. But yeah, him and Chuck used to have I don't even know if they even still have it. They used to have a website where you could get training from both of them. And again, Chuck dropped the ball. David was doing most of the work and it just didn't work out. And the Chuck started doing his own thing. And again, I don't know. They might have the content, but David Bombo, like I said, you can find his stuff on Udemy. And he does sometimes too, around Christmas time, if you guys don't know, like Halloween, Thanksgiving, especially Christmas time, he gives away like free vouchers and stuff to his classes that you can get free on Udemy. And it comes with labs and all of it. And I'll just say, very useful content. So definitely check out his stuff when it comes out. And then we got a thing, it's called Advent of Cyber. It's like through Hack the Box, or is it Hack the Box? But what it is, it's a hacker competition, but you can win a lot of swag and you can win different types of prizes and you can win some trainings and stuff. Great. So I'm saying cyber community is a very cool community and they always give back. Now, like I said, David Bombo, definitely respect him and all that stuff. He does great content. The hacking stuff, I'm not a big fan of, but yeah, because he's got this one guy, he does write books and stuff. I'm like, yeah. But he just makes himself bigger than what he is. But see, demo of the Microsoft Windows, and it's not David Bombal. It's the guy that's, I don't want to use his name, but we'll just say, yeah, he's a professional. He's an old school guy that's been around. I'm just as old as he is. And it's like, yeah, he knows stuff, but they're gearing it toward younger people, where I'm just kind of like, it introduces them into the basics, but this guy is not no, deep dark hacker, and he's gonna do like he's no. He does write books like that book that he's showing right here. See, Linux Basics for Hackers. He wrote that book, and if you guys watch the video, you'll see that's him, OTW. But if you look him up and stuff, like he's a real person. You can find out. And again, I'm not trying to dox him, but he to me, he's not that credible. Does he got good content? Yeah, he's talking old stuff and all that, but it's kind of like, yeah, I know people like him. All right. So, another person I would like to show you guys, though. Now, some people got mixed views on him, but this guy is still a banger. But Mr. John Hammond. Because some people feel like he's selling out because he's using a lot of advertisers and all that. Let's see. K21. Okay, this should be him, yeah. Because there's another John Hammond. He's like a musician.
Now we're
Oh,
gonna.
What's up?
okay. I'm not sure what that is. But John's the redhead. He's a great guy. Again, I don't know him personally, but his information is like, if you guys want to get into some really hardcore stuff, malware and the research and stuff, I think he works in a SOC. Oh wait, actually, I think he works for Huntress or one of those organizations. But yeah, John's one of those guys to where he's humble, but he knows his stuff. Like, yeah, this guy blows me away. Like, I would love to meet John in person one day. Like, very talented guy, and he's got a resource that he does, I think, with crap, uh, the bug bounties and all that. Why am I forgetting his name? I haven't been joining a lot of these communities. Like, I've been kind of doing my own thing, but crap, John Hammond and I know you know who I'm talking. The bug crap. I feel embarrassed now. I'm sorry too, because I can't believe I forgot the guy's name. He's very famous. You guys would know him, and then anybody in cybersecurity is gonna be like, "Oh my god, how could you forget him? I'm gonna look really stupid." Nahum, yeah, it's Nahum Sec, but Nahum, yeah, he does some course and stuff with the bug bounty, and then John's doing some stuff, and John's got his own little like awesome people. But John's very good reverse engineering and all that. So again, how many he's got 2.7. See, he's earned it. His channel, he really didn't have much of anything, and then he grew up. But yeah, this guy is definitely taken serious in the cybersecurity community. Like, he knows his stuff. Another one of my buddies. Again, this is somebody that I kind of, like I said, I grew up because I realized I'm older than him. But when I was coming up, this was the name that I will just say, when I got to meet him on the Mini Hats Club, we ran a podcast. It's one of my icons, right? There's two people that I always looked up to, and one of them is Fiber Optic. If you guys look him up, he's one of the early phone freakers and hackers and stuff. He did go to jail for some stuff, but again, he's talked at the Last Hope conference and all that stuff, or Hope. But one of my favorite of all times, Fiber. So shout out, man! Like, the guy was an icon, still is an icon to me. And then this guy, Mr. Dave Kennedy. Dave also served in the United States Marine Corps, so raw devil dope. But Dave Kennedy, let's see, should come up. What? Yeah, here he is on X, but this is Hacking Dave. He's got a YouTube channel, but he also has a Discord. There he is right here. But again, a great team. He also put, again, Trusted Sec. They make a lot of great tools. You guys get into cybersecurity, you're going to learn about Dave. But yeah, he's an icon. If you know, here in the United States, if you've ever seen, we're doing cyber crimes, or see things on news and national news, you've probably seen Dave. Dave is he's big. He knows his stuff, and he's very very good at it. Again, pen testing and all that. And the Discord that I was see, here's Nahum. I'll show you Nahum second, man. But this is his Discord, and they do all these uh during the holidays and stuff. They do a lot of giveaways and stuff. See right here, see live recon with Nahum Sec. Okay, live recon. So they do some recon and stuff, and then they got some of their special guests and stuff. And again, you'll learn some of these people. These people are that sucks, but really cool people, really cool. And then let's show you here. Here I should have. This is some more of my cybersecurity. Site too. But again, they do vet people and stuff, but they got their announcements. They got a lot of great resources that you can look through and stuff like that. That's what I'm trying to say. When you do get in, and again, I'm not trying to name drop here. I'm just trying to say, once you are in the cyber community, you meet a lot of different people along the way. And everybody does promote you. And like I said, we all try to watch out after different things that we're doing. And again, we all kind of get caught up on our own things. Again, I've known Dave. He don't know me like that, but I met him through the Many Hats Club, but I followed him way before. So to me, it's like meeting a rock star. If Dave don't remember, if you even get to watch this video, I was in the chat and I finally got to meet you, and I was like, oh my God. I couldn't wait when I asked Stu. I was like, Stu, you think I can ask him a question? Like, get a talk? Like, it was an honor. Because the guy has done, he started DerbyCon, right? We have Trevor, like so many memes. It's like, it's history. And again, if you guys are in the culture, you'll understand the stuff that I'm talking about. But yeah, Dave's a great guy. And again, a lot of great people, and he's helped a lot of people in the community and helped them get jobs. And like I said, a very outstanding, reputable guy. Let's see. Then I got like DEF CON. Uh, these are other discords that I'm involved in. This is some of my other buddies, like IT discussions. This is what we did after network shut. A lot of us went over here. Now these are some cybersecurity stuff. But if you see here and look, should be this. This is Trace Labs. Should be yeah. Trace Labs is cool. They actually got a OSINT operating system, like an image that you can download and you can run. It's got a lot of great tools. But what Trace Labs is known for is finding missing and exploited children. So if you guys are, interested in learning about stuff like that, Trace Labs is a great organization to support. And then we also have the EFF. Wait, is the EFF electronic front? Yeah, the EFF. That's more of a legal type thing, but great organizations. But 100% Trace Labs. Again, they do work along with law enforcement, but they are always looking to help. Like I said, you got to find missing and exploiting children, and there's all sorts of different things. So they got different like CTF news. This is 2020. I haven't been on this server in ages, but they got a whole bunch of information. They got things you can download. We got, say, here's DEF CON. So if you guys ever been to a conference, is one of the largest hacker conferences in the world is DEF CON. 33 happened. But again, it's open all year round. So you still, during the conference, it was very lively. But now since the con's over, the conference is network. It's not that hard. You just got to know different people, follow people on Twitter or X, LinkedIn, and you follow people's content. I'm trying to tell you, people learn about you, and when they see your projects and stuff, people will put in a good word. I'm not saying they can always get you. Some people could probably hire you, but then most people are just kind of like, hey, I'm on the engineering or developing team. We happen to be hiring. They can point you in the right direction, and they know this. So I'm trying to tell you, this is how you network. I'm not going to say that people are always going to help you and that people, it's their response. It's not. I'm just trying to show you one, they're great communities, great to get to know different people. And then again, different techniques. And again, sometimes you're not using people either. You see what I'm trying to say? But sometimes, yeah, maybe if you have a question, they can always help and answer you. This one is, AMAS, which is more of a security platform. Connection server. This is off sec. They got a lot of great videos too. So if you guys aren't part of this community, if you guys ever need some stuff, OffSec's a great community. Offensive security. What they do here is they have all sorts of training, and they got some that's pay as you go, and some of them will be like give them some coffee. Sometimes you can get free training, and I mean these are professional training, so stuff that people pay good amounts of money for, and they give you labs and all that. Awesome community. You can find them on YouTube and all that. Highly, highly, highly recommend them. And like I said, Dave does stuff. There's one of my servers, my vetting servers. Oh, testing server. Trying to see, did I had any more security ones? That's one of my old hacker communities. Black Hills InfoSec. They're really good too. You can check them out. Say Black Hills InfoSec. They got a YouTube channel. Wild Wild West Hacking Fest. They got some really cool stuff. Some of their talks and stuff usually have, like, you'll have main speakers, but sometimes they'll have some really, what's the word I would use for it? I don't want to say off the wall, but we'll just say somewhat eccentric. Sometimes they have some very interesting talks and other perspectives on techniques that people do. They're like, huh. Some more like a black hat type conference, right? Like some of these smaller conferences and stuff that you'll hear. Again, there's all sorts of conferences, but yeah, Wild Wild West has some interesting talks. They got a YouTube channel as well. A threat hunter community is another cool community. If you guys are into threat hunting and stuff like that, they got a lot of great resources and people here. Nahum, again, I mentioned him. Let me show you, as we were talking about some of the other guys. Let's pull him. So we said we got Dave. I think Dave's got a YouTube. It's Trusted Sec or whatever. Well, let's look up Nahum. I know Nahum. Nahum's on Twitch and he has a YouTube. I think he's still got his YouTube. Let's see. Nahum Sec. Right. See Nahum Sec. See Creative. See, there's his YouTube. He's also on Twitch, if you guys don't know. So let's see how many he's got. What? See, that's what's crazy. He must have a bigger following than on Twitter. Is this an older channel though? No, Nahum Sec doesn't. He's only got 100. Again, I'm saying only 100 and was that 85? 185,000 subscribers. When you would think, as much as he contributes, and again, he is a busy guy, but very good content, and he's only got 185,000. See, 2 years ago. See, right here, it's the Bug Bounty Village. That was NahumCon. He does a NahumCon every year, and it's free. You guys can watch it online. Great talks. And again, they got some stuff by. See, that's what's crazy when you look at certain content creators, and you would think they would have more subscribers than that. And I'm not saying it's bad, because again, 100,000 is a lot, but compared to others, again, Network Chuck, how he can have that many subscribers, but his content is nothing like these content. But again, I get it. It's marketing, right? It's marketing. But Nahum does go deep and he's got good content and is very beneficial. And if you guys don't know, I talk about this in one of my videos too. I'm not a bug bounty guy. I've participated in some before, but you can make good money doing bug bounty because they get, show you here. The Hacker One's a big one. Bug Crowd is another program. There's different programs that you sign up for. And HackerOne's usually one of the largest, but Bug Crowd's big too. They're usually free. You can sign up for them, and then, like I said, they're companies that are going to give you explicit permissions to find exploitations, and then you got to report them in the bugs. And then if it's a bug that they got on the list or they didn't know of, and they rate them, but you can get paid, right? But sometimes some of these bugs have already been reported or found. So sometimes it's just the experience of learning, right? But it's very cutthroat. And but again, go after the low lying fruit. See, there's many bug bounty programs if you start looking through them, but same thing. The bigger ones, see, like a HackerOne, they got the different programs, Bug Crowd as well. But again, when you're looking through them, you can find different ones. I don't even think I'm signed in. See this? See, they tell you invite only. So this one you have to be invited to. This is a CTF. This is a password manager. See, 23andMe. See, this is a bug bounty that they're doing. This is one of their. They got all sorts of different vendors and companies. See, learn about HackerOne. See, so we see here the program guidelines. See, 9 hours, 1 day, and 2 hours tells you how long it's going to last. But this is CTF, right? No, it's a bug bounty. See, this is where you would submit your report, and it shows you right here. See, this is the cash payout. So these are the different rewards. You got a low one, you get 100 to 350. Medium, this is a type of bug, right? It can go from 250 to 1,000. High, which good luck, is 500 to 3,500. And then the last one, we say a critical vulnerability, $750 to $5,500. Now there are bigger payouts because then you got companies like Google and Amazon and some of these big companies. They'll pay out sometimes $100,000, $80,000, $10,000, like very large amounts of money. But again, you got to be very, very good at what you're doing. But again, it's a great learning experience. So I even say I'll touch upon some of these bug bounties and we'll go through them. It doesn't matter if we make any money or not out of them. I think just the experience and the learning that you do. And also, what's cool is after some of these bug bounties are completed or they find bugs, people will put out white papers. And now you can read the techniques and how they found it and how they patched it and came up with the solution. So I always tell people there's so many things that you can learn from. And again, capture the flags or many competitions we'll be doing. And if we look here, okay, that was Dave. All right. So we've been going on and on and on. But again, I've recommended this system. Now let's just show you guys how we install it. This ain't going to take that long. So as you see, we can do the educational version, which I did kind of highly recommend. It tells you a little bit about it. So you teach coding and engineering. So if you ever want to teach your kids stuff, say Zorin OS education includes powerful and engaging tools to help you teach STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math skills. Whether you want to develop students' creativity and problem solving skills or help them build incredible software and hardware, you can prepare your students to succeed in the 21st century. If you notice here, this is Scratch programming. If you guys never seen it, you can Linux, you can download this. You can also get it for Windows as well. But yeah, you can make little animations and you just click them in. And like I said, you got different code snippets here and stuff. And it's great for kids because you're understanding the logic behind the coding. And then as you develop more, you'll be able to be like, so it's definitely great for kids where the light bulb comes on. And even if you're not, even as an adult, if you've never done coding, it'll be useful. It'll give you more of a beginner elementary thing. It's not trying to make you look dumb or whatever, but it'll kind of give you more like if you don't understand a programming language or the methodologies that we use, this might be another alternative for you. But it's mainly for younger people or kids. But again, I'll say even if you're a newcomer and you never coded before, it's a way of doing like pseudo code, right? But it'll kind of give you the structure. See, they got game development. See, so if you guys want to learn how to create video games and all that, say a full feature, no code. See, look at that, no code game development studio that lets students express their creativity while learning programming. Isn't that cool? There's no coding either. So again, you're going to be able to actually build some of your games. And again, it's kind of like my son and other. You can make a lot of money in game development, but again, there's a lot of there's a lot that comes with it as well. But yeah, I'm not a gamer, so there's stuff that I do like about gaming. Like I like the hardware side of things, but game development, like I've tried to do something. See, like this one's cool. Fritzing. See, Fritzing makes electronics accessible as a creative materials for anyone. So see, now you're trying to make a breadboard, right? So you can make your own circuitry and all this stuff and layout and all that. Put your pins in, and it's all virtual. Now again, I still kind of prefer old breadboards. You can put it in yourself and learn how to solder and all that. But again, another great tool to where, like I said, you got Arduino boards, Beagle boards, again, the Raspberry Pis and stuff. So again, you can make your Christmas light. Like you can do a lot of cool stuff. But again, this is simulations and stuff that you can do. But see, Fritzy makes electronics accessible as a creative material for anyone. Quickly build electronic projects on your computer so you can prototype and experiment quicker, right? So you can test it out before you actually get your 3D printer or you put it out on your board and lay it out. A lot of cool stuff there. See, here's Builder, a powerful programming environment, IDE, with all the features you need to create compelling desktop apps and world-class software. Again, there's all sorts of IDEs. And if you notice on mine, I use Visual Studio, which to me is a lot easier, but there's many different tools for different things, and everybody has their own taste, right? Some people like Vim, some people like Nano. Those are editors, right? Same thing like people like, I like Microsoft Office. Some people like LibreOffice. You got some people that like, I don't do a lot of video. Well, yeah, I guess think so. Think about like video editing software. Some people, I like DaVinci, or I got some video software where I like Adobe, whatever, Adobe Express, or I like, what's the name one I used to use when I did all my animations and stuff? After Effects. So I still like After Effects. That's really cool. Okay, see, LibreCAD. So this is a CAD drawing system, right? A professional app for 2D computer-aided design CAD. Perfect for creating technical drawings of electronic schematics and mechanical parts. And actually, I got a couple games too. If you ever wanted to play, that where I got, I'm a nerd, so I kind of like computer hacking games. But I also got some that are like PC builders, so we can take apart a computer and we can build it, and it's all virtual, so we don't have to do it physically. But eventually, I do got to fix that laptop I showed you all earlier, so we can take that thing apart. Your old PC is made new again. See, this is with Zorin. That's what I was trying to say. Look at this. If y'all have monitors like this, I actually threw a lot of these away. I did not realize. I wish I would have kept some. Some of these old CRT monitors are actually going for large amounts of money now because evidently the landfills and all that stuff, you got some of these people that are very environmentalists. Yeah, these are getting very rare to find now. So if you guys have any of these, definitely hold on to them because they are actually worth some money now. But yeah, you can make your old PCs made new again. Keep using your PC for longer to save money on upgrades. We streamlined Zorin OS to work on computers as old as 15 years old. That means you can spend your resources on the things that matter most. See, and that says view system requirements. So let's look at the minimum system requirements. Minimum hardware specifications just to run Zorin. You need at least 2 gigs of RAM, which most computers today have that. A CPU, 1 gigahertz, a dual core. It could be Intel AMD 64-bit processor. Storage, only 15 gigs for the core, 32 gigs for education, and 40 gigs for pro. And again, most computers today, this ain't like gateway computers back in the day when we were lucky if we had a 40 gig hard drive or 20 gig. Like I said, we got USB sticks that I showed y'all earlier. Some of those 128 gigs. You're like, wow, how the hell is something that big? We didn't have hard drives that big. They display 1024 768 resolution. I don't have no 4K monitors or anything. So like I said, anything 1080p 720 is fine for me. That's how you do it on Mac computers. See, and as you see, I think I showed you all earlier. See that? That's an Apple. But guess what operating system? Zorin. See? So I'm running Zorin on. I got rid of it because it was an older Mac, and I was like, I was like, I'm not gonna be able to use it. I'm not gonna throw it away, and it's still usable. So I put Zorin on there. So again, it runs on older hardware. So let's go on a little bit further here. So we got the Zorin. So let's look here. So I showed you all about it. We got the educational. We got for schools. Let's click the old download button. So if you see here, there's the Pro version. This what I was mentioning to you guys earlier. Got extra software and stuff. With the core version. See, there's the education version. We don't want to do all that, but again, just letting you know it's out there. And again, I think I might download this to try it out. Let my niece use it for school and stuff. See how she likes it. But this is Zorin OS 17.3. Just so you guys do know, there is Zorin 18, which is in beta, and I'll be able to show you guys that here probably in a minute. It should give me other versions. See, this is where you can compare the versions side by side. I usually got where I can. Here's the checksums. So you're looking for Zorin Lite. See, download historical versions of Zorin. So you can get older versions too. So if you look here in the archive, we can go down. There's 16, there's 15, 12. And again, if you wanted to experiment and be like, yeah, let's see what the changes were and all that, they usually got the configs and the changes as well. So, come back over here. We're going to go download. I mentioned about the checksum, so I want to show you guys this. So we're going to go download. Right here, I don't need to do my email address. I've already done this before, but you can if you guys want to. You'll skip the download. Here it's going to download to my computer. As you see, it's an ISO file. Okay. So we're going to put it right here. Yeah, that's fine. Downloads. So we're going to save that. How big is this file? Just so we can double check. 3.5 gigs. It should take me about 3 minutes or so. Okay. Now we can say how to install Zorin OS, right? Just in case you didn't know. But we're going to let it download. So install Zorin OS, a step-by-step guide to help you install Zorin alongside your current operating system. We're not going to be doing that because, again, I already told you, this computer that I'm connected to, see, we already got Zorin installed. Now, if you want to do a side-by-side, you do like what I showed earlier in the video on that laptop. What we can do is we're going to it'll probably step us through it. I'll just kind of go through it to show you a couple of tools. So you're going to burn that ISO image and put it on a bootable USB drive. So you got to make that USB bootable. And there's tools that we can do that. And I'm not, Rufus is usually on Windows. I'm not sure which one they're going to recommend. We'll read through that though. Let's see. See what you need. A computer capable of running Zorin OS. Okay, we already looked at the system requirements. See, one USB flash drive with enough capacity for your Zorin OS. So if you notice, that's why I looked. We were at like 3.5 gigs, I think is what it said. So see, Core and Lite is only 4 gigs. So, and again, you need to make sure it's a blank USB. It's going to wipe everything that's on it. You can do the Pro or Pro Lite and Educational for 8 gigs. So just to make sure you have enough space. An external driver cloud storage or backup of your important files. Because if you are going to run it side by side or put it on, you want to back up your original files, like in your Windows system or whatever. It's always just a safe bet, just in case something crashes and you need to restore your files. So it's always good to make backups. That's always smart to do, just in case you get hacked or anything. So download your Zorin ISO file. If you haven't already, see, download or copy your Zorin OS. You will need to get it from our website to proceed. Say we already downloaded it here. Having issues, please keep the download Zorin ISO on your computer while following to the next steps. You don't need to copy and paste it to an external device. You can simply keep it in your computer's downloads folder. Back up your data, optional, which might say optional, definitely do it. So we recommend that you copy the important files on your computer, like I said, if you're running Windows or whatever, to an external driver or cloud storage service. Installing a new operating system may overwrite your data. Right here, create a bootable USB install drive. That's how simple it is. You will need to write the Zorin OS ISO, which again, the one we're downloading, it's almost done, to your USB drive using an app called, yeah, see, there's Balena Etcher. And then the other one, I keep saying is Rufus. Rufus is very popular. The computer that you use, this can be from a different computer and whatever. And actually, do I think I might have Etcher on? Wait a minute. Let me look something real quick. I think I have Etcher on this computer. Let me look here. Oh, and that's if I type in the right box, eh? Say, I always keep forgetting my. I swear I thought I. Let me come over here. Let's see. It still should pop up here though. 'Cause I swear I thought I downloaded it. Let me see what's coming up here. Oh, sorry, Synthesia. There's Libre Wolf. Trying to see. There's Jitsi. I want to just kind of show you. It's a really simple thing to do, but I'm trying to. Do I still got Rufus? Rufus is what a lot of people still use. That's what I kind of recommend, but I'm trying to see. I think okay. I'm going to show you Rufus. I'm going to drag it over. Then you guys can see it. Just to show you kind of what it's set up. I'm not going to be able to show all of it because I don't have the ISO file on this computer. I don't have a USB drive plugged in. Actually, let's close this out. We don't need the Discord no more right now. Okay. So, this is Rufus. You can download this off any system, okay? Again, this is mainly for Windows, but Etcher is similar like this. Etcher is a little bit easier to use. I'm surprised I don't have Etcher on here. That's what's driving me back. Okay, so, oops, sorry about that. So what you're going to do is, after your image downloads, this is Rufus, kind of the same thing. What it's going to do is going to make your USB bootable. So you're going to pick your device, right? So once you pick your device that you got here, now you're going to put the boot selection. See, disk ISO image. So here I would pick my ISO image, which is going to be, excuse me, which is going to be Zorin. I'm going to stick that in here, okay? It'll tell me the image of the file. I go to it, I put it in here. Partition scheme, don't worry about that. Target system, don't worry about that. You can list the USB hard drives. You can click this. That'll usually give you the default letter, you know. So like when it comes up, it'll be like C is usually your hard drive. D will be like a whatever CD drive or whatever. But it'll come up in whatever correspondence. You can format it, right? So you give it a label name here. You can name the file system, cluster size. Will give us all this. You don't have to worry about all that. But what you want to do is you hit ready, and then it'll say start. When you hit the start button, it's going to now copy that ISO image and make it bootable for your operating system, and then you can run it. That's the same thing like Etcher is going to be. So we come back over here. Let's see. Bring this one back up. Now we're back on Zorin. So as you see, plug in the USB flash drive into your computer. Double click on the download. See, this is the Etcher file to launch the app. This should be in your computer's downloads folder. You know, if I type in Balena, let me see. I'm just kind of curious. Because I swear I thought I downloaded this. Like, try. Bingo. I was typing in Etcher, but it's Balena. That's what I would use on Linux. I also more of a Rufus guy, but again, different tools for different things. Let me see here. Is it loading? It should be loading up. Give it a second. Here we go. All right, to show you, this is how simple this one is. See, Belina etcher. What it is, how flash from clone drive. You do this, you're going to now pick our ISO, which is Zorin. Test, test, test. Test, test. Okay, I think my audio's back. All right. So, just to show you, you would click your file from your Zorin. You're going to select a target, which will be your USB drive. And then all you can do is hit that flash button. It's going to copy it, make it bootable, stick it in your computer. If you get, like I said, HP right there, you can either hit F2. It's usually F2 or F12, which will put you into the boot into the BIOS. When you go into the BIOS, I can't show you that because, well, I could do it from that laptop. But again, you hit that, it's going to go into the BIOS selection. You're going to pick your bootable device. You want to pick that USB device, so name it whatever you want, or it'll say USB. You click that, put that as the first device. It'll boot up from that USB. Then Zorin will load up. Then you can load it up. And then it'll go through the options, and that's what we're getting ready to do, but we're going to do ours on a virtual machine. Okay. See, double click on the download Ballerina Etcher to launch the app. This shows, okay, and downloads folder, blah, blah, blah. See, you all saw it right here. Press the flash from the file, download Zorin ISO file on the computer. Should be in your computer's downloads folder, so you would navigate to it. So these pictures work for you guys. So you press to select the target, choose the correct USB flash that's in the list. So right here, you pick that one or whatever your drive name is. Press the flash button. Pretty simple, right? Hit that flash button. It's going to copy it over. This is if you have any issues. If it's not copying over, then you can boot from the USB install drive. Notice what I just told you guys. Escape, delete, F2 or F12. As soon as your system boots up, you should see it flash up on your screen. It'll usually be really quick. It's usually like I said, especially on HP, you'll see it at the HP screen before the Windows logo pops up. It'll be like you can look into like boot into your manager or like I said, it's usually BIOS, boot BIOS. But right there, see escape, delete, F2 or F12. You just keep hitting it. Beep, 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 beep. And you'll hear it beeping, beep, beep, beep. It'll go off, turn to a blue screen. It'll give you the options. And then you can go in and change them. Understand it's no mouse. You're going to be doing it with your up and down arrows on your keyboard. And then you just hit enter and tab to go. Again, it usually tells you the commands, but usually tab and stuff will take you to the next one. And then you move your arrow up and down to move them up and down, then you hit enter. Again, I would show you that, but I'd have to turn that computer back on and put it up toward the camera because I can't remote into it that way because I don't have the operating system ain't running at that time. So at the boot device, see, so you got USB, EFI. If your computer has, say, modern, it tells you about if you have a graphics card like NVIDIA and stuff, sometimes you might have to change the video settings. And then here we are installing. So now what we're going to do, we got it downloaded. So now let's show you guys what we do on our end. So actually, I better show you guys this too. We're using VMware Workstation. That's what I would highly recommend you guys do. But you can use VirtualBox. These are both free. But to show you, I know VMware, it can be a pain in the butt sometimes trying to get this, but there's a free version, but they've been offering Workstation now for free for a long time. Before they used not to. But just type in VMware Workstation. I got a video that actually goes over this. I'm just kind of giving you guys a little rundown. See right here, it says VMware, Fusion, and Workstation. Fusion actually is probably going to take me over to the other side. Fusion is normally for Mac, right? OS X, and they got one called Player, but most people don't use that. But Workstation is what we're looking for. So Fusion and Workstation. So see, you go download now. It should redirect us, which it is Broadcom. If you don't know, Broadcom now is hosting all this. So you pick your username, right? And if not, if you haven't done it, you can sign up for it. This has been a pain in the butt. I know a lot of people complain about this. This has nothing to do with me. It's Broadcom. But yeah, you're going to sign in, log in. They'll send you an email. You confirm it. Then you log into your account. I'm not doing that here, but you'll see VMware. You can download it from there. And it's not that hard. It's a quick, easy install, okay? The other one I'll show you, a lot of people do use this as well. I mean, there's just more features in VMware. But this is, my brain's starting to shut down again. VirtualBox, right? Yeah. All right, so if we look at VirtualBox, Oracle, right? So go here. This is free as well. Again, everything I'm showing you is free. Powerful open source virtualization. So you get started, download. So you click download. I'm not going to do it because I don't want VirtualBox. I think I have VirtualBox on this computer. To download VirtualBox. Yeah, there's also an extension pack. So that's why I don't go through all it. Because after you download your VirtualBox, you got to put in some of these extensions so you can do copy and paste from your workstation over to the virtual machine. And then there's some other little features that you have to kind of turn on. You also want to make sure that your computer has virtualization turned on, or VTX, and that's usually in the BIOS screen. If anybody has any questions on this, I have a video actually I created when I was doing one of my CTFs, but definitely join my Discord. We'll sit here, we can walk through it and stuff. Or if y'all want, leave a message in my comments. Maybe we'll make a video or something, okay? But on that part, this is just a virtualization. But again, still pretty simple. So let's do this part right here. Bring this back up. So after you get whatever one you want, again, I still highly recommend virtual or VMware. Okay. So pull this back up. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new virtual machine. Now, if you notice over here, even though this sounds kind of weird what we're about to do, but just to show you, you see we have Zorin already, right? This is on physical hardware. I'm just remote accessed into it, but that's on physical hardware. What we're going to do is, though, we're going to run Zorin inside Zorin. So we're going to make a virtual machine where we're going to have two Zorins now. So I can now, what's cool about this too is, though, even though this is on physical hardware, I can make this Zorin computer now talk to the other Zorin computer in the virtual machine. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go File, and we're going to go a new virtual machine, right? We want to create a new one. So right there, I'm working. I think 17 is the latest one now, but notice it's Pro. You don't have to pay for this. They give you a license key and all, so that's great. So we can go a typical recommended workstation, okay? And you can do custom and advanced, but we're just going to keep it simple. So right here, as you see, typical recommended. We're going to go next. Our new, let's see, use the ISO image. So we're going to pick right here. I got Linux Lite. So let's pick the one I just downloaded. So if we look here, it should be Zorin right there. See Zorin 17.3 core ISO, right? So we're going to pick that image. As you see, it's now loaded in. We put the path. We can also do this afterwards, but we're going to do this right now. So we're going to put that one in here. We're going to hit next. The guest operating system. So is it FreeBSD, version 10 or higher? And let's see, what else do they got here? Let's see what other options they have. FreeBSD, Solaris. It's not Solaris, that's for sure. It's just Linux though. Didn't they have Linux? Yeah, let's pick Linux. There we go. Okay, so they're probably not going to. Do they have Zorin in the list? I don't think they have Zorin. See, kernel. All right, so we're just going to keep it Ubuntu, okay? Again, I showed y'all before we can do Ubuntu. And actually, let's put 64-bit. Okay, so we're going to do Linux operating system, Ubuntu, because again, this is based off of Ubuntu. The name. So now we get to name it what we want. So let's just call this, you know what? Instead of calling it Zorin, let's call it like Win 11 Killer. There we go. That's a cool name, huh? Win 11 Killer. We got our location where it's going to be put. Okay. So that's again. Now right here we get a pick. We're assigning our hard drive space that I have on this computer that I have left over. How much space do I want to give this computer? Now since I'm going to remove this after I already installed because I already got Zorin. But for you guys, you might want to make it where it's useful, right? So I would put like 80 gigs, maybe even 100, but 80 gigs so you can download stuff, you could use it and stuff, especially if it's going to be your daily. If it's going to be your daily, you can make it even bigger. But as you said, it only needs 20 to install. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to go with the default. So as you see right now, the memory that's going to have is going to have 2 gigs, 2048 megs, so that's 2 gigs. The hard disk is going to be 20 gigs. The network adapter is going to be NAT. We're going to change that. I'm going to show you why in just a second. And other devices, 2 GOOOOs, got a CD, USB driver, blah, 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 blah. Customize. We can customize the hardware. So if you look here, this is where we're going to set stuff up for the hardware. So the memory right now, we'll give it 2 gigs. I only got 8 gigs of memory on this little computer, right? This little tower. So 2 gigs will be fine. Processors 2. The CD. See, we really don't even need the CD DVD. It's virtual, but I don't know when we'd ever use it. The network adapter. This is NAT, but what we're going to do is after we get it installed, we'll go back and we're going to change it. And I'll explain to you guys host only and NAT and bridge. We'll actually do that in a networking class. What I like to do, especially in virtual environments, especially if I'm pen testing, we make a custom. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a virtual network, which is not on our physical network. And the reason why is, let's say we're doing like malware research or we're doing like I said, a pen test or something. If something was to break out, I don't want it to get on my physical network. And this is a way we can keep it segmented and keep the network segmented. Sound card, that's fine. So let's go through that. We're going to close. We'll just leave all that stuff the way it is and finish. As you see here, don't show this page. What's it doing? Okay, we don't care about that. I don't know why it's still doing that. All right. So you see, Win 11 Killer, VMware starting up. Let's see how this does on my system since I'm streaming. See, so if you guys know, say try or install Zorin OS. We can install Zorin OS safe mode or try and install Zorin OS. So we're going to still just try or install it. This is the way you saw it on that laptop when we did it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go view. We're going to go full screen. So now you guys can see it the way you would see it on an actual computer. Give it a second. It might start dragging now because again, I am streaming and sharing off this screen. And now running this virtual machine is going to run a little bit heavier on it. Let's see. I want to make sure it don't crash on us. Oh, another thing about virtual machines too, if you hit Control Alt, it lets you out of the virtual machine. So see if I click in there, now I'm in the virtual machine. So my mouse works. Now you see this mouse, it moves around, it can come out. But sometimes if you're stuck inside, some virtual machines different, but on VMware, if you hit Control Alt at the same time, it releases your mouse. So now you can work back on your actual system. What in the world is going on? Should not be taking this long. Well, maybe it will. Yeah, let's go back up here. See if we can interact with it. I don't know if it just crashed on me. It might be taking a minute though, because this computer is kind of slow. I just want to go through. Ah, here it comes. I don't know if y'all heard that, but that's the intro. Why am I not seeing it though? That's what's bothering. Oh, wait. Okay, you can see. I just noticed. I'm sitting here looking because of the delay on the remote connection. It's over here on this screen, but then it was taking a minute to come over here. That's why I didn't see it. Okay, so this is what you would see. Now, if you notice right now, our graphics isn't making up the full screen. So let me see if I do this. No, it's a little bit better, but it's because I'm doing it remote. It's actually bigger. I don't know if you guys can see it. Right there. See? We're looking at the same thing. That's the computer you're connected to. There's the tower down there. But that's the computer you're connected to. I'm just using the second monitor because it's closer to me. So if y'all want to see my setup, that's one of my monitors. This is my big monitor. That's my camera. This is my keyboard. This is my laptop. This is my laptop. That's the Mac. That's my other monitor. This is my keyboard. That's my little sound card, hard drive. Back over here, I got my laptop I was using earlier. And then I got another computer down here. So a little mixture of different things. All right, so let's see. Where were we at? All right, so if we come over here, I'm in America, so we're going to pick English. And we can try Zorin or install Zorin. So with this case, instead of trying it, because we've already see how it's going to look, we've already been working on it, we're going to install it. So this is what you guys would do, okay? So again, remember, if you're installing it, you're not. You can either do a dual boot, or we're going to say we don't want to use Windows. We just want to use Linux. So Zorin is going to be our primary operating system. So we're going to install Zorin. So let's see what it does. And again, it'll take a little bit. And again, this is why I said when you're using older hardware and stuff, it will run slower. I can do stuff on my laptop, but then some of the other labs I do, especially after they're installed. Yeah, see, there's this delay. Because I see it over here. Can I refresh this? Is it maybe because of this? Because I went full screen. I wonder if that's it. Let's come out of full screen. Okay. I'm going to do this. I think it's the graphics for some reasons. Because again, I'm noticing over here it's changing. And over here it just seems like we're just waiting. So it's not really the delay. All right. So let's go through this. All right. So right here, keyboard layout. We got English US. And if we come back over here, what is the yeah, okay, this was the keyboard layout. So English US, that's all fine. The defaults. We're gonna hit continue. Trying to see if it's the computer that's kind of delaying and lagging. So we took it out of full screen mode, but with me streaming and all that. So again, we'll just give it a second. All right, here we go. When you're doing this on physical hardware, it will go a lot faster. Okay, updates and other software. We can download updates while installing Zorin OS. I would recommend that on physical hardware. Install third-party software for your graphics and Wi-Fi hardware, and you know what? Let's do all that. Again, this is all virtual that I'm doing. So it says preparing the Ubuntu drivers. So it's going to give us all of our audio, video drivers, everything that we'll need. And again, the back and forth of being able to copy paste, like it letting things set at default and stuff, you'll see why we do this. And what's nice, like I said, that the system itself, when it sees software and hardware that you download, or sorry, software that you download, it'll automatically show you the updates and stuff and always give you recommendations. So what we want to do here is, now then, this is what would be different with you. This computerly has no detected operating system. Why? This is a virtual machine, right? Now, if you were putting this on physical hardware and you had a Windows operating system, it's going to detect there's a Windows operating system. There's where it'll actually ask you about, you can do like a dual boot. So therefore, you're going to partition your hard drive where you're going to give so much to Zorin, so much to Windows. And they'll have different drive letters. So now when your computer boots, it'll ask you, you want to boot into Windows? Do you want to boot into Zorin? Now you pick. What we're being able to do is, though, we're running two operating systems at the exact same time, and I can come out of one, out of the other. So as you see right now, I'm running Zorin, but I'm also running this by my remote connection on a Windows 11. So I can go into my Windows 11 computer. I can still work on Zorin, and I can fire up other virtual machines, and the thing is, they can all communicate with each other. All right. So let's come here. Installation type. We want to erase the disk. Yes, that's fine. This is where you can put advanced features, and you can pick something else. But we don't care. We're going to wipe the whole hard drive. It's a virtual machine, right? 20 gigs. See, it's going to ask you, write the changes to disk. If you continue, the changes listed below will be written to the disk. Otherwise, you will be able to make further changes manually. The partition tables of the following device and changes are, says SCSI 13300 at the SDA. Again, there's partition 2 is located at this for ESPA, and extension 4 at this one here. So partition 3, it's going to make 3 partitions, okay? Think of it like now Windows will make your primary, and then you got like a backup partition, so if anything ever happens to the system. And I'm going to show you too what's great about VMware. You can also do it with VirtualBox too. We can make snapshots. And when I start getting into my labs and stuff, I'll show you why these are very important, especially when it comes to malware. So you got a stable condition of, the image, but then let's say you corrupt it and you destroy it. Well, it doesn't matter. I can reload it back to the original state, and that's why we take snapshots, right? So if you see here, where are you? I'm using New York time zone because I'm the East Coast of the United States. They don't have it listed for Florida, but yeah, that's EST. So wherever you are in the world, just pick your time location. You drop it down here in the drop down menu. All right, so who are you? We got to give it a username, right? So let's pick, we'll go Mentors, right? Because he's cool. He's a cool guy. Mentors, the cool guy. So we're going to call him, what the crap? Am I typing on the right keyboard? Why is it looking like that? What the? Did we pick the right keyboard layout? Because what the crap is it doing? Yeah, no. Hold on. Did we pick the right keyboard, guys? Like, what the crap is that? It's not even using my name. Where's my mouse at? Control Alt. Okay, there's my mouse. What is going on? Did we pick a different keyboard layout? Let's see. Can we go back? Crap. It's gonna let me go back. I don't even know what that. We can change the name again. I just don't know why it's typing funky letters. Y'all watching that? Look, I'm typing M. That's not an M. 3. I think we got the wrong keyboard layout. Can I get? How can? Wait a minute. Well, let me go all the way back. Control Alt. I'm trying to click. So I was going to click back, but I'm trying to click on the blue to see if it'll let me. Come on. Somehow we got the wrong keyboard layout because it's not typing the letters. See, your computer's name, virtual machine, but I don't know. I don't want that. And my name, L, Z. I'm typing L. See, pick a username. It's typing Z. I typed L. Yeah, something's wrong with the keyboard layout. Oh, this is not good. Why can't I go back? This is what's driving me nuts. It should be letting me go back. I control alt to get out, but why isn't it not letting me? See, this name will pop up. I think it's gonna. I can change the username, but I really need to change this keyboard layout. I want to go back. What do you think? Start up the virtual machine again? For some reason, it's not letting me go back, which normally it should be able to, because you can see it's screwed up. It's got the wrong. See, because I thought I saw earlier when I looked at the keyboard layout. Will it let me out of this stupid thing? See, it's loaded up right there. I can't see the bottom of the screen. Wait, I can connect here. I think we can close out of the install and try it over again. All right, we're just going to type in something. I just don't know about that stupid password, though. Require my Okay, we're going to change that, okay? Use active. No, we don't care. Log in automatically. We're going to change it because I'm not going to remember the password. But what you guys would do, okay? One, pick the right keyboard layout, which I didn't do. And then the username and the password, make it something. It is a virtual machine, so nobody's usually going to hack into it because this isn't a production or anything. But if it is something that you're going to do for your daily and stuff, make it secure. You can use a password manager as well. I'll show you guys how to do it. But make it at least like 14 characters long or something, some special symbols. So here, we're just going to let's see what characters come up. So I'm going to type in mentors, M3NT0RZ. Okay. But I don't know what it's typing. It's typing some other weird stuff. And we'll go down. Okay. That's my name. And the password, we're just going to say password. Okay. So we're just going to go PASSWORD. Password, and we'll go bang, which is exclamation point, right? So let's see if we can get that. See, it comes up 6 key, but it's password bang, okay? So now let's confirm our password. So it's this lowercase, PASSWORD, bang, exclamation point. All right, see, so they match up. So we got all that. That's good. Let's continue. It says it's a good password. That's garbage. Password bang. One of the most easiest crackable passwords on planet Earth. Good password. All right. So now it's going to go through its installing the system. And how long have we been going? Wow, 5 hours. So hopefully people actually watch this video. It looks like we did got 4 people. I guess maybe 4 people. Thank you all the 4 people watching. I definitely need the watch hour, so will definitely help. And again, I'm just trying to burn my hours. I'm assuming. Does anybody know on StreamYard? See, today is when it was supposed to reset. Does it reset at midnight? Because I might be using my new 20 hours. But I still had 10 hours left over. So that's what I was trying to burn. So I don't know if I should have probably stopped at midnight. So as you see, it's installing. It says retrieving. What do we got? Files, 183 out of 200, 311, 239 out of 311, 241. So it's got it's similar like a Windows installation. 311. What we got? 311. Okay. So it's retrieving the files. Then I'll start installing our core components. Then once it all gets done, it'll be just like Zorin that we already got loaded up. And again, this is just in a virtual machine, but you'll be doing these same steps on physical hardware. I was looking for the repositories. And again, it's fun actually watching this stuff because one, you get to see how Linux installs files. And then when you see when they actually boot up, it's a little bit different than Windows. And especially when you're doing some virtual machines, you actually see the code running. And the more you get familiar with the code that's running, you understand more of the boot process. It's a little bit different than Windows. And also, like I said, the shells are different and all that as well. And when I say shell, you got to think of the shell is how the computer, it's the interface between us and the computer. Remember, computer don't understand our language. So you say we got computer programming language. Well, that's still more for us. Computers, remember, they talk in binary and they also talk in machine code. Now, the thing is, we can't understand that. So we need an interpreter to sit here and communicate. So when we see an IDE, you're typing in this, but what it needs to do is, you'll learn this in Linux as well, but Arch specifically, Arch Linux is when you actually have to do assembly and build your own code, and then we assemble it so we can convert and put it into machine code so the computer can understand it. And I'm trying to be very basic here because I know we might have some tech individuals like, dude, you don't know what you're. I'm keeping it very simple because it can get very complex when you get deeper into it. There is careers of people that do build shells, and you're getting down into, in the OSI model is what we use in networking, but it's for every career in IT. There's 7 layers, and it's understanding how computers communicate. And it goes from, like I said, top layer all the way down. And when we're talking, now we're on the wire. And the wire is the electricity, right? The data going across that wire. But then it even gets deeper because now when you start talking about processors, right? You got to understand those paths that are going by. And there's videos on YouTube if you guys want to see how processors are built from the silicon up, or silicone, right? Silicone disk. And there's some new features that there's some new chips that are coming out that look really cool. Remember, I keep talking about binary, zeros and ones. They've actually got chips now to where some of these chips are going to be now put into newer computers, and this is because AI needs them, and it's crazy. Like to sit here and think like, what? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Like this is a game changer. And if they are going to be able to produce chips, I can only imagine how much they're going to be. But the processing power alone, people have no idea how. Because you understand, when you're making the chips, they can only go so thin and small. And the processing power that you're doing to make all those traces, people were coming up with different ways. Like, you understand, the heat and everything else, you got them lifted up. And again, we're getting down to microscopic levels here, right? And especially when you start talking about supercomputers and keeping these things cooled. Again, way beyond my pay grade. Very interesting to read about. Sometimes they talk about things I'm like, I don't necessarily understand. I have a general understanding. And that's why I'm trying to keep it very basic because I don't want to feel like I'm talking down to anybody, but I just know a lot of people who watch my stuff are newcomers into tech. And I'm not saying we don't have common sense and we don't have whatever, but I just know I could use some terminology you guys aren't going to understand. And there's terminology that I've even read in somebody's white paper. I have no idea what the crap we're talking about. I'm not an engineer like that. You understand? You're talking about people working at Intel and chips. Like, there's a reason why they get paid the money they do. But you understand, there's a lot of robots and machines that's doing a lot of this work. It ain't physical people sitting here like. But again, a lot of brain power, a lot of math, a lot of physics. And you understand, to make things smaller, you got to understand you're making more processing power, more heat. But how are you keeping these things cooled down? You know, There's liquid thermo that people have been using. We got the different computers you use. Most of us have fans, but then we got liquid cooled. But now some of these newer processors, especially when you talk about like supercomputers, these things, you understand these temperatures that they're using, like average person, unless you're, I don't even think Donald Trump's like, it's a lot of money, a lot of investment, and there's a lot of power going to these things. And there's a reason why, if y'all don't realize too, the virtual machines and stuff, when I was first coming up, we didn't have things like this. You actually had the physical hardware. So you had to have Cisco switches and actual servers. You had to plug these things in, and they use a lot of power. And another thing, they cost a lot of money. Now, even with Cisco and some of these labs that we'll do with Packet Tracer, they give us images for older devices, but it still gives you an idea of routers and switches and all that. But there are other images that you can use because Cisco is proprietary. So again, we don't want to break any laws and stuff. But like I said, you'll see certain switches and stuff that where we can use other vendors that offer free stuff, which is very compatible with Cisco. And then when I say OSI, that is Cisco's operating system that they use on their switches. And that's where you'll learn that about CCNA and CCNP. Again, we're going to do basic networking, but we will be following the Cisco certification track. So if you want to learn your CCNA, I'm putting together materials and labs and courses that'll help you be able to do that if that's what you want to get into. But again, it's vendor specific. And again, there's other people that make content. Professor Messer is one of them. If you guys haven't ever checked him out, all free content. He does Network Plus. This is CompTIA stuff. He does a lot of CompTIA. That's a lot of certifications people first start out in. You got A Plus, which is PC repair. You got Network Plus, networking. Again, it's not vendor specific. Then you got A Plus, which is hardware, PC repair. Network Plus. Then he's got Sec Plus. And if you want to get DoD or anything, you definitely need Security Plus. It's a requirement. So you can get into that certification. Again, it gives you all the fundamentals and it's not vendor specific. So you'll learn a lot of the fundamentals basics, but then Cisco is vendor specific. And the reason why people use Cisco, it's still one of the largest networking hardware that's used in enterprise networks. So that's why we're going to go down Cisco. To me, it's still very relevant, but there's many others. Aruba's great. And again, we'll mess with different images and different, but I still feel like Cisco and all that to understand how to use the commands, you'll realize in Aruba and other things, it's very similar. Same thing like with Windows and Linux, certain commands and certain things are similar. But I would say if I'm coming from the Windows world, coming into Linux, and I have to start getting into the command, it might throw you off a little bit. Because Windows is dominantly used more than any other operating system on planet Earth. That's just the way it is. But when it comes to power and all that, if you're coming from OS X or Mac universe, which is Unix, you'll be very familiar with Linux because Linux is based off of, well, it originated from Unix. So when you go into the terminal, a lot of the commands, everything will seem very familiar to you. If you ever run from, use the terminal. Most people do it all through the GUI. And we're still waiting for this, so that's why I'm rambling on. So checking, see, for packages to remove. Installing, say DPKGs. We don't use executables in the Linux world. But again, Zorin will run Windows programs. And I'm going to show you some of the other features here. I just want to show you how to install this. So you can do it on your own hardware. And since I already got it installed, it's going to run a little bit quicker than running it through the virtual machine. And we're almost done. See, downloading the packages, making sure we got all the updates. Here we go. Unpacking the system. Configuring it. Installing. Unpacking. And by no way am I like a Linux engineer, right? or a developer. Okay, so I don't want anybody to get this idea like, oh, I'm the Linux guru, because it's like there's a lot to Linux. There's a lot to learn. I know fundamentals, I know basics, and I guess some intermediate. But am I any? If we start getting down to the kernel level and kernel pro, that's not me. That's way above my pay grade. And yeah, I tried to study and learn some stuff, and there's going to be some topics that we'll cover that I might know stuff about, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, hey guys, I'm just like a professional at this, right? There's a reason why I pick certain skill sets that I'm good at and that I feel competent, But there's some where I'm like, no, there's room for improvement and I can learn. And that's the thing I love about teaching. Not only can I teach, I can also learn as well along with you guys. So again, I don't want anybody to ever get this idea like, oh, I know everything. I don't. And that's why I would like to invite other people and people that I've known. Even if you guys have any recommendations or anybody watching the video, yeah, definitely reach out to me. I would love to collaborate with people. So if you have a certain skill set or something, I know there is one of my Filipino friends. She's here in America. She is really good with the AI and doing a lot of the animations. I'm kind of I'm more old school where I'm doing it like I said, Adobe After Effects, doing everything manually. I'm still learning a lot of the AI prompting and stuff. But yeah, if you guys are into that stuff and you're really good, if you want to give a talk, reach out to me. We can collaborate. And like I said, we can make like a video or even have like a free talk where we'll discuss and you share and teach people on how to do stuff or make your own videos. And I'll promote anybody, right? Again, if if it's something that, I support and condone. Now, like I said, if you're somebody that's like selling dope or drugs, I'm not going to support that. Or if you're one of these people like, oh yeah, scamming or trying to do stuff to make money, I like, no, it has to be something I would truly support. But again, individuals, if you got content, I feel like it's beneficial for other people, then yeah, because you understand, same with you, we're putting our names and credibility on the line. And I'm going to say, you got as much to lose just as I do. And I don't want to embarrass myself online. I've had plenty of times, trust me. And the karaoke, when I'm up there dancing, yeah, I don't know. I like to dance sometimes. But like I said, when it comes to my professional, like, nah, I'm not worried about any of that. But again, I am just a regular laid back guy. Like to chill, hopefully learn a little bit, have a little bit of fun while we're going, joke about different things, but then there's a time to be serious. But the main thing is just have fun, all right? That's the main thing. And the hacking is fun. Breaking things, ooh, doggy. To get in there and to be. And the thing is, too, if we can grow our community, pretty good size, we could play like bros versus Joes. If you guys are unfamiliar with that is you got offense and defense. Think of it like a football team, right? So you're gonna have the bad guy, red teamers, the hackers, and then we got a blue team. That's what we call it in the profession. You got red team, blue team. Then we got some teams that are merged together, which we call purple. But bros versus Joes, the way it is we have teams, and you can have like most time 5 people on a team. Same thing. We would start out with CTFs, capture the flags, which are competitions, but we would do ours locally. But we could build it up. We could have a scoreboard, and then we can pick team members, and then we go to bros versus Joes. This is where we actually have hackers from an outside. They're going to do reconnaissance, come in blind, and be able to pivot, or again, exploit the network, find a way in. The thing is, they're going to have defense that they're going against. We will have a blue team or a SOC. We'll have a seam set up. This will be everything that I taught you guys built, and we built all this from the ground up, so you'll know all of it. So the thing is, now it's time for real world practical application. You're going to have these people, this side, that want to be pen testers. They got their skill sets. I'm not helping. You have to defend. if you want to be blue team. Now, again, most people want to be the hacker side, red team. I can tell you, blue team is, to me, a lot more funner. Red team, after a while, you're like, there's so many exploits you can do and all that. Now, for newcomers and all that, there's a lot to know. There's going to be a lot to know, and you guys will understand this when we're going through our courses. And again, this wouldn't be something like in a year. When I'm talking about my courses and everything we're doing, this is going to be years. You understand? So when I'm talking about a course that we're doing, CCNA, if you all don't know, average time to study for it's minimum 90 days. People who's coming in who's never had any experience and never don't know much about a computer, I say go at least 6 months. Because you've got to understand the fundamentals. And now there's so many things changing and stuff. You don't want to be studying for a certification. You get ready to take the certification and you realize, oh my gosh, it's already changed up. And now we got new technologies and you're already kind of behind the 8 ball. Again, most certifications, it's usually 3 to 4 years when they upgrade them and update them. But I'm just telling you, technology is moving so fast now. Not only are you studying for that certification, you need to stay current on current events. And that's why I'm trying to challenge you to sit here and we work on CTS, we work on labs. And now you got other people that's studying the same thing. These are your same peers. Let's say you were going to do certifications or getting to the career. These are the same people that's competing for the same job you want. Now again, maybe you want to go a different route, a different field. But again, bros versus Joes, that's what a lot of people get. And the pen testing, there's people say, oh, there people don't realize to be a pen tester, just because you pass certification, there is so much you gotta know. Different operating system, different environments that you're in, different type of exploits, different type of services. Again, you never know what you're going to encounter. So you have to be very broad on your scope of knowledge. Blue teamers, they need to be broad too, but they actually have an advantage. For a hacker, well, some people think differently. With a hacker, you understand they only need one opportunity to get into the network. You understand, as a blue team or security, they got hundreds of thousands of cyber attacks every single day. Then they triage, right? They got to pick. Critical, is this severe? What, So they got, because you understand there's so much going on, you can't stop all of it. And I've always told people too, always assume that the network has already been compromised. You could have a Mo already sitting inside the network. You don't know. He's already got a C2C, a command and control. He's already sending a beacon back. He's been doing it for months. Somebody might have stumbled on, but now he's pivoted further in the network. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why we do triage. And this is where you start getting into malware analysis. And then we started looking into, like I said, cybersecurity threat. There's a lot to it. All right, let's see. I think we might. See, installation is complete. You need to restart your computer. So we're not going to restart our computer. We're going to restart the virtual machine. But it thinks it's a computer. So we're going to go restart now. Now notice it's not going to shut my computer off. It's just going to shut the virtual machine down. Now you'll see it, and it should run a little bit faster. And we could change the memory if we want to make it go a little bit faster, the RAM, if we want to speed it up. But I still think 2 gigs will be fine, even on the virtual machine. Now, what I always recommend too, and I'll show you this. I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to keep this virtual machine. But for you guys, if this is your first time running a virtual machine, once it comes back up and loads, we're going to take a snapshot. So see right here, snapshot. We'll take a snapshot of it. And then we can give it a name or a date, whatever. It's usually good to give a description, just in case there's any changes. Say, please remove the installation medium, and then press enter. So it should be already removed. Because I don't think it's still loading from the image. So let's just go enter. All right, there goes VMware, loading up. That ISO image shouldn't be there anymore. Okay, there it goes. See Zorin loading up. This should go a little bit quicker. But after we get done with this, we're going to take a snapshot. And the reason why we do this is if there is any changes or any configurations or anything that crashes, I want you all to get into this routine, especially when we do our security stuff, malware, and our cyber attacks and all that and stuff. We always want to have a stable image, right? Starting image that we can always restore to, because especially when we're hacking, and especially when I say malware research, you understand we're creating malware. We're going to create ransomware, live ransomware. That's why I'm very cautious about when we get into this stuff. It's not just, I'm not making like a 0 day. It'll be stuff out there that's known exploits. So here we go. Zorin 17.3. So let's hit my control, hit my mouse. So we could start the tour, but we could go, let's actually do the tour. I don't think I ever took the tour. Let's see here. Can I make this screen bigger so you guys can see it again? Hold on. See if it works right this time. Okay, is it going full screen? It went full screen over here, but it looks like dung over here. Let me hit Control Alt again. I think it's because it's the, yeah, that's it. I'm going to go back to normal here. But let me do it. See, it's fine over here. I'm looking at the actual screen. Let me see if I change it over here on the physical computer. Oh my lordy. And now I can't even get the virtual machine. The display settings. No, we don't want that. I want up here. My virtual machine. Take screenshot now. Why can't I get to the physical? Have another issue. There it goes. See, it's taking forever. Let's see. I'm going to take the library off. It's slowing it down every time I do it that way. We're going to take it back out of full screen. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So we're just going to see it in this regular view. Update software. See, has been issued since Zorin OS 17 was released. Do you want to install it now? So yes, we want to make sure everything's current, right? So we'll go install now. Again, there's features that are installed in here. It should, once it gets ready to install, should ask me for the password to make sure I'm giving it permission. Now maybe next time I do a screen thing, I can stream straight from that computer, and everything will be a little bit faster instead of remote connection. So we'll just try out different things and see. Now, for the people on my Discord, things will be a lot smoother and quicker because we're going to be on my physical machine. You guys will be seeing exactly what I'm seeing. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, should be going. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So software updater. So I was looking for, there we go. Okay, now it's asking me for my password. Now, hopefully, I'm going to type in what we typed before, but it's going to be incorrect. Remember the keyboard. So PASSWORD and bang, right? Exclamation point. Bang. And it took it. All right. Well, we still need to change our keyboard configuration because it's typing all weird letters. So make sure you guys don't make that same mistake. I don't know what type of keyboard layout that is, but it is not QWERTY. It's using some other, I don't know. Those characters, well, it is QWERTY. It's English character letters, but I'm not understanding the layout. It's all over the place. You know what? I wonder if it's a split keyboard. You know what I'm talking about? because the way I'm typing and looking how the letters are, it does look like it might be one of those split keyboards where one's on this side, one's on this side. And the way that the layout is, that's why it's not laid out for my format on the way my keyboard is, a standard keyboard. Possibly. Or maybe you guys know. I can go back and probably review the video as well. Wow, so we're at almost 5 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, wow, yeah, it's almost 5 in the morning. 5 in the morning for me. But yeah, hopefully we'll get all this stuff. I just want to show you guys once it's set up. Like, so we actually have it set up now. I just want to show you like updates, what you would do after the fact. We got, this is manually doing it. And then like, so there's stuff that we can do app to get update, but I just want to show you where you can get your software, how easy it is to get the software. Actually, I can probably show you that now without even having because again, remember we already have Zorin installed. Let's do Control. Remember, we're just doing this on a virtual machine. All right. So if you see here, this is still Zorin. The same thing we just installed. So see if we click here, this is all the software that I've got, right? But if you look here, well, let's just run through Anki. Remember my flashcards? That's what I do for my stuff. Here's where your contacts are. There's a weather app. You got clocks. This is a game controller that I run some old emulators for older game systems. AnyDesk, which is remote access software. Photos, your videos, a calculator, a text editor. So if you guys are familiar, it's a lot of same stuff with Windows. It'll be very familiar to you. So let's see. It's going to run a little bit slower because this virtual machine's running. But once I turn that off, we'll be back to regular speed. Come on. And again, we'll go through the terminal and all those fun features. Where's it at now? All right. So as you see, it's just a regular editor. So say 1, we can type in our code and stuff here. But the thing is, I like to use an IDE when we're using our code. So we'll get rid of that. This is still doing a software update, so we'll let it do that. Let's come back over here. Look at our programs that we had. All right. So we got what's that? Document scanner. We've got our system monitor. So think of this as kind of like it's actually got more features, but think of it like Control Alt Delete, which would be like your task manager. See, so right here, see processes. So now we can actually look and get deep into the belly of the beast here. So we got our user, we got our CPU, right? Our IDs that's being run. There's the memory that's being used. Disk and read total. So it gives you a lot of nice information. So we got right here, we got our resources. So now we can actually see where it's coming in. So that's our CPU. Here's our memory swap. And here's our network, right? So we can see how it's all stable. Come back over here. This is our file system. And it'll kind of show you the hard drive. So as you see here, this is on that tower. Okay. So this is my physical hardware. So if you see here, on this hard drive, it's got a total of 982 gigs. I got 264 available still left, and I've used 668. That's because of all those virtual machines I got set up. Then if you look here on the boot, we've only got 535 megs of total left. We've only got available 529. This is like a second partition, so we've only got 1% used. I got 71% here. And some of this will free up, right? So again, that's the way you can look at your system. We also have this little feature. So again, a lot of the same tools and stuff that we have on Windows. Some of these are actually a little bit better, I think, like diagnostics. So let's see here. This is my PC showing you available storage. This is showing, think of this as like Disk Manager on Windows. What's cool with this is, though, it's going to scan all my folders and system here. Then it's going to give me a nice graph and a layout of my hard drive. And it's going to show me all the sectors and everything on how this is laid out. Now, again, might be overkill for some, but again, if you're a techie person and let's say, I don't know, you're into, well, let's say hard drives, and again, physical platters and restoration and all that stuff or recovery, this would be valuable information for you. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Linux has some great open source tools to me that are way more powerful than Windows. And again, it's all free. And if y'all don't understand the open source community, these are developers and engineers that do work for Microsoft and all these other companies, but they return. And some people do it for notoriety. Some people just do it for fun. Some people like working on different projects. But you understand, these are the same people that create a lot of this professional software, but these are side projects that they just want to create, and they open it up for the community, and we can all share it. And when I say open source, doesn't always mean free, because people think, oh, free, like free beer. Under the GNU project, there's a license that we all use, but the thing is, when they say you can share it with the license, you always have to put in your license credit to the community and the founders that did it. And like the GNU project, that's the GNU project license. Because you understand, this, most of the stuff that we all use, like GitHub repositories and all that, nobody's making any of this from scratch. You're borrowing other people's pieces of code, other software, other pieces of moving parts, right? So you didn't create it all yourself. But the cool thing is, because of the benefits of these other people, we're able to make things better and use other people's. And open source means the code's open. So you can look at the code and change it and style it however you want to make it to your liking. See? Windows, Microsoft, and even OS X or Apple, they're proprietary. They don't make their stuff open source. They're there to make money. This is why I like Linux and the community and stuff. These are very intelligent people and they want to make things better. And it's fun being able to share things. So again, here's the graphic. So now you see I can break it down by saying the space, right? And the different folders and how much space is taken up on the folder. So see, I got right here with 17 gigs in my variable directory. And let's see, my user, I got 14 gigs there. Say my home directory, 633 gigs. But again, it breaks it down, and you can break it down even further. See, so right there gives you all the files. Now notice this file structure is different than Windows. Because again, it's a different operating system. So, but again, you can also see the color layout, and this all corresponds. See the titles? They come up, but it shows you the files and the file structure in the system. This is all on the actual. These are platters that I'm using. So they're spinners, right? Regular hard drives, HDD. So this gives this. I think it does it probably too on flash because they got the flash drives. But again, you get to see everything laid out. So another cool little tool that they got there. So let's go through some other little tools. Okay, let's see. AnyDesk again, system monitor. Ardour. Is that my... I've never really used this part. I think this... Because I did put a... Or is it on that computer? I can't remember. I did put a game emulator, like an all-in-one, and I was playing with it, so I'm not sure if that's what that is. Terminal, we covered that. And again, we'll have a deep class on going through Linux and commands, okay? So just to give you an idea, dir directory, that's also in Windows. But what if we type in ls? Now watch what it does. See how the colors changed? The colors all mean different things. So if you notice desktop, documents, downloads, think of it the same thing that we saw. Notice the way kind of Windows is in a way. You get a Windows view. See here? Documents, downloads, music. Here we are doing it clicking through a window. But here, we're navigating it manually. Same thing you would do in Windows. But notice we got a $sign. These are privileges. And again, this would be in a deeper class. But again, it's not super deep, but some of these Linux commands get a little tricky. But if you look here, these are folders, okay? And then see those here, conf, the extension, that's a configuration file. So let's say here, right? You want to log into, let's say documents, okay? So we're going to go cd, change directory, right? And we want to go document, right? Documents? Yep. Make sure I'm typing the right one. Now, if you notice, the color changed, right? So we just navigated. Again, the same thing as if clicking, except we're doing it manually. So we changed the directory, we went into documents. So there's documents. Now we can list the files in the document, which is that's what we're doing with ls. But we can also add ls, let's say -a. See? Now these are flags. And you're going to see this a lot through Linux, especially even in Kali, Nmap, all that. And you can actually type in help sometimes if you're looking for commands, and they'll give you explanation. So if you see ls-a gives me all files because sometimes things are hidden, right? Sometimes they're not. So that's why I put -a. But we'll go through a lot of this, but this is showing you what's in this document file, right? So no machine. I got some bookmarks here. Got an auto run. So let's say we just type in ls. Actually, it's still coming up same thing. QCal. This is it's another image, but yeah, retro bookmark 6.4. So see, there's my Eve images. So yeah, we'll get into a lot of see my HA Forensic CTF. I got a walkthrough guide. So if you guys want to participate in the Forensic CTF, we can actually do it. We'll be doing that on the Discord too. So if you guys did miss any of that part, let's come back over here. I think I still got it open. It's starting to get a little late, and I don't want to run really, really late. So let me get here. Okay, so we were talking about that. We talked about our Windows 11. We get rid of that. We get rid of this. I was just talking about the expiration date. That's why we were doing this, so you guys can watch the video. This is my music right here in Refusion, some of my playlists and stuff. Let's open this back up. And just to give you guys an idea, Discord is free. This is the main thing. If you don't want to join my YouTube, you just want give me a thumb, a like, or whatever stuff. Maybe leave a comment. But if you guys want to get more bang out of your buck, everything's free. Definitely join my Discord. It's going to get really fun. We're going to work on a lot of cool stuff. So if you like this video and you feel like you're learning some stuff, definitely come over in the Discord. You'll learn a lot more, and it'll be more one-on-one interaction. And again, you can ask me questions. You can ask me whatever you need. But again, I will be putting out videos and tutorials so you guys can follow that if you don't want, to hang out with other people or whatever, ask questions, and you're one of these people who want to be solo. So as you see, Discord is free. You can download it for Linux. That's what we'll be doing here. And that's the reason why it's popping up Linux is because I'm on Zorin. If you're on Windows, it'll probably say because it recognizes your operating system. But they do have it for Windows. They also have it for Android. So you can put it on any device. They also have it for Mac as well. So make your group chats see more fun. So if you all saw, I did a version of my Discord earlier. Again, you see, you can use custom emojis, stickers, soundboard effects, and more to add your personality to your voice, video, or text chats. Send your avatar a custom status and write your own profile to show up in your own way. Do you think Trump should cancel the 5 for 26 games on Democratic cities? I really haven't thought about it. And I don't watch FIFA anyway. I really don't care. I'm not a soccer guy. And my thing is, Democrat or regardless and stuff, not really, no. I'm glad that we're even being able to host it, just like the Olympics. See, at the end of the day, even when it comes to Trump, when I say I'm a Trump supporter, I'm not a MAGA supporter. America's always been great. And again, I'm doing tech, but I can talk politics. I told you I could talk about anything. But at the end of the day, Trump is not my Lord and Savior. He is the President of the United States. I'm glad I support his policies. Trump is a person. I don't know the man. I'm not saying he's a bad man. But the thing is, I'm a grown man. I don't worship any other man. The only man or whatever you would say would be Jesus Christ and God. But the thing is, whatever goes on at FIFA or whatever, how does that affect me? And again, should we be selfish? Yeah, most Americans and anybody that lives in our country and stuff, yeah. Most people are not going to be worried about that. We're worried about table issues, price of food, our electric, right? Our safety, our cities, Chicago, Baltimore, Oregon, shitholes. Anybody sit there and say, you ever noticed? Oh, they care, again, the Democrats, they care so much about African American people and all that. But guess who wants the National Guard there? They're protecting the illegal immigrants in our country more than American citizens. And a lot of this stuff that's happening that's really bad is in the inner cities, which are black people. They're getting murdered. And Black Lives Matter, wherever the crap they're at, if Black Lives Matter so much, why aren't they talking about the black on black crime? They say, oh, whites kill black. Look at the numbers. Blacks kill more blacks than anybody. See, this is bullcrap when everybody's always bringing up whites and blacks and the race and all. It's like the Chicago violence we all know has been bad for a long time. Same thing here in Florida. Go up toward Jacksonville and all that. It's bad up there. Inner cities, these black kids are killing each other. It's not just black kids. There's also white thug kids too. But my thing is these Black Lives Matter and stuff, because you understand there's innocent children that are also getting caught in this crossfire. And these little gangbanger thug kids, they're kids. Do people still not get that? 14-year-olds and 12-year-olds are walking around with guns and they're killing people. They'll kill your grandma. They'll kill your mom. They don't care. And when you got this music that's all like bling, 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 we're going to shoot each other up and we're going to, for what? They don't care. They don't even care about their own lives. The thing is, as America, I care about American lives. And yes, every single person that's here illegally, goodbye. You can either deport on your own, and these cities need to work with ICE. And the thing is, I can tell you too, with FIFA coming over, and if they're going to be in a democratic city, if anybody's coming over from around the world and stuff, you better be safe. And you better watch which city you're going into. You just might get murdered. That's being God's honest truthful. America's a dangerous, dangerous country right now. And again, a lot of the illegal immigrants here, they don't feel like they got to follow our laws. They don't care. And now we got stupid American citizens that's thinking, we're going to shoot at ICE officers. Y'all don't know, there's a civilian lady that just got shot. Now, why did she get shot? Because they tried to box in some ICE officers, and a woman has a loaded gun. You understand? These people work in our communities. These people are protecting us. If somebody's going to run up on me or any of my partners, anybody I work with a gun, I'm going to shoot you. That lady's lucky she's not dead. See, I just don't understand this. And the Democrats, they've lost their minds. We're not going to care about our police officers. We care more about these illegal immigrants. And I'm not saying to say I'm not against immigrants at all. My family was immigrants. I got a lot of friends. They all came here the proper way. They've waited in line. They're very hard workers. You think they're worried about getting deported? Why would they be worried? They came here the right way. It's the ones that are cutting in the line, the ones that are sitting here that are the thugs, doing the drugs. We got fentanyl coming through our country. And again, this is where I could aggravate people, but when it comes, like I said, on the immigration policy, even if your family's been over here, I'm against anchor baby laws. There are many families that I know, and I do feel sorry for them. I totally understand it. Your family didn't come in the correct way. They were illegal. They didn't break any laws. And I totally agree. I feel like the ones we need to go after are the ones that are breaking the law. Hardcore criminals need to go. However, the United States, we either have a law or we do not. If a family came over here, now this is me personally, okay? I'm not speaking on the federal government. Should they be deported? Let's say you've been over here 20 years, 30 years, haven't broken a law. The thing is, you still came here illegally. I don't feel that the family should get deported. What I would do, this is me, just to keep the precedent, right? You still broke the law. Should you pay for that? Yes, I think you should have to pay a fine. Jail time, it's a federal law. Because again, we have laws, but I don't think, I think it's case by case you would have to look at. Do you think the open source software will survive the era? Yes. Yeah, artificial intelligence, 100%. I'm seeing what AI is putting out. You understand the people that are building this, it's an assistant. It can help. And again, it's not smart. It's not intellectual. I've seen things too when pen testers and stuff, they put stuff in and all that. We could actually do that too. This is an experiment. We'll get on Chat GPT, Grok, whatever you guys want. We'll have it build some stuff for us. The thing is, younger people coming up are honestly thinking, oh my gosh, this is the next thing. They don't understand the fundamentals and how this stuff understand. Yes, it can make something. Does it make it secure? No. Does it even work in a certain practical application? Not always. Does it give back false positives? 100%. If you don't know the fundamentals, how are you going to know? It's kind of like building a house, right? You might have watched a YouTube video and you're like, oh, I know how to build a house. Well, if you've never done it yourself and you start going through the process, start realizing, they didn't tell me this in the video. What about this situation? Critical thinking logic, right? You think that YouTube video is going to be able to answer that? Same thing with AI. You understand? AI is only learning what, again, when because you're saying artificial intelligence. See, I'm taking this as a broad answer. You didn't say CGI. You didn't talk about it. We're not even at that point, but artists cognizant yet, right? Especially when we start getting into the idea of when sentience, right? Now you're talking human beings. If an AI model could get us full OS, would they allow it to, what do you mean full OS? Get a full operating system. Allow it to exist? See, that's the thing. You understand, we're in uncharted territories. When it comes to laws and stuff right now, we don't really have a full grasp on it. And I'm kind of on defense because you understand there's two sides that are going on about it. I still feel it's an assistant. Some people have actually already went doomsday that this is going to be the Skylink, right? Is that what it was like? Right? We're going to kill ourselves. It's the end of civilization. I don't see it that way. I look at it still an assistant. And to me, it's not in infancy stages anymore because it has come a long way. But do I think it's in the place of being able to take our part? Yes. But in cybersecurity and in technology, it depends on your field. If you're a CCNA, hell yeah. To sit here and configure a network and be able to see here and be able to, we can automate that already. Their jobs have already been gone. So yeah, junior people, that's why I'm trying to make these classes and challenge people. Better your skill set. And again, we're not in the world of you can only pick one specialty and you get a ride the rest of your life. That ain't the way it works. Change so much. You need to be efficient and very proficient in 4 categories in tech. There's no more this specialization, and I got to. Nobody gives a crap about that, and it's moving so fast. You're right. AI. And this is what I'm trying to say when it comes to jobs, tech and stuff, coders and stuff. Yeah, pretty much game over. They got to step up. They better learn a better skill. A lot of coding in jobs and stuff. Yeah, bug searches and stuff, especially in coding. AI can do very good at that. So there's going to be certain jobs, but that's the thing, is creating other jobs. This is how the even if you look back at the assembly line, right? With the Model T Ford, people are like, oh my gosh, we're going to be out of jobs. People used to have horses and they used to do, oh my gosh, our jobs. But guess what? It created more jobs. Why? Because it made things more efficient. And now we can make it in mass production. AI, to me, is that next landscape. We're always going to need humans. However, That's why I even try to tell students and people I meet online. If COVID didn't teach you something, you didn't learn nothing at all. Do you remember all those jobs that they said non-essential jobs that were shut down? If that was your job, you don't need a job. AI replaced it. Remember McDonald's? We were all using apps. You didn't have to go into the store. No, it's automated now. If you're working at McDonald's, your days are numbered. They were gone. COVID proved that. If you had a job during COVID that nobody need, then yeah. And now with the robots and everything else, warehouses and stuff, yeah, you don't need people. People do need to wake up. It's going to be, and people don't realize how quickly it's here. It's not coming, it's here. Amazon is implementing it. All these big stores are doing, like, it's a game over. For the average person, if you work in a bank and stuff, finance, we don't need you. People that work in the car lots don't need you. We got apps that can replace you. Now, do I like that? No, I still like human interaction with people. But no, the world that we live in, social media, everybody's so caught up in their phones. You don't care about talking to people anymore anyway, especially the young kids. You know, when you sit at your supper table and stuff, nobody talks to each other anymore. We just text. We just look at our phones. Look around. We all see it. Again, think about food. Do we need to eat food and stuff? Yeah, people still need to make it. We need all these people to do it. No, we don't. I mean, yes, this is the 21st century, and people predictions that I've seen 30 to 40% of jobs, and this ain't just in the United States, worldwide, are gone. People are about to wake up. They're going to be making no damn money. And if you live in one of these countries and say, oh, the government's going to take care of me and we're going to have, universal income, good luck on that. Your country's going to be a fascist socialist state, and you're. And remember what they said? You will be poor and you will like it. You will eat bugs. Everybody wants to go small, get your little tiny house and all that. Good. That's what you all want. I don't want that. That's what I love about America. I still love capitalism. There's good points of it and bad points. But the thing is, in America, you can be as rich and as filthy rich as you want to be. And you get all these other haters, the 1%ers. Without them, none of us would have a damn job. America used to be innovators. We used to create things. We don't do that no more. You know what we do? We buy. That's why the world wants to sell to us. That's why they don't like these tariffs. Well, it's going to hurt the American consumer. Who's it hurting more? Right? Who's it hurting more? Canada? What the crap do we buy from Canada? Maple syrup? We don't buy that much from Canada. Buys a hell of a lot more from us. And who protects Canada? See, maybe Canadians need to remember that. Which military protects them that they don't pay shit to? The United States of America. I see, and I got a lot of Canadian friends. I think it's beautiful. And a lot of Canadians and stuff, they hated Trudeau. They're glad that guy's gone. But the thing is, the guy they got in there now, I think, is worse. But I still believe in the Canadians. Very good people. They're very patriotic people. But guess what? They could never shake the Queen in the first place. Montreal, Quebec, and all that. Nah. I mean, they still use Queen's money. So that's one thing I love about America. 1776, right? 250 years. We gave the big middle finger to England. And we yelled what? The shot heard around the world. Give me liberty or give me death. The Catholic Church, all of it. And notice, for 250 years, we got a Constitution of the United States and Bill of Rights. They even though under attack every damn day. We're the greatest nation on planet Earth. So all the people don't want to say, we're bigots and we're racist, we're a bunch of Nazis. Get the hell out of our country then. If it's so horrible, why is all these people coming here? They have to be coming here for a reason. Are they a bunch of, looters? Coming just to take the money? No, they know we got jobs. And we do pay fairly here. But one thing, and even looking at England and other countries, and I got a lot of English friends, and they even complain about it. What the downfall of England is, there's no entrepreneurship. There's none. They don't dream anymore. And they let so many immigrants in, they've let their country go to shit. They're being overran. And again, I'm not England. Again, that's across the pond, but I got friends over there, and I know some of my friends, they'll fight back. I just hope they can succeed. I do believe many countries around the world, they need a revolution. And we're seeing it. After the Charlie Kirk, did y'all see all those people? Oh, you're from Alberta, Canada. And we want to become, oh, you do, oh, you want to become the 51st state. See, me personally, see, when Trump was saying, yeah, we're going to make it, I thought he was like, okay, he's, he likes to troll, likes to meme. Me personally, no. Sorry, Canada, I don't want you part of our country. No, you stay by yourself. There's too many problems in Canada. I like my Canadian neighbors, but no, you made your bed, you lie in it. It's too much responsibility. Now again, the agriculture, all that land, the fishing, oh my God, beautiful. I don't want Canadians. I don't. The lifestyle, the ideology, the view, I don't. If people want to come to America from Canada, I would want them to come voluntarily, and then I would also let them assimilate into our country. There's a difference. We're not the same as Canadians. We're not. Our history is completely different, and some of the views that the Canadians have and stuff, it's too much like it's Europe. The United States, we're not Europe. And over in the Western Hemisphere, no. The health care, all that, no. And our country has 350 million people. No, sorry, 350 million. We can't afford all that. It'd be nice, I do, yeah. In a utopia, it'd be nice if everybody could have, I still believe in competition in the market. We can have that. I do think we do need to break up these pharmaceutical companies. And I think we're on the right path. RFK, some of his ideas, again, I'm kind of like a lot of people. I'm like, I like some of the things he does, but I also know some things about RFK where I do agree with Trump. I don't want him touching other things. When it comes to healthcare and stuff, he's pretty much on the money. I'm not an anti-vax guy. I've never been any of that. So some of his things are a little radical to me, but I do think he's on the right path. Remember, policies. I don't know any of these people. And you also got to remember too, RFK is a Democrat. But that's the thing I love about America. I used to be, I'm registered Republican, but as Americans, I'm a conservative. I'm not a Republican. I'm a fiscal conservative. I'm more of a Reaganite kid. Came from Reagan. The thing is, throughout my life, I've actually centered. So I do have some liberal views on some things, which I think most Gen X people do. That I'm not all hardcore. Because when I was raised up, Republicans, those are racist rich men. The thing is, I realized I was lied to. Not all of them are. George W. Bush, though, garbage. No weapons of mass. There was no weapons of mass destruction. We got bin Laden, but yet we stayed in Afghanistan and Iraq for 20 years. And we all saw what happened under Joe Biden. The thing is, even with Trump, we withdrew. Now the thing is, after we got bin Laden, why were we still there? And if people don't know, that stayed in the military, they got stuck over in that war. Buddies of mine. What did thousands, I don't even know if it's, I don't know the exact number, but what to say, 20 years, we got World War II almost 3 times. What did America gain out of that debacle? That is worse embarrassment than Vietnam. And Joe Biden puts the key. Did y'all see how much money we left behind in military supplies? Who do you think took those weapons? They're not going to use them against the United States or allies of the United States? And here's the other kicker I would like to know. All these other countries, isn't it funny? They had so much crap and shit to say about the United States when you understand without us, you guys can't even defend your own damn selves. We put our people's lives on the line and we die for these other countries because we don't want that crap coming our way. I saw the liberation of Kuwait. I saw what those people did. under Saddam Hussein. You know, he was a dictator and a tyrant. This is one thing I think we should do here in America. I can't say about other countries. I can only say about my country. Think about it. We should have free education for everybody that wants it. However, nothing's free. What I think we should be able to do is you're going to sign 4 years. You're going to dedicate yourself. I'll give you 4 years of college. You can get your associate's degree. Well, actually, sorry, bachelor's degree. Wait, is it bachelor's? You get your bachelor's degree. However, you're going to give us 4 years of service. It can be in military. It can be in service. You're going to give us something back. I can't believe in what Kennedy said. It's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And what I think Americans can do for our country, one, I think being in the military is a great thing. I think Americans have gotten so comfortable with our Constitution and freedoms. And again, we don't learn shit in our schools. Sorry to let you guys know. And again, some of my friends, actually, and if you guys are on the chat, have you met Americans or, well, actually, we'll say just Americans, not even just foreigners, but Americans. When they go to other countries, have you ever noticed we don't know much about your countries much at all? We know a little bit of history, but we're pretty much ignorant when it comes to world history. But we sure know, again, I know that's like history and stuff. But what most Americans, we know American history very good. People my age, some of these younger people, they don't know shit. Our schools dumb down so much, they're lucky to know who the vice president or president is. I'm not saying all, but we're just going to say it's gotten bad. But it does seem like, well, actually, if I look at some of these universities now, though, they're learning so much about all these other countries and all this other stuff. They don't even know shit about our country. They don't know the Constitution. They don't know the Bill of Rights. And when you say about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, you know, we had a thing called the Federalist Papers. That's what stemmed the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. But they don't even know that. That's from the state and local level. See, people don't even know American history. And I love when people want to debate online. It's like, have they even read a book? And I'm not going to say I know everything, because I'm not a historian. But it is interesting to hear, especially when you get other people from other countries. The same like most Americans, you guys and I know. Let's say, like, we can have our differences of opinion. That's why you don't live in the United States. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion. You don't vote. And if you do, I pray if you vote in our elections, then we got a problem. Why, as a Canadian, unless, you know, your dual citizenship, why would you be voting our election? See, on the internet, for some reason, everybody wants to chime into each other's policies when we don't even live there. And I'm sitting there kind of thinking, like, yeah, and I'm guilty. I'm just, I tell you right now, we'll break a shit about either one of those countries. America's been the lighthouse. We've been trying to great people. But at the end of the day, I agree like most people, America needs to take care of ourselves. We're falling apart so much and destroyed from inside and stuff. People don't really, and I do believe there's outsiders that are looking at our countries think, oh, this is a perfect time. The thing is, I want to even let other people know. If you think that your country, your leaders start even anticipating the idea of invading the United States, it will be the last damn thing that your country has ever done. Because I'm trying to tell you, our military is still the most powerful military on planet Earth. Our technology is way far more superior than any other country. China, Russia, North Korea, I don't give a shit. Mexico sits there and thinks they're tough guys. You do understand, we're going against these drug cartels the rest of the world, but nobody wants to help us. Well, these drug cartels are about to find out the hard way. In international waters, we will blow you out of the water. And if they really want to laugh around and find out, if we send in military troops, which you understand we got treaties that we can't, but if they want to invade on us and have right to defend ourselves, my thing is send in the United States Marine, raw devil dogs, hook and stab, slice and jab. We will kill every fucker over there. Now, I'm not talking about the innocent ones, but again, they better pick the side. And guess what? We will overtake Mexico, and we will now make that part of the United States. Evidently, they didn't learn after burning down the Alamo. And remember the Alamo, What do you think we got California and Arizona and Texas? We will beat their ass and we'll take their whole damn country. And I say we don't just stop at Mexico. We'll come through Venezuela. We'll come all the way down to South America and come through Colombia. We will own all of it. We will eradicate these drug cartels once and for all. And if South America wants to fuck around, bring it. People don't realize not only is our military, our technology, our cyber defenses, we got all that together. Number 4, the United States citizen, we are fed up. Not only we got freeloaders in our country and people coming over here and stuff, we're fed up. And I'm not going to say we're going to cause violence out in the street. I wouldn't do that. Anybody tries to. I think the United States is, if there's videos on YouTube that are actually really cool. Why the United States has never been invaded on our own land? The only time when you could say would be 9/11, right? Or Pearl Harbor. Now, again, the way that they would do that, Roosevelt knew that the Japanese were coming. But if you look at the history, why not? You all know the terrain here in the United States, right? We're a very large country. We got cold, we got hot, we got deserts. It's very tough terrain to get across. And we also got 2 oceans. We got the Pacific and the Atlantic. Then we also have the Gulf, which is now the Gulf of America. So again, the only threat that we actually have, and the thing is, nothing against Canada, but the thing is, what do you think of why we put the tariffs on Canada? They dropped the ball. The majority of the immigrants, illegals that are coming through, which are terrorists, are coming through Canada, not Mexico. The terrorist organizations are coming through Canada, and Canada is letting fentanyl. Now, they think that's okay. They're supposed to be an ally of the United States. See, I'm kind of to the point, the Geneva Convention and the UN, I'm done with all that. This all was stuff during World War II. We need to be the allies are of the United States. Saudi Arabia is not an ally of the United States. The information that I read, and again, it could be fake news. People could say whatever, but I don't know. Read and decide for yourself. Saudi Arabia are the ones that attacked 9/11. It was the Saudis. They know that they did it. And the thing is, by doing that, they're a terrorist organization. But the thing is, the Bush family and all these people were so close with the Saudi princes making all that money. Why the hell did they let bin Laden fly out of our country? Why did his family get to fly out of here? He admitted to it, but we gave them a jet fighter escort. The Patriot Act, which we gave up our right as American citizens. You see them. It's supposed to be for foreign heads. But no, they spy on us. Obama did it. I've lived enough life now to where I've got to experience a lot of different administrations, see a lot of things. I got to see the Berlin Wall come down. It's a great thing. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. I remember having foreign exchange students that were from Germany that actually were so excited. They got to go back home and be reunited with family members they haven't seen in decades. I also think the Trump administration, the first administration. Do y'all remember? Kim Jong Trump actually visits one of the first to step foot into North Korea. I honestly thought, you know what? What if we could get North Korea and South Korea just like Berlin and get them to reunite? People are trying to say he don't deserve, the peace matter. Like, what are you talking about? He's been able. There was the other one. What was it? The country. Was it Cambodia? It was one of the Middle Eastern countries. Remember, the two started fighting. We thought it was going to go. It was India and was it India and Pakistan? Remember, we thought it was getting ready to go nuclear. But he made a peace treaty and got them to make a peace. I'm trying to say, what other president? You think Joe Biden could have done that? Hell no. That guy was in. He had no idea where the hell he was. And at the end of the day, I'm Democrat and Republican. I'm just trying to tell you, there are patriots. We love our country. We do have flaws and stuff. But for all these other countries to chime in, you know what? Take a look at yourselves. I cannot name a country on planet Earth that can surpass the United States. China, people will say, oh, yeah, they're a paper tiger. They lie. COVID, they had COVID. They're the cause of COVID. They killed so many people. We, as the world, we should hold them accountable. They don't have all this money that they say they have. They're bankrupt. They got so many people to feed. They are not a threat. And all they do is steal everybody else's ingenuity, technology, and patterns and designs. And I'm not dogging on the Chinese people themselves. They live under communism. But Kim Jong, or whatever, it's not Kim Jong Z, but Z. See, in China, they can't say, in America, I can say, fuck Z. And YouTube, like I said, they're probably bought out by them anyway. They'll cancel people. I'm not that big of a channel, but who knows? They'd probably cancel me and say, oh, you can't say that. Get some stupid, those little Wikipedia things they like to put up. False information. These are my opinions. And again, you all can look up because I think a lot of people around the world think the same thing. I think the Chinese people need to be liberated, but they got to liberate themselves. We know the history of China. Mao, the Mao dynasty, the brown shirts. Remember the little kids? There's a lady on Lily. She's on my author channel. She's actually run for, I think, she's in California, I think. She ran for mayor or senator. She was running for an office. But she grew up as a child under Mao. Can you imagine that? Kids were turned on their parents. Like, this is what, and then we got Americans, they're like, yeah, democratic socialist. We want that in our country. You understand how much an oxymoron that is? A democratic socialist. How does that even function together? And then other people outside our country don't realize we're not a democracy. They don't even know what America is. Democracy is the form, that is the actions that we have in an election, but we're actually a republic. A republic is not the same as a democracy. We have democratic elections, but we are a republic, not a democracy. And when people talk about popular vote, that's not how the United States works. We have a thing called the Electoral College. And also, we don't vote kings. And also, I've seen Trump make these statements again. As a point, I think President Trump is the biggest president of my lifetime. I've seen multiple, but I can say, even the ones that I've read before, George Washington, those are hard comparisons. But in this day and time and what he's under and stuff, 2 assassination attempts. See, people forget about all this stuff. But what he's been able to accomplish and stuff and fight his way back, yes, greatest president in American history. But again, he's never been tested like in a war situation like George Washington. And also, George Washington could have been a king, but he chose to step down. He didn't want to run a second term. You understand? He could have been a king. So when Trump makes these little comments about, I'm the third term, you do understand by our Constitution. I'm seeing people to argue and say, we're in grounds now. I don't even see why we need to test these things because we're setting a precedent. It is unconstitutional because we've had it happen before with Roosevelt. We were in a world war. I get why you wouldn't want to switch up a president. I think Trump's trolling and memeing, but I really don't know. I agree before. If he did a third term, I'm not voting for him. He's voted. We need to definitely look at retirements in the United States. After Joe Biden, and even with Ronald Reagan, you understand, at certain ages, and I'm not dogging on people that get older and stuff, but we know it's a fact of life. We need to put age restrictions in. With Congress, Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumer's, people stay in for lifetime. Like, don't they want to retire and live their golden years, be with their grandkids and stuff? Or is making all this money and making the rest of our lives hell just what they get satisfaction out of? So I'm thinking like, no, we need a cutoff. I don't know the age, but I keep telling people, I don't know, what do you think? 65, 70? I think that's a good age. 65. I think retirement age, 65, 68. After that date, sorry. Thank you for your service. Be on your way. But as a president, no, 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 no. And I'm going to say Donald Trump still seems pretty sharp, but anything can happen in my country. I'm not going to put on at risk. And again, we have a vice president for a reason. And again, I like JD Vance. I do like what he stands for, but I can tell people 2028 election coming up. This is me personally. I want to see what other candidates we may have. Hopefully, we're going to have some others that'll run against JD Vance. JD Vance does come across to me because I saw what he said to Zelensky. I totally agreed with it. He has a backbone. I just feel like Trump is more, it's not diplomatically. Businessman, he knows how to make deals. JD Vance, I look at, he gets a little too emotional and hot headed. I think he could definitely get us tangled up in a war very quickly. And I don't know. Yeah, again, I think he's a good vice president. He says things the way, but he's not there's something special about Trump. There really is. Because even with Trump, he can sit here and say some of those things where I'm like, oh God, Trump, why did you say that? Because I understand it's going to be taken out of. I understood what he meant, but a lot of people are going, oh, let's take it crazy. But the main thing that I still look with him is he's funny. Like he is honestly the presidents. I thought like even though I wasn't an Obama fan, I voted for him the first term. And the reason why it was, I'll be honest, is because he was black. I thought we were making history, and I thought we could stop talking about racism once and for all. We finally got a black president. We're all going to be peaceful. I cried like everybody else. Oh my God. I did not realize what Obama was going to do. He completely turned and just started dividing our country way worse. He's the one that was starting the whole thing about how horrible and racist. Remember his wife, even though she's the vice president of the United States, this was the happiest that she ever was in her life. America never did anything for, like, are you kidding me? She's almost as, like, they were almost as bad as Ilhan Omar, an immigrant from Somalia, who comes over and badmouths our country and sits there and says all this stuff. Why are you here? And then we also know, and again, I don't want to get sued, but Ilhan Omar, did we know about your records about you marrying your brother? Did you do that to get into the country? That's really gross. That's like incest. I hope you guys didn't do anything. But the thing is, you're a liar. And when you say things like Sharia law, that will never happen in the United States. Sharia law does not supersede the Constitution of the United States. So when you say that, you're a traitor to the United States. And if you are a congresswoman, you need to be removed. And I say she's not only should be removed from her office, she needs to be deported and sent right back to Somalia, where she thinks so great, and find out how well they treat her in Somalia. Maybe she can become a congresswoman. Because we know that don't happen. Not in no Somalia. See, it's that ungrateful attitude that when people come here, they want to assimilate. But not her. No, 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 no. And these are the people that Trump did say. They don't send us their best. She came from a war-torn country, and this is the way she wants to repay our country. Bad mouth the American people that put her in office and her constituents who pay. But the thing is, if you look at her area where she's at, guess what they are? They're all refugees. Now, in America, we're going to have all these people that happen to be Muslims, and they're going to vote for Sharia law in their little counties and towns. That's a takeover. Anybody that sits there and votes, they all need to be deported. But they're American citizens. See, that's what people don't understand. We let these people into our country, right? And the thing is, because of a war-torn situation, who are they holding allegiance to? If you come from Mexico, any other country, and you swear an oath to sit here and say, oh, you love your country more than ours, then why are you here? One, you should not hold any office, period. That's my viewpoint. None, period. You come from another country and you came here and stuff, I would still look at it and say, you know what? Should you have to be here for 10, 15 for yourself? Should you look at New York right now? We got a socialist that they're getting ready to vote for. I mean, he's confirmed, so he states it. And if that's what New York wants to vote, I live in Florida. We got a lot of people from New York that's moving down here. My whole situation is no. I want us lock New York up. I'm actually thinking at a point, we're the United States of America. I don't know. Are we getting to the point we may need states to start receding from the Union? If you're stupid enough to vote for a socialist in your state, then you need to stay there and suffer the consequences. All the people in California and all that, you voted for it. I say we give people amnesty. I know North Californians and stuff, they don't want none of that stuff. But if you love the immigrants so much and stuff, well, guess what? We're going to send all the immigrants to your states, your little sanctuary cities, and you recede from the union. You're not going to get no more money from us. California's bankrupt and we're bailing them out all the damn time. I'm sick and tired of it. Oh, they make so much more money in Silicon Valley. They have destroyed a beautiful state. New York is doing the same thing. It's not safe. If any visitors from outside the United States is watching this video, do not visit New York. Do not go to California. It can end very badly for you. You could get pushed into a subway, right into the tracks. Some person, boy, we saw the Ukrainian girl. You might get some black crazy dude or some. It could be white, doesn't matter what color, but you might get some mentally person that's going to stab you right into your freaking neck on the damn subway. You just came from a war-torn country and you come to America and you get killed. So I say it's dangerous here. People have no idea. And these are some of the crazy-ass states. Don't go to Chicago. Don't go to the National Guard's going. There's a reason why they're going there. Memphis, Tennessee is one of the number one states with the most murder rate capital across the United States. And if you look at the stats compared to third world countries, Pakistan, Somalia, some of our U.S. cities are more dangerous than those countries. Can you imagine that? The United States of America is worse than terrorist countries. That's saying something about our country. And if you do look at these states, they're Democratic. All Republican states are some dumb, educated Republican states to where, as the United States of America, when it comes to education, we're not even top 30, guys. You believe that? The United States of America, we make more money GDP than anybody, but we got still dumbass kids. We're spending money, and nothing's improving. So money, for foreigners that don't know, does not buy you happiness. It cannot change everything. The United States is proof of it. There's countries that you might live in that make way less money than we do, and you probably got a better education system than we do. We have flaws here. So I'm not trying to always tell people, oh yeah, the United States, when it comes to freedoms and stuff, 100%. We are the last beacon of freedom on planet Earth. You're not free in Europe. You're not free in Germany. You're not free in England. You're not free in Canada. Canadians will even tell you that themselves. People being arrested for praying. There's an assault on Christianity. And if Charlie Kirk did not prove that a guy got murdered in cold blood in front of all of our eyes, that could have been any of us. You saw the videos. I am Charlie Kirk. I didn't like doing that because I was like, no, there was only one Charlie Kirk. I'm not Charlie Kirk. My name's Jimmy. But the thing is, I'm a Christian and I will die for my faith. But was Charlie Kirk a martyr? He wasn't no martyr. I'm not a martyr either. Because a martyr, like I said, that's dangerous grounds to put people in that type of situation. But he was an innocent man, young man at 31 and a father of 2. That's why it bothers so many people and myself. It could have been any of us. Any of us. There's some wacko who didn't believe in speech and don't believe in, that's violence. And we do know, and again, I'm not buying all the official story either. I just find certain things convenient. When you're starting to add trans into the mix, I'm not, I don't support the whole trans thing, but I don't I know some different people that went there. They're not going out murdering people. See, it's the whole Republican Democrat stuff. I think hopefully people will wake up and be like, look, man, it's not us against them. This is about good and evil. But when you start saying us against Democrats and Republicans, dude, this isn't like a football team. I'm Team America. I'm for my country against every other country. I want every other country to succeed. But I can tell you right now, I want my country to stay up on top. And I want us, because if we, America, we have the potential, we can help many other countries around the world. But guess what? They can help us too. See, it's not about being a defeated, beating and controlling everybody. That's not what I'm about. And most Americans aren't about that. We are a very giving country. And like I said, just so you guys know, I don't know where you guys could contribute. You could probably look up online. We could probably look it up together. In the Philippines, if you guys don't know, Iloilo, but also Cebu. Cebu is the biggest. They had a major earthquake. I think it was 6.9. There was a lot. I think it was like 80 something, up to 80 something deaths. There was mudslides, people that drowned. There was like, I think over 10,000 people were spread out and they relocated. And it's like, it's still bad. And I just say, if people got donations or maybe clothes or maybe some type of outreach, or even like I said, if you see some people online, just give them like a little prayer, let them know, hey, we're thinking about you. Again, clearly on the other side of the world, the Philippines doesn't affect me, has nothing to do with me. But the thing is, I met people online, and these people have been very kind to me. We have fun, and when we're singing, I'm just trying to show people the internet is this way, and even with music and stuff, that we're all more alike than different. We all have families. We all have friends. You don't want harm coming to nobody. Unless you're an evil person and you don't care. I mean, if you're one of those people that's like, oh, Charlie Kirk got murdered. Great. He is a racist piece of shit. It should have happened. They should take his wife and they should kill his kid. Like, no. If you're one of those crazy types of people, then yeah, of course you're not going to do that. You're just an evil, disgusting, vile person. Now, again, God still loves you. I don't wish you death. I don't wish you whatever. My thing is, though, I don't want you associating with me. I don't want you to be around anybody that I love or care about because you're a vile, disgusting person. And it sounds like you're very miserable in your little life. And again, I don't know why. And hopefully you get the help that you need. But the majority, I still believe, again, I'm optimistic, the majority of the world, if I had to break it down, I still say 95% of the people. Other people would argue. What? What do you mean 95%? And again, you go low, 10. So we say 90%. Because in the Marine Corps, we were only 10% shipbirds. We add them too in the military. Anybody in the military knows those are called shipbirds. The lazy ass pieces of shit don't want to do anything. Dereliction of duty. They're just disgusting in their uniform. I know why they even join military. Yeah. You got to carry their weight. And it's not even just the military. You guys probably work with people like this, right? The people at your job, they don't care about their job. I don't need this job. My husband, he makes all this money. I'm just sitting here just making stuff for extra cash. Well, some of us are in there like, hey, I need this job. I got to put food on the table. I got to take care of my kids. Got to pay for my electric, keep a light over my roof. Yeah. But then these people complain. I mean, I don't need it. Yeah, I just need it for spending money. Maybe it's the insurance money for my car. And then they're nasty and vile, and you're just like, And these same type of people, especially if you worked in commission jobs, the same type of people that'll steal your customers and stuff. Oh, but they don't need the job. They don't give a shit about you. These are those, in the Marine Corps, we called it, see, we like to say Semper Fi, which is Semper Fidelis, always faithful to God, family, country, Corps. But we also have a slogan that said Semper I, fuck the other guy. See? Because what you're saying is, this generation, me. People don't care. See? When I joined the Marine Corps, there's no I's, me's, or you's in the Marine Corps. You're a recruit. You're a nobody. But once you claim the title, the few, the proud, the Marines, and get your Eagle Globe and Anchor, you become an elite. Not everybody can become a Marine. I'm not a big guy. Physically, it was tough for me. Some others, guess what? The biggest thing out of all of it, mentally. It will break you mentally. They will find a way. Those drill instructors will break you down. And I'm glad to see what P. Hegseth said. We're changing the Marine Corps and military back to standards. Stress cards, that's garbage. What are you talking about? The United States military, we're going to bring it back to even when I was in Postal, maybe even before. Like my dad's time, when they were in there, they used to punch you and beat the shit out of you. When I was in this, they can't put their hands on, Mothers Against America, but they can. I'm not going to say that they did, but no, yeah, they can. We understand. It's loyalty, honor, courage, commitment. Protect that drill instructor and our guide on at any cost. Simplify, do or die. I almost want to say delay the cadence. Any Marines out there? Hoorah! Delay the cadence, Marine Corps. One, can't hear you. 2, letter 3, can't hear you. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. Hoorah! Yes. Thank you, service. And thank you, everybody. Like I said, if you served in the military, thank you for your service. Truly appreciate it. Even if you're not a devil dog, even if you're Navy. Sorry about that, but yeah, thank you for the boat trips. Those were very nice. You do have great chow halls, though. Navy, whew, their food is the bomb. Air Force, you have very nice barracks. You got very nice money for your barracks. Army, see, I can't think too much about the Army. I'm from Kentucky, and I know Army. And every time when we went out to the field or anything with the Army, they're nasty. Their camis look nasty. Most of them are fat bodies. I mean, there are some guys, like I said, yeah, that were tough. And I thank them all for their service because I get it. We all signed a dotted line. But, yeah, the standards and stuff, they didn't meet up to the Marine Corps standards. I can tell you that now. Because out of all the branches, I always looked at, like, I still thank for their service. But I think we all have this, standards. If I had to list them, Marine Corps definitely number one. Underneath me, I'm probably going to because Navy and Air Force is really close. But I'm probably still going to say Air Force because it takes a lot to be a pilot and all that. And again, there's more MOS as I understand to Air Force. But I'd still say, yeah, their score getting in. Because I'm trying to remember, what was my score? What was the stupid test that we took? It was the ASVAB, ASVAB, right? So when you take your test and stuff, it gives you, it tells you what MOS you're going to be able to go for or not. Now, we had a dream, so you could pick up to 3, kind of like our dream sheet when you got duty stations, and then they would, single you out and kind of give you whatever opened up at that moment, because you got people getting out, people getting in, and all that stuff. But yeah, I'd say, probably Air Force, Navy. See, it's still rough between when I think about Coast Guard, because Coast Guards are pretty rough too. I couldn't do that trade. They're rough. And I'm going to put Coast Guard even above the Army. Now, again, I'm not saying all of the Army, because again, when you're talking about like Rangers and stuff, no, those guys are tough. So I'm talking about, the average, I guess, would it be grunt, I guess? I don't know what they would be called. But again, I met some hardcore, but just my experience from the ones I saw, they probably had the same thing. They probably saw some Marines that were probably shitbirds that did stuff too. And it's just kind of, yeah. But again, we all signed the contract. Hopefully, all got an honorable discharge. So I thank everybody for their service. That I would never take away. Because again, we signed that thing with blood, and everybody across the board has lost people or, known people that sacrificed and paid the ultimate sacrifice. Because the Army, we do have to say, they come in with the tanks and all that. Who's always first in, though? Raw Devil Dogs. Raw Devil Dogs. America's 911. Air Force goes in and bombs the shit out of them. Then the Navy's going to open up their cannons, bomb and soften up that target. And then the Marines are going to go in. We're going to kick some freaking doors up. We're going to go through the city. And we're going to clear that son of a bitch. And then the Army's going to roll on in with those tanks and stuff, secure that perimeter on nice and pretty. And then who's out on those waters with the Navy? We have some Coast Guard, always protecting our border. So thank you. Thank you all. Am I forget? Oh, Seabees. Yeah, oorah Seabees. Now again, they're not really well. How these? I love these. If any guys served in the Seas, or if you ever get awesome, that's the Civil Corps of Engineers. But these guys and girls, awesome. Everybody in the military I've ever met that worked with the Sea, everybody's like, nah, they were awesome. They're funny, they're fun, they're very, very intelligent, and they work their asses off. And same thing with my Marine Corps, my corpsmen and all that. I was a pogue, but I do support, like I said, yeah, corpsmen and again Navy and stuff. Not everybody Navy. There's some butt pirates. We all know them. Nothing against them, nothing against them, but yeah. There was a reason when we were on ships and stuff. Marines, we sat here. Navy, you stayed over here. I saying everybody in the Navy, but yeah. And again, when I was in, we had this policy called "Don't Ask, Don't Tell." I was in during what was it? I guess Clinton. Yeah, Clinton's time. So we had "Don't Ask, Don't Tell." But the thing is, even though I didn't ask, we could definitely tell. Because I actually had a couple friends that would just say were, they were homosexuals. And again, I don't give a crap if you're gay or not. I'm cool with you. It's funny though when you're in the military and you got a guy marching and he's all, all happy and stuff, and you're sitting there thinking like, or he has to come in to report. Hi, Lance Corporal. You're like, what the crap? This is, you can just tell the way his actions are. The thing is, he's a cool guy. When I was in, though, we had a situation where one of these guys, I'm not going to say his name, but we'll just say he had a boyfriend, but he was married and had a wife. Now, the thing is, I knew that this was going on, but maybe because of my generation, we're old school, kind of like, even if it was one of my buddies cheating on his wife or something, it's not my place, not my business. But I'm not going to lie for somebody. If one of my buddies' wife came to me and says, hey, you were at the club or something with my husband, y'all were out drinking, I were watching the football game, did you see such and if she asked me the right questions, because I know bro code, hey man, happens between guys, man, stays between guys. Dude, I'm not gay and I ain't your husband or boyfriend or wife or any of that. I'm not going to lie to your wife because I respect her just like I respect him. I still believe if a man's going to do that, then guess what, dude? Take accountability and own up. You need to tell your wife what the fuck you're doing. But don't be sick, especially when you got kids and stuff. That ain't cool. That is not cool whatsoever. But again, is it my place to go narc on you or say, well, no, it ain't. But don't put me in this situation, especially my girlfriend. I've been in a situation before where you're sitting, your buddy's sitting here, and he wants you to lie for him, but then your girlfriend or whatever was like, he was doing stuff because again, everybody's not stupid, and I'm not lying for any grown man. I'm not lying for anybody. I don't lie. But if she asked me the right questions, dude, I'll say it. And I've gotten in situations where dudes, man, I'll beat your ass, man. What the fuck you doing? Sit and get my girl. Dude, I didn't do that shit. You were the fucking coward that, like I said, you didn't handle your own business. Partner, you know how they do? Partner, get the fuck out of here. That stuff just really, really, that used to upset me, man. If it's again, I was always taught if you're gonna do the crime, do the time. And again, lying to people and stuff like that. But you don't love her, but it's gonna cost you money. And again, what type of example are you setting to your kids? Because again, I just want to be selfish. You're horny. You want to go stick your dick in something. Like, I never got it. Never got it. Never got it. And like I say, I'm no perfect saint. Again, I've never cheated though. Ever once in my life. Even with my ex, she can sit here and say, but I know damn I've never cheated ever. That's just not me. If I don't want to be with you, I'll let you know straight up. If I want to be with another woman, I'll tell you straight up. If I don't feel a certain way anymore, I don't love you, you'll definitely know it. But the great is, I've been a dumb. So then to dump something that hurts. You don't want to break up or dump somebody and all that. And even this last relationship, like this little LDR, it's a little different. It was on the internet and stuff. But again, I don't want to hurt nobody. I know she didn't want to hurt me and all. Just things just don't work out. I tried to keep it civil, and I think we've both been civil about it because I'm argue about. I'm not mad. She's not mad, you know. It's sad that it didn't work out. It would have been nice to see how it could have evolved, but it it just didn't happen that way. Man, like I said, the world is just, I don't know. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older. You know, when we're younger, we're like, oh, our parents are so horrible. I'm starting to realize I think I'm becoming somewhat like my parents, but in some ways, no. And if y'all don't know, I was adopted too. So I have my biological parents that are older. My father, my adoptive father, he passed away about 8 years ago now, or 7 years, 8 years. But at the end of the day, no, yeah, we all just do our own thing. But on that note, yeah, let's finish up here. I guess I could talk about anything and everything. It's not always just tech. So let me look here and see what else we got here. Because that was the Discord. I said you could download the Discord. And again, it's free on all applications. And let's just go over this last part here one more time. If you don't know how to find my channel, even though you're here, all you got to do, you type in mentors. And a lot of times people ask me because I can't find your channel. So look, you go M3NT. It's not an O, it's a 0. It's elite speak. So when you say 1337, that's hacker speak for leak, right? Leet, Leet. So you got MENT 0RZ. So if you see, Mentors Hackers is the first thing that pops up, right? So if you click on this channel, see, who's that cool guy? So I used to have a long beard. I can show you guys pictures too if you ever want to see some of my Marine Corps stuff. If you're ever in the Discord, y'all want to sit there and share like pictures and stuff. We got cats and animals and dogs. We could do stuff like that. And then again, I do also play some video games, not that many, but I did do a walkthrough, as you see here, The Operator. So this is one I did. I almost finished the whole game. It's a PC game, but if you guys want to watch it, it was kind of fun. I was sampling around to see what content people might like. And let's see, if you guys don't know, I do make AI songs. I made a couple of little videos here. Past live stream. Here's by Charlie Kirk right here. I got emotional on that one. So, but again, that was a very good one. We got, let's see, there was the Ozzy one. That was an emotional one too. Yeah, right here, Ozzy. Tribute to the Prince of Darkness when Ozzy died. That was very emotional. And then, oh, here we go. These are the two biggest ones. Evidently, I got the most views. I thought I went viral. I was like, oh, wow. Because look at that. 1.6 thousand views. If you ever notice, most of my videos, I'm lucky to usually get maybe 30, 40 views. So if I usually make 50 or something, I'm always kind of excited about that. But some of these, like some earlier videos, I used to get around 100 views, some even higher. But these, see, 117 views on a second. But this one, who is this clown? This is that guy I was talking about, Dane's Gear On or whatever. Actually, let's pick this up. I can't remember the guy's name. If you guys ever do see this guy, he's an asshole. Straight up asshole. Call him out. He's a poser. He's a loser. He acts like he's a thug or something online. He's from Mexico, and he thinks he's a gangsta and he could do all this stuff to people. He used to leave me all sorts of comments. And the thing is, he's a joke, a complete clown. See right here. See, Don's Giron. Let's see if he's actually still got his YouTube because I haven't checked or anything on him in a while. Let's see. So please motivate, blah, blah, blah. There's my StreamYard because I wanted people to come and talk. See, as I said, he was a troll. And the reason why I didn't even know about him at first, but a lot of my Filipino friends started reaching out because this guy was causing a lot of problems. Just going into chat, just being a douchebag for no apparent reason. The thing is, though, he started going after the females, too. like making threats and stuff. So you can't be doing crap like that on the internet. And then people would even, I reported him into it, and YouTube ain't doing shit about it. So since they weren't going to do anything, I was like, well, here, I'll take care of this dude once and for all. Thing is, though, this guy does like to talk a lot of crap. And the thing is, he thought I was going to bite, but I already said, I do cybersecurity, but y'all do understand this is all public information. So, Mr. Danes, your public information, you do understand, gives a lot of information about you, like personal information. And let's say number one, background information. So, next time you want to open your mouth or open your little, I don't know, cum shoot, we'll call it, your little cock holster, it's going to get plastered all over the internet. It's public information. It's not doxing. But I think people will be very interested of your criminal record, my friend. And I hope you are in the United States. Because what I noticed, no, you're in Mexico. But if you come to the United States, you're going to be the first one deported out of this country. I will make sure of it myself. I will notify ICE that you're in the country. I will notify, because again, you wouldn't be here legally, not with your record. So don't sit here and try to act like you some good guy. You are honestly, nah, you ain't nobody we want in our country. And there's the thing is, you act like you're a tough guy down in Mexico. Well, the funny thing is, I know people in some of the gangs that you talked about, they know you're a loser too. And you're a pedophile. And you know what they do to people like you? So again, shut your mouth, homie. You like to run your suck. You like little kids. You ain't like us. So if you want to sit here and represent that you're with certain organizations, you better know what you're talking about next time. Again, Latin Kings and stuff, I know them. MS-13, I know some people like that too. Don't think I don't know people that are affiliated. Some of us are from the streets, homie. You can be touched. Never think you can't be. And I'm not calling violence on anybody. I would never cause violence on you. I'm just going to say, watch next time who you think you're talking to. Because if you don't remember, if you guys watch the video, you'll see it in live time. This joker was making threats to me and my family. Then he wants to delete stuff. He was making threats to other people in the chat. He was using other people's pictures in the chat. Watch that stream. You're going to see it live. This guy will actually come into chat, delete the messages, and then he started leaving comments because he was too afraid to come into a chat. So what does he do? You watch it in live time. You see his comment. I'm responding to it live, and then he deletes it. And then he wants to pretend like he never said it. When I got video proof of all of it. This is the type of jokers I'm trying to tell you that are on the internet. And this guy, he's the worst. I haven't seen him in a while. And let's see, we did say we want to look him up. I want to see if he's actually, he had a YouTube channel, but again, it's not even a real YouTube channel. He's not a YouTuber. It's more like a ninja account. Now, let's see. Let's see, videos. I don't think he has anything. Because I had a link bookmarked before. I'm just doing this off the spur of the moment. But his channel wasn't very big, and he's not a YouTuber. And you understand too, using names and stuff, that's not his name. And again, yes, Danes Gidron, I know your name. Am I going to sit here and publicly post it? No, I would never do that. I don't want any harm coming to you, and I will never dox. That's illegal. But someone like you, I don't doubt that you would do something like that because of your criminal record, my friend. You're not someone that I feel like would, yeah. You do not need to walk amongst the rest of us in free society. You need to be in prison for the rest of your life. And the reason why I say that is anybody that is, we'll just use the term, a predator on children, do not need to be in our society. And you could say, oh, I don't know, you're making false, sue me. Sue me if I'm making false allegations, Mr. Mexico. Again, maybe what you do down there in Mexico, and I know in Mexico, no, they don't do that crap. Does that happen? Yeah. don't make it okay. I know many Mexican friends, you know, they're not down with that. You might be able to justify that with your weirdo friends, but most people, no, they don't justify that. And again, everybody, it's a fictional name that he uses. But again, we know people like this. You understand? I hope you guys know too. Safety on the internet. If you got families, you got kids and stuff, watch who they're communicating with. We just saw this on Roblox. A lot of kids, a lot of predators. So I just want people, like I said, you stay safe out there. And I know I'm going on a 7-hour stream. Somebody challenged me once. They were like, "You think you could do it?" I think I could easily do a 24-hour stream. No problem. I think I could do it very easily. We might try that one time. Maybe do it on a Twitch, because I know Twitch usually you can do a little thing too. YouTube, I don't know how popular that would be. So yeah, let me guys know if you guys actually like any of the content and the stuff that I do. Different talks and stuff. Again, I was just kind of touching a little bit on a tech, but as you can see, I can talk a random bunch of topics. So if you guys liked any of the topics and stuff today, if you can, leave a comment. It don't matter if you agree or disagree, but leave one, like I said, if you think I would like to follow up on, because I told you I have other YouTube channels. And let me see, will it actually do it here? Actually, if we go here, I'll show you. I got Rumble channels and I got YouTube channels, but I'll show you a few of my YouTube channels. Again, I haven't really put any content and stuff, but they are ready to rock and roll. And I've been thinking about, like I said, adding some content. But again, the content is you guys. I need you to participate. And it will be panel conversations. Now, this techie one and stuff, this is mainly for Discord and all that. And I said I got the Discord invite on my channel. But if we look here, we'll start with mine. This is my first one. This is the one you all are watching here. As you see, mentors, there's the Discord invite. If you guys copy and paste that, if you haven't downloaded Discord, it's free. You're going to hit that plus sign. You're going to put join server. You copy in that link. It'll bring you over to my Discord. We guys can hang out there, introduce yourself and stuff. And hopefully maybe this weekend and stuff, if y'all want, we can do like a little meetup. Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. That's usually my free time. So if you guys want, we can do a little meetup. If y'all want, maybe work on a CTF. Just get to talk to each other. Just let me know what you guys want to do. But again, I'll definitely be over there. So that's how you can join. So that's that one. And if you do want to have other types of discussions, we're going to go, see, we could go switch account. We got Jack Reacts. This is going to be more of a reaction channel. See, Jack. Let me see. And I guess if I click it though, what? Found some errors. Why would they find errors? Is that channel gone? Huh, that's odd. Huh, I thought Jack Reacts was still there. Huh. Okay, maybe that one's not there anymore. I'll look into that one. Okay, so switch account. Says I got 4 subscribers though, so why isn't it not? Unless somebody reported it or something, but there wasn't nothing there, so I'm not really worried about it. Alright, so let's look here. Let's check this one. Wait, what? Invalid for. Ah. I wonder because I'm doing it from the, I'm not signed in. I think it's because I'm doing it from this machine on the Linux box. Because it is kind of funny that, let's start doing it from the Windows side. I just want to double check that because I do find that odd. Recently closed. Okay, let's do this. We're going to do this from my Windows side here. So, Open link in new tab. We're going to mute this. There we go. Okay, bring this over here. All right, this will be the last part, and then we'll get ready to end this stream. Because it's getting very, very early in the morning for me. The sun will be coming up here pretty soon. All right. Hey, there's my friend. Look at that. Yeah, if you guys haven't followed her, this is the one I got in my pinned comments. But Good Morning Sunrise, a homeless live stream. Her name's Homeless Single Woman. She's got 11 people watching. Let's actually click on her real quick. Let's see what's kind of going on. I didn't know she was live. She should come up. Okay, she looks like she's, oh, she looks like she looks like she's looking at the sunrise. But yeah, if you guys haven't, definitely come over and follow her. Oh, actually, I'm gonna copy this. She's really cool. But I'm going to put this in the chat. So if anybody, if you're watching or whatever, or anybody's still here, this is the link to her if you guys want to watch it. I just posted that in the chat. But she's real. It's real. It's her content's really good, and you actually get to understand her journey. All right. So if we come here and we viewed my channel, now let's see. We got the Discord account. Now let's see. We're gonna open this in a new tab. Why doesn't that let me open a new tab? Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Okay, Jack reacts. Now let's see if it logs in. Okay, did it switch the account? Man, this is running slow. Okay, so it is there. Now, let's see. Let's switch the account. Let's see if we can view the channel. See, it's still there. See? Create any content. So I don't have any content on this one. So that's Jack Reacts. So if you guys don't know, that was going to be like a reaction channel. So I'll probably post some stuff up there. And now let's go to this one. Switch account. The bipolar. This is what me and Nini were putting together. Now my Filipino friend. But I could still run this channel. I could do it by myself. This is talking about like mental health issues and stuff. And I just call it, like I said, the bipolars. So again, it's talking about, like I said, more mental issues and different things. Just living with bipolar. If y'all don't know, I have bipolar. So let's see. I think I made a video too for that one. Yeah, this is starting to lag. So if we go here, go to view the channel. I think I got 2 more channels after. Yeah, so here's the bipolars. See, I made a little intro video. So bipolars here. And again, I could post these onto Discord and stuff if people ever want to check out these channels. But again, my main thing is tech. I like teaching and all the editing. Very long. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to you might be able to hear it. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just a simple thing. All right. So we got bipolar. And then we should have 2 more accounts. Yeah. Genial Discourse. And Genial Discourse, this one was set up. This is more like debating. This is more philosophy and theology. And again, it's having a genial, right? A civil discourse with other people. And again, use the Socratic line of questioning. Using questions who, what, when, where. I don't like doing circular questions. But again, respectful and stuff like that. So I have different channels that can open up. I don't think I have any content here. Yeah, say no content. But if you see it, it'll look like that. It's like a little light bulb with a little brain in it. So if you guys are interested in any of those type of topics, or maybe want me to get these channels going and stuff, let me know. And again, I can pencil you in, and you could be some of my first people up on a panel. We can have civil discourse, and again, just have conversations and stuff. So again, as you see, I can talk politics, I can talk theology, I can talk mental disorder stuff. We've got reaction videos. So again, if you have questions you'd like me to react to or videos, we can do stuff like that. I have my tech stuff, which again is mentors, but it's also been for karaoke. But I did create another one. If you look here, this bottom one, it's called M3. Just put at mentors, but it's M3. And that one, I got 4 subscribers right now. Again, the largest one is mentors, is what grew. A lot of these same titles are the same titles that are used on Rumble. And again, a lot of them don't have content, but I'll be launching stuff. So again, that's a lot of platforms to keep trying to post and do all this stuff too. But if it is something that sounds interesting to you guys, let me know and we could start putting some content there and we'll grow. And yeah, because again, it's kind of like nice having a different little spot for different things. Now, on the Discord and stuff, if y'all want, I can set up channels for certain things. So we got the stuff for all the tech stuff, but if you would like, with mentors, if you would like it more to be this community engaged and none of the tech stuff, then I can use M3 just for all the tech stuff. And then leave mentors as just, different channels for different discussions. So it could be pretty much like all these type of topics, but not under those titles or names. So we could have like Genio discourse and stuff like that. So if you guys, like I said, I just like to talk random about different types of topics. I like to get to know different people. And again, it helps me better deal with my life and accept certain things. And hopefully it helps you along your journey as well. So on that note, I think we are about done here. I did show you guys already how we installed it, how we downloaded it. Again, Zorin that is. And one thing I didn't show you guys. So let's do that real quick. So let's do this. So we got the virtual machine open still there. I told you here, you can take your snapshot. So since it was already finished, we would say take snapshot. I'm not going to do it. You name your snapshot, you give it a description, you hit OK, it'll save it. Now you can go back to that point. So at any time in history, if this thing gets corrupted or somehow got destroyed, you could always revert back to whatever snapshot you did. You can take multiple snapshots at different points, right? So think of it like a it reminds me kind of like recovery, system recovery that they had on Windows. They still have it, but it's similar, like the same thing. Okay. So the last thing I'll show you here is probably why the system's still running slow. Okay, we're gonna hit power. Hit power. I just want to turn the thing out. See, it's not responding. So we're gonna power and we're going to shut it down. Okay, actually, let's just power it off. Hey, question, just power it off. See, progress. So we're just turning the virtual machine off. That's why a lot of this stuff has also been running a little bit slower because I had this virtual machine going. All right, it should go back here just in a second. Bingo. See, now we're back. We're not using that 2 gigs of memory. Or there's only 8 gigs of memory on this. So we'll make this thing run slow. And I probably need to reboot this computer anyway. All right. See, my laptop definitely runs a lot faster. What is going on? Shut it down. Shut it down. There it goes. Okay. So, if it starts responding a little bit faster. It does seem like it's running slower, don't it? All right. So, let's come over here. I'll show you where we're going to go. No, no, no. One more. Rust desk. Do my software and updates. Okay. So we got this software updater, but this one here it's got the same thing like going to the store. See, you hit the software. See, this is where you get your software and updates, okay? So again, remember when I told you, you can pick what type of updates you want. It'll give it right here. This is where you can set those settings, okay? So if you want to make it like weekly, daily, or whatever. That's where you would change the configuration on that. Give me a second. Come back over here. Software. Now what's cool on this is, again, this is all of our installed software. I already kind of showed you different things that we've got. And actually, let me go through another thing here. Cherry tree. This is for note taking. I'm going to be kind of quick on this, but I just want to show you. You can run a lot of programs just like you do on Windows, okay? So like my Discord, I can run it on Linux. Visual Studio Code that we use for our editor, we can do this on Linux. Wireshark, which where we're monitoring the network and we're doing data packet analysis, we can run Wireshark on here. Let's see, anything else we could do? Okay, VMware Workstation. So there's VMware Player. We already went over that. There's VirtualBox. So again, you still run your virtualization. Rhythmbox. That's more like a music player. Oh, there it is. RetroArch. That's where the game emulators were. It's got all these old Sega Genesis, all sorts of different types of systems there. Obsidian, which is again a note taker similar like Cherry Tree, but you can do a lot more. You can actually export it in HTML and different other scripts. There's my OBS. So as you see that I'm streaming with, we can stream with OBS on here. Packet Tracer works. You got Putty. This is more for networking. Packet Tracer's used for networking labs and stuff for Cisco devices. OpenBoard, which is just like I said, an open a text whiteboard and stuff. I guess smartboard you could call it. Here we also got No Machine. This is uh, the same thing as it's a remote access tool. We got the whole LibreOffice suite here. So again, if you have Microsoft Office, LibreOffice is an alternative to that. There's a couple of different features, but again, it runs pretty much the same, except if you're running with complete Microsoft, sometimes when you export this, it don't always open up and friendly with Microsoft Office documents is what I'm trying to say. But it will open up docs. It'll save docs and all that. Just if you're on a Microsoft team, sometimes there are some issues on the formatting when you try to send documents back and forth. Kodi, that's more for like watching TV and cable and stuff. You got, let's see. There's our firewall configuration. This is our firewall where we can set it up. FileZilla, sharing files. Again, a lot of this stuff is pre-installed. Some of this I put on here. Easy SSH, I installed that. Here's Discord, Cherry Tree. Again, note taking. We did a system monitor. Serial, that's for burning disk. Utilities. If you kind of look in here, so we got what was that? Our network configuration. Disk. You can look at your disk, format your disk, and partition your disk here. Document viewer. VLC media player I got installed on here too, so we can play our media files and autoplay pretty much any media file. You got your calculator, so you got all that. But the fun thing about this is, if we go back, we're gonna go explore. This is the cool thing about this system. You can type in, and like I said, we can search for things, right? So let's say again, they got titles and stuff here, but now we want to search for something. So let's say there's a certain program that we were going, okay, like I said, Discord. But let's say we want to do, I'm trying to think of if y'all can think of just a Windows program, because what's cool is it'll show us alternatives or if it actually has the program. So let's see, there's Telegraph. Let's say, do they have WhatsApp, right? Let's try WhatsApp. Why is it going so slow? I think I'm spelling it right. I don't use WhatsApp, so I think, yeah, WATTS, right? Converter now. No, we don't that. Actually, WhatsApp's more for Android, isn't it? Did we have WhatsApp for Windows? I don't know if I'm spelling that right. Let's try, how about Telegram? They got Telegram on here? Some people use that for, it's getting late. I'm typing wrong. Telegram. Let's see if they got Telegram. I'm sorry it's taking so long for this stuff to load. All right. How about, okay, let's see. Oh, okay, look, they do got Telegram. So, you type in a program, it'll look online, see if it's got it in the store, right? And sometimes it'll find some things, some not. Now, what's cool though is if you click here, it's similar, very much like when you install a normal app. So you can install. But now notice, if you notice here, it's got an option. Now, if you look here, it's got FlatHub, Snap Store, another Snap Store, which is beta. Then you got Zorin OS, which is APT. Now, the thing is, the way that these are different ways of downloading these programs that will install automatically, but some, it's hard to explain. If it depends on the option that you like. Now, sometimes when you read through here, if it's a program that's Windows only, it'll say, hey, it'll give you a recommendation that, hey, we can't use this program, but it has an alternative for you. So let's say maybe Photoshop, right? Photoshop, we know, is Adobe. Adobe does not, isn't compatible with Linux. It's a whole Microsoft thing. So it's almost proprietary. But this will be fine. Now notice, there's no Photoshop, right? But even though I typed in Photoshop, it gave me alternatives to Photoshop. Now, people that use Linux and stuff know we have GIMP. So see, there's a GNU image manipulation program. But we have GIMP. We have, see, there's Pinta. You got this dark stable. And again, you click on it, gives you information about it. So even though I can't find a certain program, it'll give you a recommendation on something else you might use. So if you click here, see, looks just like Photoshop, right? But they can't say Photoshop because why? One, it isn't Photoshop. It don't have all the features of Photoshop, but it's got many of the same characteristics. And if you're very familiar with Photoshop, you'll know how to use it's GIMP. They're giving it a long name, but it's the GNU Image Manipulation Program. But I know it is GIMP, GIMP. But again, you would just hit install. Actually, I don't think I got GIMP on here, so let's try it. So look, we hit install, and I can remove it. I'll show you. It's easy to add and remove programs on your computer. To me, it's actually a lot simpler than doing it on Windows. So as you see here, 30, showing us the progress bar. Notice you don't have to go through next, all this other garbage. It's all one step. Now, again, you can do packages and you can do through like Git repos. And I'll go through stuff like that when we start creating our own labs and our own platforms and stuff when we start getting into coding. So as you see, it installed it. We just hit open. Think of it just like on your phone or anything else. Linux has come a long way. It used not to be easy click and do this. We used to actually have to do things from the terminal and install it. But now the operating systems are, again, I like it because it does have the window fill. So I think if you've used Windows, this is going to be a very easy transition for you. So again, Brave is the default browser that comes. You can put Chrome, you can use Firefox. Hopefully you don't use Bing, but you can install Bing if you want it. Here we got our files, just like you saw before, like File Explorer. Here's the store. This app, like I said, I have this on here because I like to use my disk analyzer. But again, mostly where a lot of your stuff is that you'd probably be using most of the time would be your settings. So here's GIMP loading. But if we load up the settings, give it a second. Is not what? Let us wait. It's taking up resources. But so as you see here, this is where most of the stuff is that you'll be messing around with. What is force quit? We don't need that. But there's a GIMP. But it'll open up, same thing. All right. So if you see here, you have your Wi-Fi settings. So this is dominantly stuff you probably know from Windows, right? So this is where you're going to pick your Wi-Fi settings. When you want to actually configure it, you would click here. This is where it gives you information, right? You can change, you can do all that stuff. Remember the network, forget it, whatever. Here we got different networks. So again, if you have a wired network, a VPN network, a proxy, you can look at this stuff here. Bluetooth, I use this all the time. As you see, my V8, that's my sound card I was showing you guys earlier. I'm connected Bluetooth. This is how you turn the Bluetooth on, just like you would on your phone. Everything is switches. Again, it's nice and easy. Before, you used to have to kind of hunt and get to certain parts of Linux to get to some of this. Now, they made it more Windows user friendly. It's very easy to get to this stuff. So you pick your little device, you connect it. So like I said, if I go here, say it shows my device, showing that it's paired. Is my address right here. I can do my sound settings, everything all right from here. Your background, they do got some handy dandy backgrounds. Same thing as Windows, very easy to switch. So again, I've been using the Zorin, but let's say we want to change that. So we go here, see, automatically change, right? So they got different ones. You can download different backgrounds and stuff too. Pick your little favorites, but they actually got a nice little selection of little backgrounds. Well, let's go back up. I still like the old dark Zorin. I like darker. All right. Notifications. This is where you see you can turn them on, off. So if you want, different update notifications, you can do all that right from here. Here's your search bar. So again, you can look through all the different programs and stuff that you got. You can turn on the features, turn them on or off. Here, they said you can move them up or down on the list, whatever you're looking for. Multitasking. You get the hot corners and the drags. You might use some of this. I don't really use a lot of this stuff. It just depends. There's our applications again with notifications turned on or off. I thought we had the appearance though. That's kind of what I wanted to mainly show you. It should be, oh, here's our privacy settings. Say location services. Yeah, I don't turn that crap on. Say connectivity, that's fine. Location services, yeah, that's off by default. I don't normally turn that on. I don't want to be tracked. There's Thunderbolt, don't have that. File history and trash. So here you can look at your history. Look at things like head and trash can and all that stuff. You can set it for 30 days to empty and all that. Screen, this is what? Oh, our delay and stuff. Okay, so that's your screen setting. And let's see, offline, sharing. I swear. There's keyboard, but that's when I was installing Zorin. So that's where your layout is there. There's our color, region, accessibility, users. There's the default application. So these are like, so your default players. You can pick all this stuff here. So there's your web. See, I'm using Brave as my browser. Evolution is my mail, which is similar like Outlook if you guys are familiar with that. What is that? Oh, calendar, right? Music is through videos. I thought I put VLC on here. It should have VLC. If not, I probably need to install it. Can't remember if I put it on that device or not. We still should have. There's the background. Did they have another thing? I'm still, like I said, I haven't, Zorin's not something I've been using for a long time. I just started using it, but we still should be able to. Oh, stupid me. They got a title for it specifically. Sorry, guys. Zorin appearance. So as you now notice here, these are the layouts. See, I'm using this layout, but see, watch, it'll switch it. See, this is more, was this, yeah, this is more like what? That's kind of more like Linux in a way. I still like this layout. This is more Windows. Yeah, see, more traditional Windows. See if we click here. Windows 10, right? Windows 7. So you got that feel of it. This is what is this more like? Oh, is this dark mode? That's light mode. This is probably just dark mode. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, this gives you this ain't Windows 10. This is more like XP, right? That's what it reminds me of. More like XP. So again, you got your Office and all that. So you got to pick your layout. This, I guess, is more like a Mac, right? Let me look at this one again one more time. Yeah, because we're going to have the bar here. This is more, I guess, like I said, a Mac layout. All right, so let's go back here. And then you got get more desktop layouts. See, they got right here. That's if you upgrade to Pro. They got different themes, so you can pick your applications. See, so you can do your dark mode, all that stuff, your cursor, changing your shell, different types of effects. So if you see mine, I got animations on, but you can also make it into jelly mode. Let's see. Ooh, ooh, see, it's jelly mode. And it doesn't matter, like I said, if you have a better graphics card, probably better than mine, but older computers can still do it. I don't really care about jelly mode. Oh, here we go. Desktop cube. Now let's see if this works. I think if I remember the keys right. No. No, what was it? I'd have to look up the keys. There's hotkeys for it. This will turn our desktop into a complete cube. See, spatial window switcher. Let me see. Do I have to enable this? Let's look at the settings on it. Yeah, see, gap between. There's desktop. Click, drag, and pan on to rotate the cube. Right. Drag windows to the edge. So is it gonna? I've not done this in forever. The shit, I thought it was Alt Tab. Hey, wait a minute. Now, yeah, let's see. Here we're rotating around. So these are just showing the programs that are open. But no, it's going to make a 3D cube, and I should be able to see the desktop. But yeah, I can see it in a complete 3D view. I have not used that in forever. I don't remember how to. Let's see, we got this format that we can lay it out. Oh. Ah, there we go. See, now we're doing 3D cube motion. Again, if I had it in a light mode, I put in multiple desktops, we can have a top, okay? And I can look at it from the side. So you can still see the windows that are open. Pretty cool fact. Again, to me, it's more for looks, but yeah, teach their own, I guess. Teach their own. So, any other features we could show on here? But again, to me, compared to Windows 11, you got a lot of features. And again, this is free. You don't have to worry about all the updates. One, you don't have to worry about it sending all your information, giving you a whole bunch of bloatware you don't need. It just does what it needs to do. And I showed you there's other versions out there. There's Mint. You got there's another one that I have heard of. It's kind of a newer one. I don't know enough about it. It seems like you can do Android as well, run applications on it and stuff. I don't really use my operating system like that, but it is, again, there's so many. Let me see if we can do one more thing while we're here. Let's go. I think they still got the website for it. If you type in Linux distro, I think it's Linux distro watch. Yeah, distro watch. So if you come up here, these are all the Linux distributions. And if you actually go through, it's a little bit of an older site, but you can look at more current. So right here, see distribution, you can put all. You can list them by date, but it'll give you every single distribution of Linux. So you can look up and they'll tell you all about the distribution and let you go to the site. So again, you can try out different flavors, see what works for you, and what you like and what you don't like. Let's see. Ours should be listed on here. Let's see if we scroll up. They might actually have even some better sites. This is the one I always used to use. You can see it's dated the way it looks. Do they have any more? Anything that looks more current, like 2025 or... Wait, what's this? Best Linux... Oh, wait, this is Linux blog. ZDNet, I know that... Oh, look at this. So somebody wrote an article. So they're giving their opinion on the best Linux distros. Still Kali Linux, again, for hacking. That's what I use. We'll be using that in our classes and labs. We'll set it up. And then we got, best Linux distribution for beginners. What are they picking here? Manjaro, Ubuntu, which I had an item. Pop OS, got it. Linux Mint. Linux Mint is, like I said, we click on it. Here's Linux Mint. I showed that earlier in my video. But, yeah. Linux Mint is a good selection. I would say if you are a beginner, I still find Zorin because it's more Windows familiar. Not familiar. I hate words like that. Familiarity, however you say it. More familiar. Okay, see, there's certain words I can't say, but a great distribution. Again, I still really like Zorin, and Zorin's growing. It's got a lot of support. That's one thing too with some of these distributions. If you start getting some that are off the wall, not very heard well of, smaller in the community, sometimes they don't have the best support. Because a lot of this does come from the community and forums. And sometimes it takes a long time for people to get back to you, and I get it. Everybody's volunteers. People ain't getting paid, right? These aren't companies. These are volunteers. That's what's great about this. And if you have suggestions and stuff on operating systems or open source, let the community know. They will try to add things if enough people want it and stuff. And again, you can always add stuff because you can roll your own distribution. So you can take code of Linux and you can use some of these systems and now design it the way you want, export it out, share it in the community. Again, it's a lot of responsibility, but it's really fun. So here's old Fedora, there's Debian, OpenSUSE, Solus. And again, they're breaking this down by category. See, best distros for experts. And let me guess, Arch. Yeah. The reason they say for experts, Arch is you got to build everything. And you got to assemble. And it's, if you're really hardcore into it that way, hey, good for you. If you really, really love your operating system, you want to get down into this, the crooks and crannies of everything, then that's for you. You will learn a lot. The only reason I don't like it, I like my stuff to work. I don't like it breaking down, or I put in a new repository, or I update a new. I like things to work. I don't got time to be sitting here trying to figure out why it ain't working. What libraries? Oh, these libraries aren't working, or something got. It's a lot. And again, props to those who use Arch. But they'll even probably admit that, yeah, is it the most stable? It hasn't been for me. But again, I don't always configure things correctly. And as you see, I try to do a virtual machine and I put in the wrong keyboard. So if you're like me and you make mistakes, Arch, it'll humble you. It'll definitely humble you. But again, play with everything, right? You don't know until you try it. So Gentoo, another one. Slackware, yeah. Really, they're saying, well, I get it. Kali could be for experts because there are a lot of tools and you got to know how to use them. So that does make sense. Now, see, certain ones too, when I say a daily distro, that's like your daily driver distribution. So if you're going to use your Windows computer every day, there's certain versions of Linux, would you? Kali, never. Kali's for pen testing. That's what it's for. It's not for security. It's not for anything like that. You could do it, but you're dumb. There's no security patches like now. It's for pen testing. That's exactly what it's for. They bonus unique Linux distros. And see, then you got somebody see Linux from scratch. They got Crux, Void Linux. Say somebody doesn't know. Calculate Linux. These are fun. Like here's another one if you guys like it. Um, I don't know. If any of you guys are hardcore, I'm just gonna show you. In the Linux world, and again, there's two types of Linux users. You got Linus, right? And this is another page too, if you guys have been noticing. I do have Google, but you understand, since I'm on Linux, I don't really want to share information with Google. I found Start Page. Start Page, compared to the browser, Brave has its own search engine that it can do. I just don't, it's not usually the most, it gives me selections, but it gives me stuff that sometimes that's not even what I'm looking for. Start Page to me is a very good browser, very similar like Google. It's not as powerful as Google, but it's been able to find stuff a lot better. And also, it's not sharing my information like Google does. So that's why I use it. So I'm just letting you guys know if you want to try, like DuckDuckGo, if you want to try a different search engine, try Start Page. I think you guys might like it. Again, they got different little things here, but again, it's more private and it does have security and stuff built in. So that's why I like it. So if you guys have been noticing, yeah, I've been using that. And I was just talking about, we're talking about, I forgot. See, I kept going and my brain's like, it's finally fried up. Talking about the browser. And then we were talking about, I really don't remember. Oh crap, it's almost 7 in the morning. So on that note, I thank everybody for hanging out. Hope you learned something. And again, definitely join my Discord if you haven't. I truly would appreciate it. And I think it'd be fun. Hang out and meet you guys. Again, if you have any questions and stuff, definitely leave them in the comments. These are some of my friends that I follow on the internet. So if you see, we got, again, my homeless friend here. She's live actually right now. I do like politics stuff. So Durkins, he's actually on Rumble now too. If you guys don't know, I like the Cartier family as well. We got some open mic stuff. Here's some shorts. This is my friend Shanda. She lives in Canada as well. She's Filipino. She's a really cool dancer, and she also does sing karaoke with a fun community. So if you guys, there's different places to check out. My friend Angeline. Here's Kylie. She sings and makes music and stuff. And who's that? Is that Filipina P? That almost looks like Filipina P. Let's see. Jay Phantom, some hacker stuff. I went through some people I recommended earlier. The cybersecurity stuff. So much stuff about Charlie Kirk still going on. All right. Well, you guys can see through my history, like, oh yeah. So you're gonna get an idea of different stuff that I like and different things that I look at. And let's see, is she still alive? Yeah, I think she ended. Let's look. She makes videos. Oh, she is still alive. Showing like 11 watching. So, all right. So on that note, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you guys for all hanging out with me. And if there's any other tech things, I do got some other tech content coming. They're probably just going to be videos. So you won't hear me rambling on, going on about different things. I'll actually stay on topic, and I got a structure that I follow. So yeah, and again, average of those videos about an hour. Some can be longer. Again, this is my video courses that I'm putting together. But on my live streams and stuff, we would definitely get back to karaoke and stuff. So if you guys want to sing some karaoke, more than likely, I'll be definitely doing that like I normally do on the weekends. But now, since I'm trying to get my Discord and stuff back up, I want to do some live meetups and do some labs and stuff. So it depends. For my American friends, I can pretty much tell you we would probably do stuff probably in early, not early mornings, but we'll just say, afternoons, 2, 3 o'clock possibly. And then, like I said, we could even go on till probably 9, 10 o'clock. I should probably say maybe 8 o'clock. We'll do it before 8 o'clock. Because after that, my Filipino friends are getting up, and then I can actually do stuff with them from like 8 to whatever, because there's a 12-hour difference. So, like right now, it's almost 7 in the morning. For me, it's almost 7 at night for them. So, I'll be able to open it up, so I can keep the time balance and stuff. And if you're somewhere in between those time zones, like if you're in England or whatever, I think it's 5 hours for them. And then Saudi Arabia stuff, I think that's 7 hours. So we can always, balance things out. So again, I can make a little schedule. Again, it depends on the participation. And I'll just, go with the flow and see who's participating and work with you on that. And then, like I said, on the regular karaoke stuff, like I said, yeah, I'll be able to look and see on my analytics and stuff, what groups of people like what. And if you guys want, you can kind of help me. I could maybe even do polls. It's just the Discord is just an easier vibe that I can get, and I can get input quickly, and I can get more things situated. YouTube's a little bit different because I gotta find out what geographic area people are, are they male, female. Again, and if y'all leave comments, that helps me out a lot more because then I'm actually having more interaction with you. And I do get some interaction in the chat, but sometimes, like earlier when the guy was like, yeah, you don't respond in the chat. When I usually sing my karaoke, I really don't have a lot of people watching my videos or in my chat. So that's why I said I'm a loner. I'm usually talking to myself. I don't mind talking to myself. I can do this for hours and hours and hours. Guys, you understand? To me, having people respond and say stuff in the chat, it actually, when I look at it, I can respond on the fly. But again, I stay focused usually on the topics I'm talking about. So again, if I'm doing technology, that's usually, because I know in a chat, people can start, if y'all see, I kind of got like ADHD. If you start talking about a question, I can answer the question. But things will be tech related, probably not. So like trolls and stuff, I can pinpoint them very easily. But if you're actually asking me a sincere question, no, I'll follow that. I will give you the same respect. I'll answer as truthfully as whatever as I can. But the thing is, I'm just some random dude on the internet. If you want to take advice from me, that's great. If not, that's fine too. You don't know me. I don't know you. Heck, I can tell you I'm really good at politics, politician and stuff. I'm not a politician. And I'm very transparent and I'm being very open and honest with people. I'm a fiscal conservative. Am I a big MAGA supporter and worship? No. Am I a Democrat? Nope. If I had to compare myself, I would say I'm more, like I said, I'm definitely a constitutionalist fiscal conservative. And I'm in the middle. And I would say in some ways I'm similar to a libertarian, right? But again, I don't like labels, to be truthful. It's hard to put people in boxes and label. And honestly, that's not cool to do that. I like to look at everybody as an individual. And again, most people will say they're part of a party, but they can't even say why. I can explain to you why I feel a certain way on a policy. It don't matter if it's Republican or Democrat. There's some Democratic policies that I'm thinking like, hey, they would work. But to have, joining hands, bipartisan, I don't know if we're ever going to get back to those days. It'd be nice. But hopefully, we can all sit here and gripe and complain and stuff. What I would like to have more discussions about, how about solutions? If we were in these situations, what would we do? That's what I'm more curious about, especially in America. My American friends, we're the only ones that can fix our country. Nobody else can, except God. But if God does not intervene, we got to do something. And I don't mean anything violent. I don't mean any of that. But something productive. And the same thing with other countries and stuff in the world. I might have my opinions on the different places, but at the end of the day, it's not my place. I don't live there. You guys vote for your policies. You got to live there. You got to live with your results that you choose. But I can realize the internet and all that, the human experience was not ready to be able to communicate with this many people in our lifetimes. We would never come in contact with this many people, all these different cultures. You understand, this is a very special time to be alive. In the 80s, what? You have an airplane? You're going to go fly to these other countries? How are you going to talk to these people? If you had a CB radio, but good luck. Getting skipping stuff, sideband, it ain't always going to reach. How would you have met these people? You got the money to go fly? You'd have to fly or take a boat. And if most people were like me and stuff, we learned about these places, in school and stuff, like Philippines. And even when I first went to Okinawa, you know what I honestly thought? That these people, oh my gosh, these people live in like little huts. They live out in the freaking jungle. They probably walk around with spears. I'm like, when I get there, it's not at all nothing like that. And if y'all don't know, Karate Kid Part 2 with Mr. Miyagi, that's a film behind Kadena Air Force Base, which is there in Okinawa. You can still see the set and stuff. When you see Daniel-san, he's standing on and he swings. Like, it's really cool. It's really, really cool. And if y'all don't know, Pat Morita, playing Mr. Miyagi, he's from Okinawa. He's very famous there. So if you ever go to Okinawa, you say Pat Morita, they say, Mr. Miyagi, oh, Mr. Miyagi. Yeah, they get very excited. He's like one of the most famous people, I think, ever from Okinawa. But very, very great. And to my Okinawan friends, Ohayo gozaimasu, konnichiwa, arigato kudasai. It's very, very, very nice people. Very, very nice people. Again, I just love cultures and meeting different people. It's really, really, really cool. But not everybody's like me. And some people just want to hate just to be hateful. So what time are we at? 7:03 in the morning. And yes, 15 minutes. I did almost an 8-hour stream. I believe it, like an 8-hour work day. But it ain't work, right? When you're having fun. It's not work when you're having fun. And I had fun. But again, I want to have more fun. Join my Discord so we can start learning, and we're going to do some labs. We're going to really do some fun stuff. I want to hack with you guys. I want to show you, again, ethically, but again, show you guys can do this stuff too. Again, ethically. But the thing is, while you're doing it, I want you to understand, how can I secure these types of attacks from happening? And sometimes you might realize too that some things we're doing, like Metasploit and all that, there's modules, but you might run across somebody to where it's abstract thinking. You come off with some technique or attack, and you're like, what? Wait. It can be something I'm not even familiar with. And I don't mean a lot. There's a lot of things I'm not familiar with. But you could be one of those next people to where, that's why I love, you're not trained. You're going with your instinct. And some people have some very abstract ways of looking at things, and that's what we need. Because I can tell you, some cyber criminals, they have no idea it's coming. Because again, you can take certain chains of exploits and you link them together, and you can come up with some crazy stuff. And especially if you start knowing, like, yeah, you just might actually realize you're really good at this. If you like puzzles and challenges, this is perfect for you. And that's the thing. The Thomas Edisons of the world, the Albert Einsteins, right? The innovators, the Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. They're not just, I'm not going to say they're not special, because they are special, but there's many more out there that we just have not explored, that we've tapped into. And I believe there's a little bit, there's maybe a lot of ingenuity, and especially here in America. We are a number one super because of the ingenuity here. We can think, we're very intelligent. And my thing is too, when I say America, that means anybody from around the world though too. My Filipino friends, I met many very intelligent. And there's a reason why Elon has built a hub there for Starlink. Now, do you know why he would do that? Little known secret that a lot of people might not know. Not only are the Filipinos probably the best karaoke singers on planet Earth, they're an untapped resource because there is people who will work their butts off. They are very smart and intelligent. And I'm going to say, remember the growth of India? India's been growing. I think the infrastructure that Elon has now invested in the Philippines, they now can become the next continent to grow. China and India, watch out for the Philippines. And trust me, they're watching closely. You think China's going to want to let the Philippines? No, 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 no. And India, India, people say, Philippines, oh. Now, people be laughing. Because I honestly do. The Philippines, even though they have a lot of natural disasters, like I said, we had the typhoon, they just had that. They have a lot of natural disasters. One thing that I've noticed about the Filipino people, they are very resilient people. I don't care what hurricane you throw at them, what earthquake, they always rebuild. And they do come back. They do have a lot of mourning, though, and I get it. It's sad, the loss of life and all that. But these are very dedicated people that are family oriented. They're scrappers. And you also got to remember who else came from there? Mr. Manny Pacquiao. And what do we know about Manny? He don't ever back down. That guy's got a heart of a lion. That's what the Filipino spirit's about. They don't care. You can keep beating them. They will come, but they're not going to stop. So I love my Filipino friends. I have the maddest respect for many of you. Now, the ones that want to get online and act like dodos and do all this weird stuff and be asking for money and blah, 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 that's not the Filipinos I'm talking about. The Filipinos I met are the ones that, yes, they know what they're doing. They're hard workers. Like, yeah. And again, some of them love their, what's the word that I'm always looking for? The drink. It's fermented coconut, tuba. It's kind of like hooch. For my American friends, or just like hooch, like prison hooch. They let it ferment and stuff. But boy, it can make you cross-eyed. But again, you guys haven't had some moonshine. You come down here to the South, ooh, we'll light you up. And again, I'm not a drinker. I don't do that. But again, holidays and stuff, might do a little bit and stuff. But yeah, I'm not like, when I say a drinker, I was like an alcoholic. Like I drink every day, and that's not cool. But again, yeah. So nothing about me rumbling my little mouth. Again, thank you everybody for hanging out with me. It's 7 in the morning, so the sunrise will be coming up. And now, again, I also want to say prayers to anybody because I know we've got our hurricane that is out in the coast. I haven't been keep track. Last time I heard, looks like it's going to hit the East Coast. They were saying the Carolinas. I was seeing other ones before those that it might spin out, so hopefully it's going to spin back out to the sea, and just die out. I don't want anybody being affected. But I saw too down in the Gulf, coming up through Cuba, we got another hurricane, and I hope this thing ain't going to turn into something where, because if it gets into the Bay, that's toward my area, that's Tampa. Then we got Louisiana and all that, so I don't want anybody being affected by that either. But it is, just the season. We're not out of hurricane season until usually November. So, we just got in October. So at the end of the day, I want everybody to stay safe. My Filipino friends, everybody stay safe. Blessings. Christ is King. And on that note, enjoy the rest of your week. And I'll probably see you guys possibly, more than likely Friday. So definitely subscribe to the Discord. Definitely leave me some comments. And I think I got on my channel how you guys can reach me if you wanted to reach me by email. Do people even do that anymore? Do people really still email? I know business people still do it, but I don't have WhatsApp. I do have a Facebook. If you guys don't know, if you look up mentors, I do have a Facebook. You can message me, but again, I'm not really, I don't need like thousands of friends. I think I only got maybe 10 people over on that Facebook. It's not a personal one. It's a way you can contact me through Messenger and stuff. But I want to look here. Did I leave my email on here? There's Discord. I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I don't really use that one. I'll share an email with you guys probably later on another video. I'll just make a burner one and stuff. I got my Proton now. Because again, I need to check and see what emails are actually coming to the one I was going to say. Because I don't want, there are ways people can. I just don't want to get phished and end up trying to get scammed or whatever. I'm not going to be clicking on links, but I just don't want to deal with a whole bunch of spam and all that. So, on that note, yeah, you can reach me out by the Discord. I do have a Facebook. You can look it up. Same spelling, Mentors or whatever. I think that's what it'll come up as. I'm trying to look and see. Yeah, it'll be Jack, J-A-K. So Jack Mentors. So if you type that in, you'll find me on Facebook. You can send me a message, and like I said, I can usually message you back. Friends request, I don't really accept friends requests unless I really know you or I get to know you. But again, if you want to message me and stuff, you can reach me that way. You can always leave a message in the comments. And besides the comments and all that and stuff, I'm trying to think any other ways you guys could reach me. I don't use WhatsApp. I don't use Telegram. I don't use, like, say, Instagram or TikTok. I don't do any of that crap. Like I said, Facebook's mainly for my family, but I did set this account up because this Mentors, you understand, that's not me. It's just an alias. It's an alt that I use. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, it looks like I got 5 people. Thank you guys for sticking around, especially this amount of time. Definitely helped my watch hours, so I truly, truly appreciate it. Now we're pushing almost 8 hours. That's what I was trying to do, see if I could kick it right at 8, but it looks like I'm right at. So I just ramble on for about another 4 minutes. I'm at 7 hours and 56 minutes. So we're almost at the 8-hour mark. And what we could, what we could do, because I think I still got the tab open. Let's see. Yeah, right here. We can play some of my AI music. So if you see, these are some new ones that I made not too long ago. This is for my M3 channel. Let's see. We got one called Virus. Now let's hear one of these. Let's see how this goes. You should be able to hear it, I think. Let's see. Might have to change the settings over to stereo. Let me double check. Audio. Stereo. So let's see how this sounds. Virus by Mentors. And if you guys ever want to, I can leave you these links. If you notice there, if you look up Mentors, see, same. See, this one's M3NTORZ. If you type that in, you can find me on Refusion. I actually think I have an account too on, what's the other one? Suno. There's another one too. I think there's like 3 platforms that I'm registered on. But if you like any of the tunes and stuff, yeah, tell me what you guys think. This is Virus. Let's kick it out. Thank you for hanging with Mentors.
Fingers flying code so tight. No one knows his face or name, but everybody feels his game. Breaking in, breaking down every wall in every town. Can't catch what you cannot see. Digital ghosts running free. Mentors in the mainframe tearing it apart. Every firewall crumbling from the start.
See, it's a hacker song.
He's a virus in your heart. System overload. Watch it all restart.
A little bit of dubstep.
Bank accounts and government files.
All right, let's see what else we got. System crash.
They call me mentors in the dark. I live for breaking what they built.
See, I don't like how his singing's going.
No shame, no fear, no guilt.
Let's see what else we got.
There's this guy we all know.
Ooh, who do we know?
Goes by men.
Oh, yeah.
Doors online.
Mentors, hell yeah.
Quiet kid during the day. But at night, he comes alive.
Yes, he comes alive.
Fingers flying on the keys. Breaking down their walls with ease. He's a digital outlaw.
Ooh, I'm an outlaw.
Breaking every firewall like it's just for fun. Digital outlaw.
I'm a digital outlaw.
Where no one else can see. Started small with password cracks.
Ooh, password cracks.
Now he owns the whole network.
Yep. I own the network.
Corporate servers can't keep up.
Nope.
When he's putting in the work, FBI keeps hunting him. But
What?
he's always 3 steps ahead.
Okay, we don't get the FBI watching out for me.
Fingers flying on the keys, making systems crash and freeze. He's a digital outlaw, taking what he wants.
What movie, everybody? Make you famous.
It's just for fun. Digital outlaw.
Young Guns.
Can see.
Make you famous.
Nobody vanishes without a sound. Living life behind the screen, the best hacker you've never seen.
And speaking of, with the hacking, I'm about to end the stream, but if you guys don't know, Halloween is October 31st on a Friday. I will be doing a Halloween stream, so I will be dressing up. So I'm asking all of you, if you don't have anything to do on some Halloween, and you don't got the kiddos and whatever, come on and hang out over here on Mentors. We're going to have a fun time. We're going to be singing all sorts of crazy songs. Panels open for everybody. And definitely dress up. I want to see some of the great little outfits that you guys have. I have a video of last year of me doing Halloween, so you can check out and see some of the outfits that I might have in store for you this year. So on that note, everybody have fun. Enjoy your day. I love all you guys. Stay motivated and keep hacking. Hack the planet. Love you guys. See you later. Bye. Have a good night.